the outspoken and outgoing long-term Labor MP Joel Fitzgibbon, Cabinet Minister Bridget McKenzie and Labor frontbencher Murray Watt. Good evening to you all. We'll cross live to the Labor and Liberal headquarters shortly. Let's start with some opening predictions though. Peter Credlin, first to you. What is your sense of things? How will they play out tonight?
I think it's been an extraordinary campaign. It's been a fight with not much policy on the table, and I think it's been a particularly poor performance from the Labor leader. But if you woke up this morning, you believe the polls, he's inching his way to the lodge. And it would be extraordinary to win government from opposition with a very low primary vote. And in the end, a very tight 2PP. Hasn't really happened in modern political history. So primary will be key. That's where I'll be looking tonight. I'll look for where the others are breaking in booths to see whether there's any chance a Prime Minister can survive, because I think there will be a strong other vote. And I'm also interested, I think it'll be a night of green. Now, I think the National Party, Bridget McKenzie, I think that you will once again hold up the coalition. And of course, I think the Greens, unfortunately, will do well around the country. And then there's that tealy-green fight going on in the leafy suburbs of Sydney and Melbourne.
Yeah, indeed. Well, Andrew Cornell, to you for your prediction as we kick off proceedings.
Well, I'm thinking every 10 years you get a change of government, or so you get a change of government election, and that's what we're going to see this evening. I expect Labor to win 8 to 10 seats. Now, of course, the polls can be wrong, the internal polling can be wrong, but that is what I think will occur. Scott Morrison and the Coalition's primary vote has not been below 37 nationally, above 37 nationally since last August. And a lot of that's to do with the vaccine rollout. It's not a race. I don't think people went to the ballot boxes thinking about that, thinking about the delays and how they had to get AstraZeneca, etc. But I think that was the turning point in the community's attitude around Scott Morrison. Now, you saw that footage before where I asked Anthony Albanese the unemployment rate on day one of the campaign and he can't get it. I thought in that moment he had lost the election. It appears not from what we've seen from the polls. Peter points out the very low Labor primary vote. That is no doubt a reflection of the public's view of Albanese's competence, but a reflection of the public's view of Morrison's competence is around the Coalition's low primary vote as well. So it really is a pox on both houses, but I think Labor can do enough here to get over the line.
Joel Fitzgibbon, will Anthony Albanese be our nation's 31st Prime Minister?
I'd rather be him than Scott Morrison. I can see a pathway for Labor to 76 seats and hopefully more than that. But I can't see a pathway for Scott Morrison. He's going to lose at least 4 seats, at least. And he's got to find those and more. And when you have a look around the country, that's a pretty difficult challenge for him. I think tonight it's going to be either a Labor government or a hung parliament. I've been on the polling booths for the last 2 weeks. It's getting increasingly difficult to read people on the ground. Some of them are still pretty abusive, but many of them are going quietly. I think Peter's right about the minor party vote. I think the anti-vax sort of sentiment and the lockdown sentiment is pushing people to minor parties. So really hard to read. It's going to be an interesting night, but again, I'd rather have my money on Anthony Albanese than Scott Morrison.
Bridget McKenzie, I know you've been on the booths as recently as this afternoon. It was a close shave to get you here. We're glad you are here. What's your expectation tonight?
Look, I think there is a pathway to victory for the Liberal and the National Party. I think the Prime Minister's run a stellar campaign around the country, really appealing to those in our communities who want a strong economy, want a safe and secure future, and really articulating the runs on the board that we've been able to deliver for our country over time. I think Joel's right. There is a mood in the electorate, particularly in my home state of Victoria, very anti-Daniel Andrews, very anti-lockdown. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a higher UAP vote in Victoria than we've ever previously experienced. But I'm looking forward to watching the regions, as Peter said, return the people that they know, deliver for them, and where the coalition plays out, in particular those peri-urban seats around the country.
Murray Watt, are you confident of a Labor win? I know you two have been handing out how-to votes today.
Yeah, I suppose I'd probably back up what Joel says. I'd much rather be in Labor's shoes tonight than the government's. I think it is very hard to see how the government cobbled together enough seats to be able to hang on to government, given they are likely to lose some seats to Labor and probably at least a couple to the Teal Independents as well. But I think one of the things that makes it really hard to predict is that there's probably at least a dozen seats around the country that are real knife-edge seats. And of course, I think that we're probably a little bit ahead in some of them. Bridget probably disagrees, and it's going to come down to a very small number of seats and very small margins in those.
James McGrath, your sense of things?
Tonight's going to be chaos. We're not going to know a result tonight. There are so many seats backing up what Murray says, where it's going to depend on who comes last, who comes second last, who comes third last with their preference flows. There are going to be seats that people have never heard of that are going to be in play. And there are seats that are marginal seats that they're going to become probably safe seats. I can talk about Herbert, for example. I think Herbert, you'll see a good result there for the LNP. So I don't think we'll know who the Prime Minister is tonight or for a number of days.
And Richo, finally to you, I'm going to remind you, though, quickly of the prediction of a Labor win at this point in the night, back in 2019. Let's have a look.
I've had too many nights here where I've been grim-faced. I expect to be smiling broadly at the end of tonight.
Richo, now, you weren't the only one, let me tell you, who made the wrong call, but what's your sense of things tonight?
Well, I hope this one isn't wrong, but I think Labor will win. I think we will know that Labor has won tonight. I don't believe we'll be waiting for days to find out. I think it's going to be a comfortable majority for Alba.
Richo, we will see. And let's cross to the party headquarters where all the action will unfold tonight. My Sky News colleagues, Laura Jays and Paul Murray with the Liberal camp in Sydney, Chris Kenny and Nick Rees at the Labor function as well. Paul and Laura, first to you, your predictions tonight.
Well, this is a pretty grim room at the moment. There's no one here, but later on I can assure you there'll be a few friends, a few party officials, a few hanger-oners, Paul. But look, in terms of predictions, that is a bit of a mugs game.
We're not playing, Kieran.
We're not going to go
All I know is that this is the feeling that everyone has before the first game of the first round of a footy tipping competition. Anyone can win. Everyone can win. I'll tell you why my guy's going to win. The whole point is everything you've just heard from the panel is true. It could be a blowout. It could be tight. We're going to learn tonight whether the campaign mattered at all, because there are things that have been in place for months.
That's
in
right.
Western Australia, in women 35 to 55. If any of that is movable, well, then things start to get competitive. But of course, it is down to minor parties. It is down to postals. That's why this isn't just a late one, but it's a complex one.
The Coalition hasn't been ahead in news poll for the whole campaign, nor since, June 2021. So you can't ignore that trend, that it is all going Labor's way. But when you look at the popularity of both men, well, yeah, people don't like Scott Morrison at all, sure, but they don't love Anthony Albanese either. So when you get down to it, no, it's not a popularity contest, but when you look at where the economy is, you look at a boat arrived today, people might just walk into that booth today and have just, pull back just a little bit. In terms of learning about seats that you may never have heard of, that is the one spot-on thing here tonight. You think you live in a safe seat, that your vote doesn't matter. It mattered today. Look at seats like Nichols.
Yeah, and again, preferences, right? So we will learn very early tonight if the campaign mattered or not. Obviously, the Prime Minister is in Kirribilli House, where this time last year, of course, was seeing all of those numbers start to fall his way. I remember asking him, is there some sort of special supercomputer when you're running for Parliament? No, there's the AEC website that you press refresh,
so we're all
refresh and refresh. So we've all got the same data.
Hey, Paul, Laura, thank you. Let's go to Anthony Albanese's function, where we find Chris Kenny tonight and Nick Rees. Gentlemen, good evening to you. What do you make of the Albanese campaign and the prospects tonight?
Yeah, g'day, Kieran. Nicholas and I are getting on fine so far. He's all happy because his beloved Blues beat the Swans last night, but that might be his only win for the weekend, you reckon, Nicholas? Look, it was a shocker of a campaign for Anthony Albanese. There's no escaping that. But according to the polls, it didn't seem to hurt him.
Look, I think Anthony Albanese had some wobbles early on, but I do think he hit his stride. I think, ironically, getting COVID gave him an opportunity to reset, and I thought he came home strongly with that National Press Club address, and I think ultimately Labor did have a successful campaign because they managed to make it all about Scott Morrison and a referendum on him.
The thing is, Nicholas, that we're seeing such a low primary vote for both major parties. This is the historic significance of this election so far. If that pans out, the huge vote for independents and minor parties, the mess of preferences going everywhere, is that just a one-off for this election because the public are so unenthused about the major parties here? Or could this be a new trend? Is this the way of Australian politics? We might see coalition governments, minority governments in the future.
Look, I do think it is a broad trend. You look at that third-party independent vote, it has been climbing steadily for more than 2 decades now. It's now up around 1/3 of the vote. And what it does is it makes elections very, very hard to predict. I agree with James and Paul's points earlier that there are so many cross-currents in this election, so many unknowns. The electorate is so fragmented that I think it's going to be a late night while we see which way those preferences go and how some of these counts play out. You know, there's an old political saying that says a federal election is a by-election in 151 seats. It has never, ever been more true than it is in this election.
Nonetheless, I think Nicholas is predicting a Labor victory, aren't you, mate?
Look, I think you'd rather be Labor than the coalition going into tonight. Talking to the Labor National Secretariat today, they tell me they are quietly confident, but they are not getting ahead of themselves. Nobody has forgotten what happened in 2019.
And Kieran, I reckon when you've got so many seasoned experts predicting a hung parliament, then it's common sense and mathematics to say that it could easily then fall into a small majority for either party. It's going to be that kind of night. And I'm with James McGrath. I think we'll be counting some of these knife-edge seats into the week ahead, perhaps to know the outcome of the election. So in his great description, it's going to be a mess of a night.
Chris Kenny, Nicholas Rees, thank you both. We will be in touch right throughout the night. Let's bring in our chief election analyst now, Tom Cornell. He will be using his touchscreen all night, bringing you the early seat projections that will determine tonight's winner. Tom, you've broken down each leader's most targeted seats throughout the campaign. Talk us through it.
Kieran, no leader publicly gives up a seat or concedes they're worrying about it, but visits from a leader during a campaign give away that concern. For Scott Morrison, there was plenty of defence during what was nearly a 6-week campaign. Scott Morrison's play for Parramatta saw the Western Sydney electorate top his most targeted list. Tasmanian seats came in at 2nd and 3rd during the coalition campaign. 5 offensive visits to Labor-held Lions and 4 defensive ones to battleground Bass. 5 separate seats saw Scott Morrison visit 3 times each in Victoria, the Liberal-held marginal Chisholm and the Labor-held marginal Corangamite. The PM travelled to Australia's most northern electorate Leichhardt 3 times. He also tried to protect Pearce in Perth with 3 turns on the hustings there. And a similar sandbagging strategy in Reid with 3 campaign cameos in Sydney's inner west. A long list of target seats spread right across Australia, each of these critical in the race for 76 tonight. We've got a lot of battlegrounds to look at, and there could be some pretty different ones when you look at different contests across the country. Let's begin though with, yes, it's a small state, but Tasmania could have a big impact on this year's election because you've got 5 seats there, but 3 of them are right up for grabs. Braddon, this seat is one that Labor is targeting. You can see the margin 3%. We've got a bit of preferencing going on in Braddon and Bass, some that could help Labor, some that could help the government hold on to them. So you can see the margin in Bass, 0.4%, as Bridget Archer managed to get a product differentiation with the Prime Minister to hang on to that seat. And then Lions. This is a seat the Liberal Party has long thought they could win back. Look at the size of it. It's a regional type seat without a major centre. In other words, the sort of seat the coalition normally holds. So this is one area we've seen Scott Morrison visit. Anthony Albanese has been here too to try to win seats, amongst others, around the country.
Anthony Albanese racked up 3 campaign visits in 4 seats. In Queensland, 3 trips to the LNP-held Brisbane and Leichhardt. Across in the Northern Territory, he popped into Solomon 3 times, while Albanese also advanced on the government's most marginal electorate nationwide, Bass in Tasmania, 3 times. In WA, 2 trips each to Hasluck and Swan. The battlegrounds of Boothby and Chisholm also saw several Labor appearances. And in the Sydney suburbs, the opposition was optimistic for Liberal-held Bennelong and Reid, 2 visits each. A more widespread strategy than the coalition, extra electorates targeted, albeit with fewer visits to any one target seat overall.
Labor is clearly banking on movement in WA. We had Anthony Albanese launch his campaign there. And again, there are a relatively large number of seats up for grabs considering the size of the state. Have a look. Pearce, 5.2%. We know Christian Porter's stepping down. We know there's movement. Is it enough for Labor? The seat of Hasluck, again, Ken White. It's a decent margin, but 37% of that electorate has been shifted in to Ken White's electorate. In other words, they haven't voted for him before. He doesn't have incumbency across that electorate. Swan is the one Labor's most likely to gain. It's got the lowest margin and it's similar to Perth in terms of demographics, which they already hold. Then you get to Curtin. Are we going to see real movements from the so-called teal independents or not? Kieran, we will see, but Curtin, in terms of whether or not be won by the Teals, that's been rocketing up the list in the past couple of weeks, 2 to 3 weeks from my understanding, so it'll be a big watch when counting does start over in the West.
It will be, Tom. Thank you. Now we're going to get to back to the panel for some predictions on the seat-by-seat contest. Andrew Cornell, what seat should we be watching out for a possible change tonight in your view?
Well, I think if you look at New South Wales, if Labor doesn't make gains in New South Wales, it's all over. But there's probably enough gains to be made in Sydney and surrounds to basically put themselves in a position to be a minority government for starters. The big one for me that I'm looking for is Robertson on the Central Coast. I did a series of door knocks to 4 different seats with candidates. I found a very anti-Scott Morrison feeling in the seat of Robertson. I felt they were neglected, the people there. They felt neglected by Lucy Wicks, the candidate. The government had essentially promised all this pork in 2019, for lack of a better term, pork, and they hadn't delivered. And this has also become, Kieran, a real bellwether seat. So we used to have Lindsay as bellwether seat. We used to have Eden Monero as a bellwether seat, no longer the case. When governments win, they tend to win Robertson. The last time Labor won under Kevin Rudd, they won by 180 votes. Some wish they didn't because Belinda Neal became the member and caused all sorts of dramas. But I think this is one that we really need to look at. If Labor are not winning Robertson, then much more likely a hung parliament are not getting there, in my view, and I think they will win this seat tonight.
Joel Fitzgibbon, you've chosen another seat, which I'd heard that the Labor Party had gone off a bit mid-campaign, but it's come back potentially into the realm of getting it tonight. Talk us through it.
Yeah, I think that's right, Kieran. I've chosen Flynn not because it's a likely, but for 2 reasons. I wanted to have a punt on something that might surprise a few people, but I think also it's in Queensland. I think Queensland is going to be critical to the results tonight. I've chosen it also because I think the margin is inflated by the Adani debacle at the last election campaign. It's on about 8% now, but it was on 1.1% at the last election, so you've got to take that into account. I think tonight you should be looking at any seat where we've lost, where the party has lost incumbency on both sides of the ledger. I have Hunter is the exception to that rule, of course, where I'm very confident Dan Rapoport will win. We have a very good candidate there in Matt Burnett, Mayor of Gladstone. I think he's handled that challenge, climate change, fossil fuel debate very, very depthly up there. And I think the LNP candidate's been in a bit of trouble, confused on that same issue. He's rejected Scott Morrison's commitment to net zero emissions. So that's I think that's very untidy for him. So I think Flynn is very much one to watch tonight, and I hope Matt Burnett does very well. He's worked hard.
We will watch that closely, Joel. Bridget McKenzie, you've looked to the Northern Territory.
Yeah, I think the real roughie tonight is Lingiari. We've got the retirement of a hugely popular incumbent. As Joel said, that is absolutely going to play in for both of us in Warren Snowdon. We see there's been incredibly low turnout in those remote Indigenous communities at the ramps over the last couple of weeks, which will end up to the CLP's advantage. And our own candidate in Damien Ryan is a local mayor. He's very well connected right throughout the Territory for chairing those sort of regional bodies. Hugely popular in the Alice. So look for Catherine Tennant and Alice Booths to come in, and the seat now includes Robertson Barracks in Darwin. So we're looking to Lingiari for some real hope there.
Murray Watt, you've gone to southeast Queensland, and a seat that I'm hearing the Greens are looking pretty strong in too.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons I put this forward, Kieran, is because it's a genuine 3-way contest, the seat of Ryan. I think the seat that Labor has the best chance of winning in Queensland is the seat of Brisbane, but Ryan isn't too far behind it, and I think it's just an interesting one to watch because it could go in any of 3 different ways, the LNP, Labor or the Greens. Labor's run a very strong door-knocking and phone-calling campaign there. And it's a bit like a teal seat in Queensland terms, but of course there is no teal candidate running. And what we've found is that just as Scott Morrison is really on the nose, particularly in the inner city areas across the country, in Sydney and Melbourne that has tended to go to teal independents. But in the absence of those, a lot of those votes are coming to Labor, we think. So I think it's one to watch. The only time we've ever held, Ryan, is in a by-election for a few months. We've never won it at a general election, so it is a big ask. But I think there could be a bit of a turn up there tonight.
OK, we will monitor that one too. James McGrath, you're not that far away from Ryan, a bit further west though, and the territory where Pauline Hanson began her political career out there.
Oh, totally. The seat of Blair, and Blair actually borders onto Ryan. I think Blair's a fascinating seat because you've got a Labor member who hasn't been active. We've got an LNP mayor of Ipswich who twice stood for us in Blair, and she's helped repair the LNP's brand in Ipswich. She's also not corrupt, which is a bonus because the previous two Labor mayors were corrupt. So she's been doing a brilliant job. We've got a candidate who's got energy. So it goes from Ipswich up into the Brisbane Valley, high One Nation vote. This seat, I think, is one to watch in terms of what happens with Labor's vote, our vote, and One Nation's vote, and the preferences and UAP. So watch this one.
Richo, your seat in Western Sydney.
There's nothing too strange about any of these decisions. I think Labor's got to win Reid and Robertson if it's going to win, and so they're the two that I want to look at. If we don't win both, I can't see us winning the election. So I'm looking at those.
Okay, and Reid is Sally Sitsu up against the incumbent Fiona Martin. The other seat, which is really, it's been a blockbuster battle, Peter Credlin in Kooyong the whole campaign.
Look, there isn't a Labor equivalent seat like Kooyong. It's not just blue ribbon, it's blue blood. It's the Liberal Party founder's original seat. Andrew Peacock, another party leader. Of course, Sir John Latham was a party leader, and now it's the seat of the Treasurer. It's an extraordinary seat. It went green. 9 booths out of 38 booths went green at the last election, which tells you there's a foothold there already for the Teals that they've been building on. I don't think anyone could get a harder working local member than Josh Frydenberg, even with all the stuff he's got to do as Treasurer in and around a pandemic. If anyone was going to hang on in this Teal race, it would be him. But I've been in this seat on and off for the last 3 weeks. I saw booths being dressed just as school kids were leaving on Friday afternoon. I've never seen that. 3:30 on the Friday, booths being dressed by the Teals. It's got a sort of a cult-like atmosphere out there. Cult on both sides. We'll see what will happen to that.
We're going to go from one independent to my pick tonight. This is Nichols around Shepparton. Rob Priestley's the independent. It's a 3-cornered contest, and the Liberals and Nationals both running in this seat. It's the neighbouring seat to Indi as well, which, as we know, has been held by the independents in the country there. It's not a Teal independent, this. Rob Priestley, a very well-known family in Shepparton and surrounds. I think he'll do well in that Shepparton booth particularly. We'll watch that one closely, the seat of Nichols. Let's go back to Tom Connell, our chief election analyst at the touch screen. Tom, talk us through more of the battleground regions that you're focusing on tonight.
A lot of the country, we've got the government on the defence. Australia's biggest state, though, both sides have areas they can attack and defend. So let's have a look at a couple of areas in New South Wales and both areas around Sydney. The first one, these are Liberal-held seats. Labor's trying to turn some of these red. Some could go the way of the Teals. Wentworth, a fascinating contest. We know Kerryn Phelps has held this before. That always makes this type of seat easier to get, and if an independent has held it. So a big watch on that. North Sydney, will Labor actually finish second there and do Trent Zimmerman a favour? That's a possibility. That could help him hang on against Kylie Tink, another one of the Teal movement. Banks, I think Labor would hope they win that rather than think they win that. It's a watch on the swing. And then we get to the big hopes there. Reid, 3.2%, long earmarked by Labor. Crucially, they've held this seat before. It's the sort of seat that Labor could win back on a demographic basis. And then Bennelong, fascinating seat. The sort of history you've got in Bennelong, of course, John Alexander stepping down. Again, that incumbency won't help the Liberal Party. On the other side of the fence here, and targets for the government. And really, if they're going to hang on to a majority, they need to get some of this blue. Gilmore, a really strong chance. Andrew Constance is the person running there. A little while ago, you would have said you just about give this to the Liberal Party. Labor says no longer, and they think this is a coin toss, so we'll see. Parramatta, very infamously parachuted in contestant there for Labor, and that's Andrew Charlton trying to win that seat. Eden Monero, I'm not expecting any movement on. Yes, it's a small margin. Very late pre-selection process with the Liberal Party hasn't helped it there. And then you get to a Macquarie. This was a seat that was being counted for days and days last time and decided by a few hundred votes. Labor feels as though it's getting a swing towards it, but on that sort of margin, it's the sort of seat that's always hotly contested. So I think if the government's going to have any chance of hanging on in some form, Kieran, New South Wales, the biggest state, they're going to need to win some seats off Labor there.
Tom, thank you. The election campaign has been a 6-week marathon, no doubt about it, that many thought Scott Morrison designed deliberately in a bid to try and test Anthony Albanese's stamina. In a moment, we'll get our panel's thoughts on who won the campaign and whether it matters at the ballot box at the end of the day. But first, here's Sky's look back at campaign 2022.
This election is about you.
He's a hypocrite and a liar.
It's a choice between a government you know and a Labor opposition that you don't.
We are a great country, but we can be even better.
What's the national unemployment rate?
I think it's 5.4. Sorry. What's the mistake, Andrew?
He missed it by that much.
My theory is shake it off. So what?
Thanks very much. Thank you.
Jobs.
Yeah, 1.2.
Jobs. Jobs.
Hey!
Jobs. And jobs.
The policy is fully costed by the Parliamentary Budget Office.
Will take us away, Mr. Sewell. So why did you not support turnbacks?
We had established offshore processing. That was the first step.
Jenny and I have been blessed. We've got 2 children that haven't had to go through that.
I think every child is a blessing.
I meant no offence. Come and tell me where we're going to fix things up.
Well, the boss has got the bug, so you got me.
We had war gamed the process.
He's got a bit of a croaky throat, as you'd expect.
You just get on with life and work. No, why is it reporting?
You're a disgrace! You are a disgrace!
There we go. That's how you do it.
Australians are getting absolutely smashed by the rising cost of living.
But there's Australia performing better than all of them when it comes to cost of living pressures. Trying to get a pay rise.
Yeah.
There is a war in Europe. There are global inflationary pressures. That's a pretty good job.
I'm told that I'll continue to feel fatigue and tired. Well, thanks very much for joining us. The bells toll for the Morrison government. Time is up.
These are difficult and competitive and challenging economic times.
Less secure work in this country.
Anthony Albanese is a loose unit on the economy. He does have a sneaky carbon tax, but I tell you what, I never leave anything on the field.
What are the 6 what that's about is
What are the 6 points?
Well, if you let me answer the question.
Are these the 6 points here that had to be handed to you by your advisor?
Hang on, you. No, I'm in charge.
I can be a bit of a bulldozer.
Get things
I'm sorry,
done.
you've had your question.
No, you didn't answer it.
You're sounding like a bit of a bulldozer.
I find it incomprehensible that we did not know in advance what was happening in the Solomon Islands.
We're building a strong economy, save the country. And we did.
If this government is a car, it's blowing smoke. It's out of fuel.
It's your home. And it's your super.
Scott Morrison won't change because he can't change.
I'm seeking a second term because I'm just warming up.
Cheers.
Breakfast of champions. Sometimes you get lucky.
One more day.
Here we go.
There we go. Feels very positive.
be getting...
What a campaign it was. Let's get some reaction now. James McGrath, to you, first of all, when we look at the teal impact, we'll see the electoral impact shortly, but I guess I want to get your reflections on the fact that it's diverted so many resources, time, dollars, into what would be otherwise traditionally safe seats. It's had a big impact already.
It's had a massive impact. And I don't want to sound like some conspiracy theorist, but I just find it fascinating that these so-called teal independents, who actually are a political party, have been all mobilised against Liberals, focused on effectively Liberal moderates. So it has shifted resources when we should be attacking, the Labor Party and others. We're trying to defend our own. So, the Teals are giving the Labor Party pretty much a free run to the lodge, which concerns me. It concerns me about the lack of accountability, the lack of transparency. And the fact is, we all know that should it be a minority government, these Teals will back Anthony Albanese to become Prime Minister.
Peter Credlin, you spoke about Kooyong. When I was down there for that debate with Monique Ryan and Josh Frydenberg, I could not believe, it's almost like a war with core flutes, how many core flutes they had up. They're so well resourced, aren't they?
Well, I've got family who live in the electorate, and it's almost like the virtue signalling became the thing that had to go in the front of your garden, to signal. Now, whether they actually vote that way, it's the keeping up with the Joneses thing, you've got to have a core flute in the front garden, we'll see. But I want to make a comment, if I can, about just the general campaign. I mean, I worked for Abbott as opposition leader, Tony Abbott, in the 2010 campaign and obviously 2013. What I find remarkable, if you look at that footage, the Prime Minister was burnishing pictures every night for the TVs. There's plenty of content and movement. He looked like the opposition leader, and the opposition leader was shutting down at lunchtime. Now, the last time Malcolm Turnbull shut down at lunchtime in 2016, there was a 14-seat loss to the government. Clearly, the Labor Party had concerns that Anthony Albanese was a risk. Yes, there were gaffes, of course there were gaffes, but this idea that the tempo was very different, that he was not there in the afternoons and the evenings, his saturation, I thought he'd go into that COVID lockdown. Andrew Cornell and I were talking and saying you just sit there and do wall-to-wall radio. You'd set your Zoom system up, you'd be in and out of all the media. Again, that didn't happen. So this was a cotton wool opposition leader that could end up in the lodge tonight.
Andrew Cornell, your thoughts on that? And I guess the other thing, the point to make is with Scott Morrison's visibility, was it all a plus side?
That's what I was just thinking.
Given the negative ratings.
Scott Morrison himself says people have had enough of government. That means they've had enough of him. So he subjects us to a 6-week campaign where we see him 3 times a day because they're so keen on TV pictures. These guys, I think, on his team thought they won the last election and didn't give enough emphasis to the fact that Bill Shorten and his policies lost it.
Fair point.
And I don't think we needed to see that much of Scott Morrison. I don't think he helped him. Now, generally on the campaign, if you think about who won or lost it, we know Anthony Albanese lost it. I don't know if Scott Morrison won it. That's what I would say. I just wanted to say in relation to the gotcha moments on the campaign, I wanted to spell out a bit how this worked or happened. So I asked Scott Morrison at the press club the petrol price, the price of a rapid antigen, etc., price of bread. He can't name them. It's a bad moment for him. He addresses it in the budget. Then I'm at an Anthony Albanese press conference about to grill him on Kimberley Kitching. Someone from the government asked me to ask him the state unemployment rate of New South Wales. I say that's not the same as the petrol price. I get to that first press conference of Albanese's. Someone magically from the press pack asks Anthony Albanese Tasmania's unemployment rate. I don't think anyone cares if he doesn't know Tasmania's unemployment rate. And someone asked him the cash rate. So this went round and round and round. And I sort of thought, I've had enough of this. I'll ask him short and sharp, something he should know, what the national unemployment rate is, just so he doesn't have time in case he can't get it. I expected him to get it. And you saw what you saw. But it was interesting. I did feel the gotcha stuff started at the press club. And I feel the NDIS question was fair enough. But I thought it ended up getting completely out of hand. I was waiting for him to be asked who Australia's third Prime Minister was, for goodness sake, by the end of it. And I think that kind of turned off the public as well.
Joel Fitzgibbon, now you're out of Parliament, and I know you've been working hard for your beloved Labor Party, but how do you reflect on your old mate's campaign? Because it was a bit rough around the edges, and he could still win. So how do you equate that?
I thought Albo won their campaign easily. And just to start on the points Andrew was just making, I mean, Albo had a few gaffes. He owned them. He was on the biggest political stage in Australia for the first time, up against a wildly experienced campaigner. But he had a good campaign for two main reasons. One, he stuck to his plan. He stuck to his strategy, he stuck to his politics, and he stuck to the policies. And he spent all this time, these last 6 weeks, talking about the issues he had decided were going to be the key issues, but also where Labor was strongest. And no matter how many gaffes he made or how many gotcha questions came, he stuck to the plan, and he gets great credit for that, I think. I was happy. You know, he came up and visited a coal mine in my electorate and stood there with Dan Rapopoli backing the coal miners. I thought that was very, very smart. In other words, while sticking it to the plan, he gave himself a bit of room, a bit of flexibility, including during that COVID week. So, you know, he wasn't sucker punched, Peter. You know, Morrison wanted over 6 weeks to force...
but in what parallel universe is something like the cash rate a gotcha question?
No, but he owned that. Look,
and the unemployment rate.
Look,
the national rate.
And your own policies.
I know Albo very well. I know that he's always across numbers like this. There's a difference between not knowing something and not being able to remember a number. There's a big difference in that. But he was very smart not to fall to every Morrison attempt to flush him out and to put him on a different direction. And on that basis, he showed great discipline, and I think it paid a dividend.
Well, if he gets there tonight, you can't hide. That's the problem with the Prime Minister's job. You can't hide.
I think if he gets there, it will be a bit of a wild ride, I have to say, having seen what I've seen.
Yeah.
And I agree with Peter on that. But I will point out that afternoon I had an interview with him, which had been arranged before the question. Straight off the bat, inflation rate, at least he got that. Otherwise, it could have been good night.
Richo, what's your view on that? Because there were some gaffes and it's, you know, he's still going to be a red-hot chance of getting there tonight, as you believe.
I think
what's your view as you look back?
In racing parlance, he missed the start. He was quite a few lengths behind, but he rounded the home turn in full gallop, and I think he's finishing stronger than his opponent. And so after a poor start, and I think we've got to acknowledge that's what it was, it's a good finish. And I think it's the finish that counts.
Bridget McKenzie, I would also just point back to the first debate, the People's Forum in Brisbane, as a moment where he did perform well, got a bit of confidence back before he went back into isolation. In fact, he performed well at each of the major set events when he was face-to-face with the Prime Minister.
Well, so did Bill Shorten. He performed well in all the debates at that time too. Look, the 6 weeks campaign allowed an opposition leader that had a small target strategy a chance to be exposed to the Australian people in a way that he hadn't been for 3 years. And quite frankly, I know, Richo, you're gilding the lily here. You want your boy to win tonight, and that's fair enough. But at the end of the day, this guy failed each and every time on simple stuff.
What if he wins?
But with Kieran, the reason there's such a large chunk of the Australian public as late as today who hadn't made up their mind on who they were going to vote for was because they didn't like the look of him once they copped it. Once they actually had a detailed examination of him, they knew he wasn't up to it. That's why we're here. I think to the broader issue, we have these macro, polling numbers, etc., and everyone sort of makes assumption on where it's going to go. But this is guerrilla warfare. This is street by street, town by town, local campaigning. And we won't actually know the result until we see the impact on the ground in just so many communities around the country tonight.
Kieran, what you just heard from my friend Bridget was frustration. Frustration that no matter what the coalition did, Albo wasn't sucker punched. They wanted him out. They wanted him to move off the key topics he was interested in talking about. They wanted him to make more mistakes. They wanted to flush him out. And he didn't. He didn't fall for it. Wasn't sucker punched. And I suspect tonight he'll get a dividend for that.
He has lost primary vote skin in the polls since those gaffes, though. The problem for the coalition is they haven't picked up that primary vote. It's gone to minor parties. But he does seem to have lost a bit of skin out of the campaign.
I think you're seeing the low primary vote probably for both the Coalition and Labor, suggests a real fracturing in the Australian body politic more broadly that, we're all going to have to come to terms with over coming years.
Yeah, except I would say the Coalition's running for a fourth term. You'd expect it to take bark off its primary vote. this is a Labor opposition wanting to move into government. And if you look historically back at primary and 2PP, you know, the Hawke wins, they were in sort of a 53-54 territory, as was Howard, as was Abbott. Rudd wasn't, interestingly enough, the 07 win that everyone thinks was such a big number, it wasn't in that 53 territory. Now, you could be seeing tonight an opposition limp into government, not barnstorm into government, but literally limp into government. And I think the hardheads would have wanted to see that primary move a little bit more, because once you get into government, it's just seat attrition. Very rarely do you actually improve the position once you're in there.
Murray Watt, one of your colleagues said to me over the last few days, the number one issue in this campaign by the length of the straight has been Scott Morrison and his unpopularity. If you win, is it due to that as opposed to your leader's performance?
I think that'll obviously be a huge factor, and certainly that's what I was saying to people at voting booths was, you know, if you want to get rid of Scott Morrison, then vote Labor. That was our key message, and that's why I do think in the end we probably have won the campaign, because I think that is the dominant message out there. I think one of the things that this campaign has shown is that there is a bit of a disconnect between what all of us who follow politics closely think, whether it be in the media or in politics itself, and what the average punter thinks. And frankly, I'm not sure that the average punter cares too much about, you know, these sort of gotcha questions. And just to go back to that first debate that Sky News held, which I think was about a few days after these so-called gaffes, not one question from a member of the audience was about any of that. It was about how the kids were going to buy a house, whether they could get a GP appointment, you know, cost of living issues. That's what people actually cared about. And I do think that Labor has run a disciplined campaign by keeping the focus on those issues, while also, of course, mentioning Scott Morrison at every opportunity.
So here's a question perhaps for Richo. Is this a drover's dog election? And those who've been around for a while will remember that term. It's one that Bill Hayden used when he was rolled or forced to resign for Bob Hawke. Bob Hawke had a 30-day run to the lodge, and Hayden said, well, you know, frankly, a drover's dog could beat Fraser. Is the drover's dog about to beat Scott Morrison?
I think it takes more than a drover's dog to beat Morrison. I think Morrison is a substantial politician. I don't think he's a nobody. I don't think he's an accident. I think he's performed pretty well. And so I think you've got to be a bit more than what you're suggesting, Andrew. Mind you, it always helps, I think, when you have time and luck on your side. And I think all the luck and all the timing is with Labor. And that's because, as is well known, God's voting Labor this time, so we're just about there.
And Peter, you had some thoughts on the historical ones?
Yeah, but looking back at the history and looking back at past elections, I found something interesting. In the 98 election, this was Howard versus Kim Beazley, of course, people remember. On election eve, the news poll went Labor's way, 53-47, as it did in the last 24 hours. But that election was won by Mr Howard, 51-49, because there was a significant swing Labor's way, but it wasn't uniform in the seats that made a difference. So we'll all be watching. We've all got favourite seats that we like to use as a bit of our own personal bellwethers. Where they land early on in the night will tell us whether there is a big swing, well, we all think there is, but where is it moving, and is it in the seats that change government?
But Howard had a big margin from 96. If he didn't, you know, he would have lost that election, presumably.
Well, Morrison's only got 77. Same story as Malcolm Turnbull. He lost 14, survived by 1.
But I guess my point is Morrison's in a weaker position than Howard was then with the 77. That's all he's got. Howard had that buffer. He could afford to take the GST reform and take that level of hit, although I do take your point about how wrong the news poll was.
Can I also
Beazley won the popular vote.
Sorry, Andrew. I'd also say this. I think without in any way disparaging Scott Morrison, John Howard was one of the great post-war prime ministers. And so beating John Howard, that was something. You know, I think Howard was a great performer. A great reformer, and I think he was awfully hard to beat. So,
can I say something about that, Kieran?
My point was that the national vote, though, was won by Labor.
Yes,
Howard was a good prime minister. No one would be foolish to say otherwise. But Beazley won both the primary and the two-party preferred vote in that 1998 election that Peter was talking about. But John Howard was also a little bit lucky. Like, he just scraped in. I'm sure he took a bold reform program into the 98 election, but he won despite losing the popular vote. In 2001, we had the Twin Towers and Tampa come into our shores completely. I mean, Labor led all the way until those events occurred. Then 2004, Latham had wrong-footed John Howard over a long period of time, but Howard sort of worked him out. And then we had the forestry debacle, and I suppose that was a case of Morrison, the handshake. But I suppose that was a case of Howard making his own luck. But still, he was delivered good fortune during the 2004 election. So he was a good Prime Minister. He's got good reforms to his credit, but he also had a bit of luck along the way.
So you make your own. We'll see tonight who the luck falls with. Let's check in with some voters now. We've had some interviews with voters across key seats. I believe most of these from the East Coast, seats like Reid and Wentworth. Have a look.
Border Forces. I vote for the Liberal Party, for the Border Forces. There's strength in the party, and I like Mr Morrison, I like the Liberal Party.
I would say my primary concerns are the level of corruption and pork barrelling that have been going on recently.
Public debt, I think that's a big deal in this election. I come from a country where we actually have to live because of public debt, and I'm kind of concerned about what may happen to my kids.
I'm not happy, but I'm also, the other alternatives I'm not confident in, so I'm just... Is it better the devil you know than the devil you don't? I'm not sure at the moment.
Honestly, the worst part is I don't even know, really. That's what it comes down to. A lot of young people right now are going to be thinking. It's just not clear what decision to make.
So just a sense of the views of a few voters, hearing some of those lines that our politicians have used over the last 6 weeks. James McGrath, I'm intrigued tonight by this third element, not just the Teals, but the United Australia, the dollars that have gone out. Tens of millions of dollars again. But the difference this time is it's not all zeroed in on Labor. He's sprayed at Clive Palmer at both sides. Will that be telling?
I think it is going to have an impact on this campaign, and he hasn't just done it over the last couple of weeks. Anyone who's been driving around Australia has seen that he has been bumping up shareholder profits for all the billboard companies, and he's been spraying it at the Liberal Nationals, the Liberal Party, Labor, everybody. The thing about Clive, he hasn't had a consistent message. And the ones I've seen in Brisbane recently, it's almost like he's trying to sell something for a banking service, something about interest rates. So whether it's going to have the massive impact we think, but there is going to be an impact, I think it's probably going to hurt the government more this time, and that does concern me.
Murray, what I was hearing today from both sides of politics in Queensland that they were a little surprised at just how many how-to-vote cards were going out with the colour yellow.
Yeah, look, Clive has mobilised a really big army of supporters, whether they be paid or volunteers, no one really knows. But one of the things that's been very interesting in the Queensland regional seats this time round is the total absence of volunteers for Pauline Hanson and being completely outnumbered by Clive Palmer. To the point where lots of people who actually were handing out for Pauline Hanson at the last election are now backing in Clive Palmer. So we do expect that he'll do quite well in both outer suburban Brisbane and also regional Queensland. I mean, I think James is right. I mean, certainly in terms of Clive's messaging, it's much more even-handed than last time. It's a bit of a pox on both your houses. But the reality is his how-to-vote cards in almost every electorate around the country are still preferencing the Liberal or National parties. So
which is more influential, the advertising or the how to vote?
I think the how to vote cards matter a fair bit, and look, let's be honest, that's why parties put so much time into negotiating preference arrangements. They do matter, especially in an election when we're likely to see a high third-party vote. And Joel nominated the seat of Flynn earlier as one to watch, and I certainly hope it will be because I've spent a fair bit of time up there. One of the big obstacles for us is the likely high Hanson and Palmer vote. And we know that they're preferencing back to the LNP, so that's going to make it difficult in that seat. Hopefully Matt Burnett's personal profile will be enough to overcome it. But at the end of the day, both Palmer and Hanson are still sort of arms of the LNP and shift votes their way.
10 minutes until polls closed in the east, so they will start to get some numbers very, very soon. It's all happening, Bridget McKenzie. But your view on all of this, the Palmer impact, and what I'm intrigued about, imagine if he doesn't get one seat. If he doesn't even get a Senate spot, and he spent about $100 million.
Well, who knows what Clive's actual intent is at any given time or moment. But like Murray, there is a huge vote in Victoria, particularly in those peri-urban, more working class seats, in the regions for the UAP than I've ever seen before. And there is when you speak to voters about what's driving them to only take the yellow card. It is vaccine mandates around their work-life balance. And so Daniel Andrews, the state premier, has put that in place, as has Palaszczuk, the Labor premier in Queensland. And there's a lot of anger around. They're not necessarily anti-vaxxers. They just don't like government telling them what to do. And Clive's the one speaking to that cohort. So we're seeing a huge jump in Victoria, particularly, even seats in Nichols this morning.
I think that's spot on, Kieran. I was getting a lot of this on the booths in Hunter, a lot of it. It's vaccinations, mandatory vaccinations, it's lockdowns, and they're all just drifting to Palmer or the anti-vax party. But there's a broader question or issue here, and that is the disillusionment amongst the punters in our democracy, in our parliamentary representation.
Yeah, I think
I've never seen it so bad. Basically, they hate all of us, and they're looking for an opportunity to go elsewhere. Palmer's spending a lot of money, and that's where they're going.
Well, last time round he spent about $90 million and didn't get himself a seat. This time it's well over 100, we're told. We may never know. But I think politicians have been in everyone's lives in a heavy way for the last 3 years. I don't know. I don't ascribe to the pessimistic view that this disillusionment is permanent. I hope for our politics it's not. I hope it's something that's come out of the pandemic and good government of whatever stripe is going to return that back. But I think the UAP vote will be very interesting because this will be where the preference discipline on the centre-right usually lets the coalition down, whereas the preference discipline, Greens into Labor, is usually very strong. And I'm told, Murray, up your way, in and around Brisbane and beyond, you've got a really strong Green vote coming out of Queensland. So that will possibly help Labor where perhaps Anthony Albanese hasn't translated.
Another thing I think that's worth looking at tonight is the difference between the states. So I can see a scenario where Queensland and Tasmania hold up pretty well for the government, but the government loses because of New South Wales, South Australia, Victoria, Western Australia. I really think that the government is in a reasonable position in Queensland and Tasmania.
Oh, can I come in here? I think it'll be a miracle if we hold all our seats in Queensland. Everybody does think that Queensland is a bastion for the Liberal National Party, and we have overperformed. But of the 23 seats we hold, 13 or 14 of those are your classic marginal seats. And to go, I think it was Joel's point, some of those margins are actually artificially high. Seats like Capricornia, it is a Labor seat. The fact that Michelle Landry holds Capricornia is a miracle. I think she'll hold it this time. But we've got 13, 14 classic marginal seats.
What are you looking at? Are you looking at Brisbane, Longman, Ryan, Leichhardt? They're the four
look, I'm a pessimist and I'm an old campaign director, so I look at all of them because I always think, woe is me. But Leichhardt's going to be tough. Longman's going to be tough. We've been talked about, Brisbane and Ryan. I think something interesting is going to happen in Griffith. I want our candidate Olivia Roberts to win Griffith, but I'm scared that there is a green surge in Griffith and something's weird's going to happen there. So that scares me for the future of Queensland.
The only thing, I suppose, where I disagree with James is that, one of our massive challenges in Queensland this time around is the size of the margins we've got to overcome because we did so badly last time. In some respects, the last election result in Queensland was almost a generational. It was likely to put us out of seats in Queensland for a generation. And when you're having swings like 13% in seats like Capricornia, it's really hard to overcome them in one election. So, frankly, if we can pick up 1 or even 2 seats in Queensland, that'll be a pretty amazing achievement given where we ended up last time. Even our most marginal seats that we're chasing from the government are held by at least 4%. To go to Peter's point about the Greens, yeah, sure. In a lot of seats, if the Greens are preferencing Labor, obviously that would benefit us in the same way preferences from One Nation go to the government. But the risk, as James floats, is that there are a number of inner city seats that actually could fall to the Greens. So that's our challenge in seats like Brisbane and Ryan, is that not only have we got to get the LNP primary vote down, but we've got to make sure we end up ahead of the Greens. Otherwise, there's a risk that the Greens get elected on our preferences.
Viewers need to understand that Greens come back to Labor 80% of the time, and they come back, the centre-right, let's say UAP, Pauline Hanson, One Nation vote comes back to the coalition, usually about 55% of the time. High watermark last time in the 2019 election at 65%, but that's because Palmer really went after Labor. As James said before, Palmer's gone after everyone. I don't think that number will be there.
Joel, it's such an interesting scenario, this election, where the last election saw Shorten really stretched by the two flanks. To me, it's been more the Morrison challenge at this election with the Palmer-Hanson impact, but also obviously the Teal impact that we were talking, being stretched so much on those core issues?
Well, what's cheered me up this campaign, Kieran, is that after at least a decade, no more than a decade, maybe 2 decades, dealing with this challenge Labor has with its 2 bases on climate change, it's now come back to bite the coalition, and Scott Morrison's been doing nothing, anything possible to avoid talking about climate change. I think Peter's point on preference discipline is a really important one. For example, in my electorate last time, 66% of the Greens came back to Labor, and 29% of One Nation leaked back to me, but only half of that leaked to me from the UAP. So Palmer's vote is up. That's going to make life more difficult in seats like my own.
But what I would say about that is people voting Greens are voting pure ideology, whereas people voting for Palmer and One Nation, it's more protest. That's how I'd characterise it. So you've got a lot of Labor voters. They're all sort of naturally Labor voters voting Greens. You've got a lot of traditional Liberal and traditional Labor voters voting for One Nation, and it's around that Howard Battler sort of area. It's the fact that the working class feel that Labor doesn't look after them anymore.
Would you agree with that?
Of course I disagree that Labor doesn't look after working class voters, but there is a sentiment out there, I accept that.
The Greens' ideological vote as opposed to protest, and hence why they're more disciplined in their preferences.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things I did notice at some of the pre-poll booths in the inner city in Brisbane was that, our key message to people who were tossing up Greens or Labor was that if you want to get rid of the government, you've got to vote Labor. Don't risk a vote with a Greens or another minor party. And what I noticed was that a lot of the people, particularly younger voters who were coming and just taking the Greens how to vote card, they weren't thinking about who was going to form government. They were wanting to make their statement about what sort of party they wanted. And for some Greens voters, I think it's a bit of an identity thing that, if you're a young person in the inner city, in any of our big capital cities, you vote Green. That's just what you do. And I don't think they were necessarily thinking about the political consequences of that vote. It's a bit different for older people who are sort of weighing up the choices between the two. But, certainly the Greens do tend to preference Labor more often than the centre-right parties. But the centre-right parties have done enormous damage to the Labor vote in some of those regional seats. I mean, last time round, whether it be Capricornia, Flynn, Dawson, all of those seats where we got walloped, the LNP primary vote barely moved. Yeah. What happened was the Labor primary vote collapsed, went to One Nation, and then got passed on to the LNP preference.
That was about 1%, wasn't it?
I think it was even less than 1% at the last election, and it's now about 13.
Now it's 12.
Yeah.
So you could see a big. I mean, I know Queensland can swing.
Yeah.
Would you expect some big swings tonight?
I think we'll get some pretty big swings back towards us in some of those regional Queensland seats. But the question has always been, can we get 13%? Or in Flynn, can we get 8.8 or whatever it is? That's a big ask to turn around in one election, and especially when you've still got Palmer and Hanson who are still sort of white-anting that Labor vote, appealing to people in mining communities and others, and then preferencing back to the LNP.
But you're also negating the fact that local MPs, like Michelle Landry, have actually done the hard work of delivering for Capricornia over a long period of time. And if you walk into Rockhampton, as you and I have often done, it is a Michelle vote as much as it's an LNP vote. And I think, all politics is local and never more exemplified in Capricornia.
But Kieran, that is also true of Ken O'Dowd. Ken O'Dowd in Flynn was a very popular.
This is why the retirements will matter, right? Tonight, the retirements will matter, the redistributions will matter. We could end up electing a Prime Minister based on everybody in the country's second or third preference.
Peter, we've got some breaking news here on Sky News. It's just gone 6 p.m. Eastern and polls are closed on the East Coast. If you're just joining us, don't go anywhere. We're bringing you the biggest and best rolling coverage of the voters' verdict right around the nation. Welcome to election night on Sky News. There are 30 seats in the Sunshine State and just 6 of them are held by Labor. Can Anthony Albanese gain ground here? But it's New South Wales that could decide this election. Morrison is hunting gains in Gilmore and Parramatta to compensate for likely losses elsewhere. But could Climate 200 independence threaten the coalition's path to power? And as counting begins here in Victoria, all eyes will be on the crucial seat of Chisholm, a Labor majority difficult without a win here. While the Apple Isle offers a double dose of battlegrounds, Bass and Braddon both hang in the balance. Polls are closed, ballots are being counted. The voters' verdict is live, right here on Sky News. This is Election Night live on Sky News. Let's reintroduce our panel. Graham Richardson, James McGrath, Peter Credlin, Andrew Cornell, Joel Fitzgibbon, Bridget McKenzie, Murray Watt. Counting is now beginning across the East Coast. These are live shots of ballots being processed in Melbourne. In a moment, those results live on our touchscreen with Tom Connell. Let's return, though, to our panel as we await those results to come in. Peter Credlin, it's always a moment, isn't it? Election night, polls are closed, no more talking. This is the counting. This is when we look at the numbers.
Absolutely. And I think we'll be all watching, not just seats, we'll be down to granular booth level, because I think booths in some seats will be telling, particularly the key marginals. What's the mood of the electorate? Has there been any clawback of the Liberal Party primary vote? If there's a move back in the primary vote, then I think the other vote will come to them on preferences. But if today, when they got in there and there's a big slide to Labor, I think the government's gone, but, very early days. It'll be a late night.
It looks like it, doesn't it? James McGrath, Peter touched on earlier that we all have the seats or the booths that we look at and we think, OK, there's a shift on here. Where will you be looking?
As always, I'll be looking to Queensland. I'll be looking to a seat like Blair to see if something's interesting happening there, but also the Green vote in Brisbane and Ryan, what's happening in Leichhardt and Longman. I think Queensland is the most important state. I'm a Queensland senator, expect me to say that, but it is the swing state. So let's see what happens there. But also, I don't think we're going to know the result tonight. We won't know for a couple of days because of the way the vote has splintered amongst the minor parties, and I just don't know where people's preferences are going to go.
Richard, what's your view on that? We know there are a lot of postals. The pre-polls get counted tonight, the postals don't. Do you think we'll know the result tonight?
I think we'll have a pretty fair idea. I think, obviously, I have a rosier view of Labor's chances. I think Albo's going to do pretty well tonight, and I expect to walk out of here in a very celebratory mood.
OK, we'll see. Andrew Cornell, same question that I put to James McGrath. Where will you be looking? I know you've been on the ground doing the door knocking, got a really good sense of the pulse of some of those seats. But tonight, what are you going to be looking at?
New South Wales is everything. Reid, Robertson and Ben Long. This is a race to 74. So Labor really needs a net 5 seats. Then they're on 74. The government's back to 71. Pretty hard to argue the government should be in power then. It's only 5 seats. If Anthony Albanese can't get there when Scott Morrison's been on the nose, you'd have to attribute it to his campaign gaffes, because otherwise he should be winning this election.
Joel Fitzgibbon, to you on where we should be keeping an eye on early as the numbers start to trickle in.
Well, obviously New South Wales is critical. If we don't pick up, 3 or 4 seats in New South Wales, it gets very hard to find those 7 seats. So we'll be watching that very, very closely. I'll be watching Hunter. I've got the 2-party preferred from every booth in Hunter in front of me, and I'll be able to tell you as soon as I get the Cessnock West booth, I'll tell you exactly what's happened to the primary in Cessnock, and I'll give you a pretty good idea what's happening to the primary in New South Wales. I can bet you. I just having a look at one of the betting agencies. This is something very interesting. Aside from the punting on the primary vote, 2-party preferred, they have a list of the 10 seats which has the most money on them. Kooyong, Fowler, Wentworth, Warringah, Goldstein, Chisholm, Boothby, North Sydney, Higgins and Hunter. So it's interesting to see what the punters are thinking.
Yeah, did you put all the money on in Hunter?
I'm not saying.
See, it's interesting that seats like Kooyong and Werriwa can even be in that list.
Yeah,
when you look at their history.
Absolutely.
It's pretty amazing that people are thinking there's going to be a real chance of change.
Absolutely. Even Fowler you'd put into that mix. But Bridget McKenzie, to you on, let's look at the regional seats. Where are you worried about that seat that I raised earlier? Nichols, you were there earlier today. The Independent's thrown a lot of resources at that one and hasn't got a lot of coverage.
Well, I think this election we're going to actually be looking at the regional seats right across the country more than we probably have in recent times. I mean, the fact that we're even considering the Hunter equally. But Nichols, absolutely, in my home state of Victoria, I'll be keeping a close eye on. Home of Blackjack McEwen. We don't want to lose that one at all. But looking at Flynn, I think is going to be exciting for Victoria. The early signs out of McEwen and Corangamite are going to really be key indicators for us as a government. There's no surprise the PM was in McEwen early this morning, and there's a very good reason for that. So I'll be keeping an eye on both of those booths going forward tonight.
Murray, what Tasmania, Andrew Cornell mentioned earlier, didn't think Labor was too promising there. What's your sense of things, particularly Bass and Braddon, those perennial marginals?
Yeah, I mean, those are seats that very often change with government. So if we are looking at a change of government tonight, and obviously I hope that's the case, I think we've got a pretty good chance of picking up at least one of those seats. In Bass, we've got the former member Ross Hart running again, so he does have a pretty high profile. Obviously, there's been issues around Bridget Archer and the government and their relationship with each other, which I think will probably be a bit damaging for the government in Bass. But overall, I'm actually not expecting to see a whole lot of change in regional areas in this election. I think that largely the really intense feeling against Scott Morrison has mostly been in the cities. So if you look at the seats that are really in play, I think they do tend to be in the inner city, in each of the big capitals, and that's where probably the election will be won or lost, I reckon.
Murray Watt, thank you all. Let's return now to the party headquarters. My Sky News colleagues, Laura Jays and Paul Murray with the Liberal camp in Sydney, as are Chris Kenny and Nicholas Rees in Sydney, but the Labor function. Paul and Laura, to you, I'll ask you the same question that I asked some of the panellists here. What are the early moves or numbers that might give us a sense of where this is going tonight?
Oh, look, the early vibe of the thing, and that is all it is at the moment, right? There's no numbers that are being counted, but you speak to both camps at this point. The Nationals I've been speaking to late this afternoon, and they have offered up Hunter as their Hail Mary here. You remember, well, Joel will, absolutely, that One Nation took 17% of his vote away at the last election. Joel's no longer there. He had a very high personal vote, he won't mind me saying. And so the Nationals and One Nation collectively believe that the Nationals have won that seat of Hunter at this early stage. So, I mean, it's early days, but that's the confidence play now.
So the spinning continues past the polls being closed because, of course, as we're on the air right now, polls are still open in South Australia, the Northern Territory, Lingiari, Boothby, both in play, and obviously 2 in Western Australia as well, so bear that in mind. Also, I'm loving that you're seeing on camera right now the process playing out, the counting that's happening on the other side of the screen. First time in Australian history that's happening. Yeah. But one thing also is that there is a mood of optimism here that the path, while narrow as it was last time, can be retrod by the government. They expect that to be the case if the Freedom parties, so take your pick on which order that is in, they deliver the preferences to the government. Now, for what it's worth, there's all sorts of science and data around. Google Trends today from 6 o'clock in the morning show. Number 1, how to vote Liberal, then how to vote Green, then how to vote Labor. But also, while we're talking about a tight electoral contest, postals. There are key seats with like 20% of the vote will not be opened until tomorrow.
Well, I know James McGrath can be pretty pessimistic around election time, and he's certainly doing that today on the panel, but for good reason. I think that we won't know results tonight. Look at the most marginal seat in Victoria, the seat of Chisholm, for example. The postal votes there at 23.1%, so that won't even be counted to tomorrow. You go down the list: Ryan, Brisbane, Higgins, Kooyong, Corangamite, Longman, Pearce and Goldstein all have a postal of around 20%. So those candidates, those sitting MPs might have a very nervous, not night, but week ahead.
So for us, it's put simple. I agree about New South Wales, but it is that freedom vote. If it is high, it can deliver the government. If it doesn't turn up, then there'll be a change of government.
Never underestimate Queensland.
Paul, Laura, thank you. Chris Kenny, Nick Rees, where do you think Labor, if it is to gain ground, is most likely to do it tonight?
You go, Nicholas.
I don't have...
Oh, you didn't have the audio. He's asking where will Labor gain ground? If they're going to win the government tonight, where are they going to get those victories?
Look, I think WA will be critical. Obviously, those seats of Swan, Pearce and Curtin. I think Labor will be hoping to pick up a seat or 2 out of New South Wales. Reid, I would put at the top of the list there. The perennial of Bass and Braddon in Tasmania, and possibly a seat like Chisholm in suburban Melbourne. Interestingly, you know, Queensland often features on election nights. I'm not sure that will be the case this time round, because even the most marginal government-held seats in Queensland have a margin of 4%. So really hard for Labor to make gains there this time round.
One of the things I'm going to be looking out for, Kieran, is where the Liberal Party or the coalition could pick up seats, because we know they're going to lose some seats. So to stay in government, they have to win seats somewhere. We're going to look at Gilmore, of course, in New South Wales. Maybe something odd like Parramatta, where Labor have shown a bit of hubris, parachuting in a millionaire candidate into the seat of Parramatta. Couple of very marginal Labor seats in Queensland too, and Queensland can do strange things on election night. I think a key factor in this election, as always, is the shy Tory factor, the fact that the polls tend to underestimate the coalition vote. I think our politics has become so toxic that factor is increasing. There's a big margin to make up. The coalition behind even on the primary votes in a lot of the polling, but expect the coalition to actually do better than the polls show. It's just a matter of whether it's big enough. And as Paul was saying, all those minor parties flowing through, breakaway parties on the right, how much preference discipline is there from them to get back to the coalition? It's going to be a long and fascinating night. Nicholas, you've been talking to people deep inside the Labor Party organisation. You described them to me before, that old cliche of quietly confident. Surely they'd be desperately nervous as well.
Oh, absolutely. After what happened in 2019, nobody is getting ahead of themselves. And as has been commented on several times this evening, everybody is finding it very hard to read these polls at the moment, because the electorate is so fragmented, because those preference flows are so hard to read. I mentioned Queensland a moment ago. Those UAP preferences are going to be quite decisive and could actually deliver some upsets. People are talking about the UAP vote being at its highest in Victoria. Well, that could deliver some outer suburban surprises there as well. So, and look, I think you could see a seat like Nichols in regional Australia, in regional Victoria, also potentially change hands with a strong independent running there, a seat that probably hasn't got as much attention as it should have. Just while we are talking, I do want to do a big shout out though to the 100,000 AEC workers who are out there today manning those polling stations and are, as of now, counting those votes. They will be, for the first time, counting till midnight this time. I think they finished at 10 p.m. last election. But for those viewers at home doing the time math, that means that in Western Australia, they'll be counting till 2 a.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time.
And just a few more people starting to turn up here at the Canterbury Hurlston Park RSL. Anthony Albanese's not here. He's at his home taking in events with his partner, Jodie. We expect to see him here later on when there's something to say, something to observe. But, of course, a lot of volunteers from the Labor Party just knocking off now after the polls closed at 6 o'clock. Someone drifting in here. Many will be staying behind, of course, to scrutineer the counts. They're a fantastic part of the process too, all those party volunteers right across the country. Back to you in the studio.
Indeed. Chris and Nicholas, thank you so much. And it is all said and done in the East anyway. Let's give you another sense of what voters are thinking on the East Coast as polling booths have now closed.
Well, what big issue defined your vote?
The economy. Strong economy and strong security for Australia.
It's better to be safe, I think, than sorry.
Did you make up your mind at the last moment?
Yes.
Probably integrity amongst the politicians themselves, I'd say. Just having a good person like in charge, regardless of, where they stand in the political. It's more about trust than anything, I'd say.
Mainly climate action.
Yeah. And which candidate do you think deals with that better?
I think either our independent Allegra or Dominic, our Greens candidate.
What issues? Honestly, I'm just here to vote, so I don't get fined.
So the counting begins. It's a nervous wait, Peter Credlin, isn't it, for the candidates, for the leaders, for everyone involved now?
It's a terrible time when you're campaigning because you go hell for leather for the 6 weeks. There's a last early, push on their booths and stuff today. And then at 6 o'clock, you're sort of standing around waiting to get married or waiting to get divorced. You don't know what's going to happen. and it's also, we look closer at some of these seats like Kooyong for Josh Frydenberg. We're talking about the treasurer of the nation who could lose his seat tonight. Look, someone has smartly reminded me that underneath Kooyong there are 4 state seats. Only one of those state seats, the seat of Kew, Tim Smith's seat, is actually held by the Liberal Party. The other 3 seats that underpin the blue ribbon of blue ribbons there in Victoria are all held by the ALP. So that in itself is pretty telling.
It is telling, and James McGrath, what I find intriguing about it as well is that Josh Frydenberg is still quite popular in that area. So if he loses the seat, what do you put it down to? Is it shifting demographics, or is it the momentum of the Teal, the fact that it's seen as cool, or is it the Prime Minister's unpopularity there?
There's a combination of factors. There are shifting demographics. You've got these people who live in expensive homes, who drive European cars, and everything's air conditioned, and suddenly they approach politics through the essence of a bumper sticker and think, oh, if I vote Teal, I'm going to save the world. And you're seeing that in seats in Melbourne, but also in seats like Ryan. I spent a few days there on pre-poll, and people get out expensive cars and they're voting Green. And I think they're a bunch of hypocrites. But there's a shift in demographics there. We're not just seeing that here in Australia. We've seen that over in the UK also.
Would you agree with that in terms of the demographic shift, that the voters for the Teals or the Greens are now not just maybe the university students or younger people, but more well-off voters as well?
Yeah, definitely. I think that's exactly right. And I saw exactly the same kind of things as James when I was on pre-poll there. I mean, I think one of the interesting things, though, for the government, when you think about the seats that we're all talking about possibly changing hands, they are seats where climate change is a really big issue. So it's the Teal seats, it's the inner city seats that Labor or the Greens might pick up in Brisbane. It's seats like Boothby, it's seats like Curtin, Swan. Climate change is a really big issue, and I think some of the difficulties the government's had with climate change are going to play out tonight.
Let's go live to the Greens headquarters now. I'm joined by the leader, Adam Bandt. You heard a couple of the theories there, that your voters now aren't just the traditional Greens voters, but often well-off voters. Is that how the base has changed for the Green Party, in your view?
Well, look, climate is becoming an increasing concern for a lot of people, and just don't forget that you've got UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, who's hardly known as a radical lefty, saying that we need to get out of coal. And people right around the country have looked at what this government has done. People understand the science is coming in, and I think what we're finding is that it's cutting across all kinds of previous voting persuasions and all kinds of economic interests as well. People understand that we've got to act, and they've seen a government not acting, and I do think we're going to see that playing out in a number of ways tonight.
I certainly heard feedback from the booths that your support was up this election. Is that your sense of things? Do you expect a better performance in 2022?
Well, we've been getting really good feedback and strong support on the booths, certainly in seats in inner city Melbourne, where I've been today, and reports from Brisbane are encouraging as well. A lot of people saying they're voting Greens for the first time, not only because of climate, but also because it's ended up being a very narrow election campaign where there haven't been necessarily a lot of policy differences between the government and the opposition, and we've put forward a strong, not only climate alternative, but an economic alternative. And a lot of people have said that they feel inspired about being able to vote for someone that they agree with and that's putting forward an alternative. I guess our biggest challenge during the course of this election campaign is it's a potential change of government election. We hope it's a change of government election, and of course, during a change of government election, there is often a big swing to the opposition, because there's a sense that that is how you best change the government. And so a big part of our approach has been to say, well, look, we want to change the government too, and you vote Greens to change the government. And I guess we'll see soon what the vote is.
If you were more moderate or centrist as a party, would you be attracting the votes that have gone to the Teal independents?
Look, we welcome the entrance of those independents into the race, and there's really only been one seat, which is the seat of Kooyong, which had been a Greens Liberal seat, and now where there's been a strong independent campaign that's run, where I guess you'd say we've been in anything like electoral competition at this election. The seats that those Teal independents have been focused on aren't the seats that we've been focused on. We've been focused on growing in the Senate and hopefully picking up senators in those states, South Australia, Queensland, New South Wales. We've only got one senator, hoping to add an additional senator to that, and also some inner city seats. We've been campaigning strongly in inner city Brisbane and in Melbourne, and also, of course, the regional seat of Richmond in New South Wales. So there hasn't been, I guess, competition in that sense, and we welcome their entrance into the race. We recommended preferences to those Teal independents in the seats that they were running. And I guess, we're not far away from finding out what the result is.
And finally, Adam Band, if you hold the key number that Labor needs to form government after tonight, what will you be asking in return for your support from Anthony Albanese?
Look, if we do find ourselves in that minority parliament, our approach will be to ensure that we have stable, effective and progressive government. And we've said during the campaign that we want to see action on climate, we want to see action on inequality. If we do find ourselves in that situation, of course, we'll have to have a look at what the rest of the parliament looks like. And bearing in mind, in 2010, there were also independents that were important to the formation of that government then. And we'd approach that with the principles that we've outlined, but also with an open mind. But it's stable and effective and progressive government that would be our priority, with action on climate and action on inequality.
Just before you go, Joel Fitzgibbon's at the desk tonight. He's on the record warning against a Labor-Greens deal after the experience of the Gillard minority government. What would you say to convince Joel?
I don't need to convince Joel. I need to talk to the people who are elected to Parliament, that my colleagues in the House of Representatives, and we're going to have strong representation in the Senate as well. Look, people want climate action. If there is a power-sharing parliament, or even if there's not, I think one of the lessons that's clear from this election is that people are turning away from the old parties, and I think there's a really strong desire amongst the public for politicians to work together to tackle some of the big issues that we're facing. I think there is an understanding from the public that we do have some big issues that we're facing as a country, but also as a planet. And I think there's a really strong desire for people to work together to address those.
And Ban, appreciate your time. Thank you. Now, Joel Fitzgibbon, your thoughts, because we could see a scenario where Labor gets to 73, 74 seats, hypothetically speaking. We don't know where it ends up tonight, but if Adam Bant remains the deciding factor, what would be your advice to your former colleague, Mr Albanese?
Well, first of all, someone needs to tell Adam the polls are closed. Maybe he's prosecuting the next election in 3 years' time. I'm not sure. Look, I've made this point before. Labor is still paying a price for the deal it did with the Greens in 2010, particularly in electorates like mine. I see that from commentary from my local people every single day. And having convinced themselves that we are constantly in bed with the Green, it takes a lot of unconvincing. But look, the orthodoxy is that you take government whenever you can secure it. And I think that orthodoxy still holds here. I mean, Labor just has to enter into any negotiations that might emerge, determined to do one thing, and that is not to enter into any deals which in any way are in conflict with our values as a party or any of the policy pronouncements we made throughout the campaign. So if we can get an arrangement where we don't have to move on things like that, well, that's fine. But we should not be making any commitments with the Greens that are going to hurt us in our seats where we are dealing with lots of traditional blue-collar workers. It just hurts us terribly.
And it's not for nothing, Joel, that the competition in Hunter is the Nationals v the ALP and One Nation. I mean, this is the great problem, I think, for the Labor Party over the last decade, as they've fought and joined their left wing and institutionalised that faction in the forms of the Greens Party, and then lost their mantle as the working man and woman's party. And I think that's been to a great success, particularly for the Nationals, but also the Liberal Party in those peri-urban seats, who are picking up Australians who aspire to a better deal for them and their families into the future. I think just listening to Adam and the previous conversation about the affluent suburbs and those more affluent Australians having the luxury, shall we say, of voting for greater climate action, they won't feel the impact of those decisions. So it's about ensuring those communities that will feel the impact about going to a low emission future, being protected against the impact, but also being able to seize the opportunities that that move will bring. And it's only our side of politics that's actually been able to deliver.
I've got a bit of gossip, well, not gossip, intel from the campaign in Queensland that Labor volunteers left their booths early in Bonner to shift to Griffith. And I think it is on like Donkey Kong. Like it's proper intel. I'm not making this up, Murray. So don't look at me with that.
No, I hadn't heard that.
But it's on like Donkey Kong in Griffith.
With the Greens.
With the Greens. No.
So Labor Greens.
Our candidate will come first in the primaries, Olivia Roberts. A brilliant candidate. But the Greens want to overtake Labor to take that second spot, so that they will then get elected on Labor preferences.
Interesting.
There's no doubt both Labor and the Greens are throwing a lot at the seat of Griffith. It's obviously been a really important seat for us, having been held by Kevin Rudd in the past, and Terry Butler is a senior member of our team now. So we want to make sure that she stays there and we hold that seat for Labor. And the Greens have made no secret about the fact that it's pretty much their number one priority around the country to win the seat of Griffith. There's been some reports that they've spent about $1 million on that campaign, and they've brought in people from all around the country to try and win it.
So why is there an appeal for the Greens there? And also, I think, not knowing it as well as you do, sit like Ryan next door to Blair, and Blair has a very high One Nation vote, yet the Greens have quite a significant vote in Ryan.
Well, I suppose you don't have to travel too far out of the CBD of Brisbane for some real demographic differences to start emerging. So, in Brisbane terms, the seats of Brisbane, Ryan and Griffith tend to be highly university educated, more affluent voters, the types of voters who are increasingly going to the Greens. So you do get a strong Green primary there. The other complication we have in Griffith is that the Greens now hold a council division in the seat of Griffith. They recently won the state seat in the seat of Griffith, so they've got an organising base as well. And that's why we have had to put a lot of resources in there to hang on to it. It'll be a big battle tonight, but I'm confident we'll hang on there in the end.
The other point to make, though, is the Teals have freed up their resources. Right? The point I made before about Kooyong, Greens finishing second behind Josh Frydenberg at the last election. Now that there's a Teal independent there, they're not running up against that Teal independent, they're shifting resources north. Just on 2010 and the hung parliament, because I still bear the scars, PTSD scars of that night all those years ago, I never understood, to you, Murray, and to you, Joel, why Labor had to do a deal with the Greens. The Greens were never going to back in Tony Abbott. It didn't matter what he'd offered them. They would never go with Tony Abbott. So Labor sold their soul to the Greens. Fair enough, go after those crossbenchers to form a minority government as you did. But I don't understand the concessions to the Greens, because that set Gillard up to fail. She never came back from that. And that brought back Rudd. And that gave the coalition an incoming landslide.
I probably have to defer to Joel on that one.
Yeah, well, I am well placed to answer that question. I've been trying to work that out myself for 11 years. You're absolutely right. They were never going to back Tony Abbott. We didn't have to give them their $23 per tonne carbon tax, which was a political disaster for the Labor Party and continues to be so. But just to pick up on Bridget's point, and I'll talk about Hunter at more length if you like later.
Yeah, please.
I won't dwell on it now, but at the last election, I had a 9% two-party preferred swing, and the National Party two-party preferred went backwards 3%. So there are challenges, Bridget, for both of us in some of those regional seats.
Let's go now to Monique Ryan's function, where the Climate 200 supporter and fundraising arms founder Simon Holmes-A-Court joins me. Simon, thanks very much for your time. How many seats would you like to see go Teal tonight? When I say that, how many do you expect you will win?
Look, I'd be really happy if we got 2, 3 or 4 communities that had strong independents taking the flag tonight. 2, 3 or 4 would be a great outcome, but I think the real thing to watch tonight is how many seats come down to a 2-horse race between an independent candidate and the incumbent. We'll see how many seats become marginal this election, which will be very exciting to see.
Now, what is your best chance for a win? Which seat do you think you're most likely to pick up?
So our polling says Wentworth is in with a very good chance. After that, I would say Kooyong, Goldstein, North Sydney, and I think we might get a surprise from Mackellar, maybe Cowper, maybe even down in Hughes. Very interesting race down there. But certainly the one with the strongest polling would be Wentworth.
You've copped some flack because the Teal candidates haven't been upfront on who they would back in the event of a a hung parliament. Do you see why some observers and party members and other protagonists in this campaign are frustrated at the fact that the independents haven't said which way they'd go?
Well, of course, that's absolutely a matter for each of the candidates to form a position. We're completely hands-off, no strings attached, completely up to them. But I understand that they're about, the successful ones will go into negotiation, and if you walk into a negotiation, you want to have as many options in front of you. So I'm not surprised that that's their position.
Now, when they get to, if you're right, you do get 2 or 3 with the Teal independents. Is there no coordination whatsoever when they get to Canberra, if you're right with your prediction? And is your involvement done as of 6 p.m. tonight?
Oh, our involvement was done with our last donation, which was made probably about a week ago. So, I'm here tonight to enjoy. I live in Kooyong. I'm a Kooyong resident. I voted today at about midday. I'm a very big fan of Monique Ryan, and I'm really looking forward to her prospects tonight. But no, Climate 200 does not have an ongoing role with the campaigns. We're a donor. Like I think Monique Ryan had 2,000 donors. And me myself, I'm one of 12,200 donors for Climate 200.
Do you see the frustration that some who might be supporters of moderate Liberals would be saying to you and to Monique Ryan and others, why are you targeting the likes of Jason Falinski or Trent Zimmerman or Josh Frydenberg? If you want these outcomes, is it self-defeating to be knocking off potentially moderate Liberals who might be able to engage in exactly what you want?
Firstly, I'd say I'm not sure there are any moderates left in the Liberal Party. I think John Howard got rid of most of them, and Tony Abbott and Scott Morrison got rid of the rest of them. But one thing that's really important to understand is that Climate 200 doesn't choose candidates. We don't choose which seats are going to run against, run campaigns. We wait for campaigns to rise up. And they rise up in seats where people are frustrated. And it's no surprise to me at all that the people of Wentworth, for instance, are really frustrated with Dave Sharma. He's voted with Barnaby Joyce on every significant piece of legislation. Not surprised that Kylie Tink has got a great following in North Sydney, and we can go around the country. In all of these seats, there are independents running against incumbents who have voted on the big issues. They've voted with Barnaby Joyce. They've voted against climate action. They've voted against integrity, and they've voted against the treatment and advancement of women's rights in Australia. So, it's not surprising at all that this movement's come up. Remember that there are about 23 campaigns that we're supporting. There's probably about 30 strong independents running in this federal election. There's about something like 15 to 20,000 volunteers around the country that are working, that have volunteered time for these campaigns. It's an incredible movement, this community independence movement. Don't confuse Climate 200 with the community independence movement. It started long before we came along. Our job is just to tilt the playing field so they have a fighting chance against the party machines. The system is very much rigged in favour of the parties, and it's our job to level it so these amazing candidates with huge community support can shine. And
in terms of tilting the playing field, how much did you donate?
So Climate 200 has raised just over $12 million, has gone into this campaign, into this election. Now, 12 million sounds like a lot of money, but if we go back to 2019, the Liberal Party, about $180 million, Labor Party, about 130, Clive Palmer, 89 million, and even the Greens at 20. So we are relatively small fish, but the reason we're talking about Climate 200 and money is because we have had an unprecedented level of transparency. We have been talking about money, whereas the major parties, ask any of your other candidates, other party members tonight, ask them how much they've raised and from whom, and you won't get any answers. But we have, the vast majority of our donors are up on our website, and we'll be disclosing them before any of the parties do.
And personally?
Personally, I've given about 2% of the funds that Climate 200 has contributed, and in almost every race, especially all the big ones, Climate 200 is responsible for about 30 to 40% of the funding. So if we look in, for instance, Goldstein, which is just down the road from where I am, and Kooyong, where I'm standing right now, Both of those campaigns have raised over $1 million from their own local communities. Phenomenal result. And Climate 200 has given less than a third of what those campaigns have raised.
And just finally, if you don't pick up a seat tonight, was it all worth it?
Well, okay, so I'm not picking up a seat. It's the community independence movement, and it's phenomenal, the momentum. I've met so many people who have never campaigned before, never volunteered, never donated, and they're not giving up. They've got a taste of what democracy really feels like. They're energised, and tonight is only a stepping stone for this community independence movement.
Climate Homes of Court, thanks for your time. Climate 200 founder. Now we've got some more breaking news. Polls have closed in the last 5 minutes. South Australia, where the Labor Party are eyeing off Boothby and Sturt as possibly pickups there. Polls have also closed in the top end, where Lingiari is in the Liberal sides, the Country Liberal Party, hoping to pick that one up. But with the departure of the incumbent Warren Snowden, let's bring in our chief election analyst, Tom Connell. Now, Tom, any numbers in?
They're very early. Nothing's being set right now, but we're just itching to get off the mark here. And so let's whip through some of the early booths. We're getting some small booths in right now. Let's check in on Leichhardt. We know this is a seat that Warren Entsch is trying to hang on to here. You can see 0.09%. So 45 votes for Warren Entsch. And these are all match swings. So he's actually down on the comparative booth last time. None of this is going to mean a lot right now. A swing to him, sure. Too early. Guess what? Yeah, there are not many numbers in right there. But these are the first numbers we're getting in right now. Let's take a look at New South Wales as well. A couple of interesting seats to keep an eye on. Gilmore, this is the one the government is most hopeful of winning off Labor in New South Wales. Andrew Constance, the so-called star candidate. So how's he going so far? And this is a contest we'll keep just reminding you, the Nats are not running in this time. So that's why we're seeing quite a few upticks here. 10% to Andrew Constance, 4% to the Independent, nearly 4% to One Nation as well. So how high will his vote get? He'll need to be well ahead of the Labor candidate there to be a chance to win, because you can see a pretty high Greens vote. So this will be an old-fashioned contest with Labor getting some help from the Greens and a bit of the Independent. So again, very early numbers. We're not saying this is where it sits, but Andrew Constance in a lead there, where you'd rather be, albeit it's a little bit early to talk about that being definitive. Let's pop down to Victoria. This is a knife-edge seat from the past couple of years. Chisholm, of course, in Melbourne's east. So how's that faring? Well, I don't think you get much smaller booths than that. 8 votes to Karina Garland. So good on her. She's managed to get 47% of that. That means not much right now, I'll concede. But very early votes, obviously. Let's take a final look and head back to New South Wales, actually. So we've got Cowper's one of the seats there. You mentioned Simon Holmes of Court was talking about. Pat Conahan holds it for the Nats. So how high up can this independent vote will get? This is an interesting contest, because you'll see a lot of help from the Independent, from Labor and the Greens. The disciplinary flow in terms of preferences seems to be really high from Labor and the Greens generally, to try to knock off either a Nat or a Liberal. So that's something to keep an eye on through the night. So far on this sort of match swing, you're seeing Pat Conahan go down 6%. He will get a lot of help from One Nation there. So again, nothing to project in terms of that result. The slight swing it suggests towards the Independent. Very early figures, Kieran, but we just had to get off the mark there. Yeah,
nice to get off the mark. Tom, we'll be back to you many times throughout the night. Andrew Cornell, we spoke to Simon Holmes at Court just before. Tom, what did you make of his answers tonight? He sounds like he's quite bullish in terms of the number of seats they might pick up.
Well, he said 240. I mean, he basically said he donated 240,000 from what I read personally. He said 12 million and 2% of that. So I thought that was pretty interesting. That's some investment. I know he's loaded, but wow. And the other interesting thing, I think, was he was talking up Wentworth. The Liberals have been pretty bullish about Wentworth. They've been worried about North Sydney and Goldstein in particular, maybe a bit Kooyong. So if he's got decent polling and he's telling the truth there, that'll be pretty interesting to see how Dave Sharma goes.
Yeah, Dave Sharma, a good local MP. Richo, I had that Wentworth People's Forum, and one constituent said, it'd be great if you both could be in the parliament, but obviously the Teals are targeting people like Sharma, who traditionally would be well suited to Wentworth.
He's my local member, and I didn't vote for him, but I gave him number 2. And I gave him number 2 against the Labor Party's how to vote, because I don't like independence. I like stable government. And I'd much rather see, if we can't have a Labor member, I'd much rather see a Liberal. I just have no time for the independents. The only thing they can lead us to is chaos. Nothing else. So I don't want them.
We could all agree on that.
We've got some numbers in. Joel Fitzgibbon.
Yeah, I'm told, Kieran, that there's a 5.43 swing to the Labor Party, one booth at Eden Monaro, Thredbo, which is a rural booth, but a substantial booth. And curiously, the Norfolk Island booth is in. Now, Norfolk Island, of course, is part of the electorate of Bean in Canberra. Some people will find that somewhat surprising. But there's a big swing there against both of the major parties to the Independent, who I'm told visited the island throughout the election campaign. So good news for Labor at Eden Monaro. I mean, Bean, that's not going to upset Dave Smith in Bean, but I think it's an interesting one.
Peter Credlin, how soon before we start to get a steer tonight? It's coming up to 6:40, nearly nearing 7 p.m. Will we have a better idea on what's...
Well, I hope we have it by 10:30 because I've got to file my column for tomorrow's paper by then. I think we will all know, as we've gone through our favourite seats, we'll all go through favourite seats and we'll see whether there's been a move on. I've got a friend who's scrutineering in the seat of Ryan. She's about ready to start the scrutineering process. But the piles of votes, she's saying, are equally split amongst the three majors, the Greens, the Liberal Party and Labor. So she says she thinks there's a fight on in Ryan. Now, this is the sort of early taking you get from people who are in the know. She's a long-term staffer, so she said it wasn't like this last time round. I'd be interested to know what other people are finding out from people they know in particular seats that they're confident in running with.
Murray Watt, any early mail?
I haven't got anything from Ryan at this point, but what I have seen is Lily, which is currently a marginal Labor seat, which we do expect to hold, but it does seem that there is a swing to both Labor and the Greens in Lily. So that would, back up what Peter's saying in terms of Ryan. It's a neighbouring, or almost neighbouring seat to Lily.
Well, not that long ago, I remember that Labor was a little worried about Lily.
Yeah, I mean, it's a seat that we can never take for granted, but Annika Wells has done a pretty fantastic job there, especially through the floods earlier this year. If anyone in her electorate didn't already know her, I think they certainly did by the end of the floods. She was just everywhere through that. So I would expect her to build her margin, and some of the early figures that are coming through there look pretty positive that way.
Bridget McKenzie, we're going to be talking to Barnaby Joyce shortly. Obviously, there was a change in leadership for the Nats in this term of office. How does that affect your electoral prospects, do you think?
Well, not at all. I think the Nats are the hyper-localised party. We never have our leaders' face or name on our how-to-vote cards. It's all about your local champion and what they can do for you in Canberra. I'm just listening to Simon Holmes of Court, though. They're claiming they're not a political party. I mean, it was a very presidential presentation, I think, to us. And when they've got the Teals in the inner urban seats, we've similarly got the orange independents out in the regions who are getting their support from his Climate 200 advisory board members. So to say that they're not aligned, I think, is a mistake. My concern, I guess, and we've still got curtain voting as we speak, is these Teal candidates refuse to tell you who they're going to back for PM. And to Richo's point, there are two parties of government, and for stability and security of the nation, the very thing, if you're running on a platform integrity, is actually be upfront with the electorate on who you're going to back.
Let's go live to the Deputy Prime Minister, Barnaby Joyce. Barnaby Joyce, thanks for your time. What's your read of things? Obviously very early in the piece, but how are you feeling?
Pretty happy about my local booth at Bullbrook with 92% two-party preferred for me, but I don't think I'll take that as an indication. But in the New England now, 1,600 votes, we're at 57% primary. What does that mean? Of course, New England is, I'm so blessed, so humble that we get a strong vote, but it shows actually there's a swing to us, not away from us. And what that also means is sometimes you've got to understand with polling, especially in regional areas, what we tell you is not what we mean. We just don't want you in our ear. Especially if you ask us in an area where other people might disagree with our votes. Now, down in the Hunter Valley, Stuart Bonds, good fella, independent candidate, basically around about 3:30, said Nats have got this. The Labor Party closed down the second biggest booth in Cessnock. Can't get more Labor than Cessnock with an hour to go. I think you've got two different elections on here. I think you've got the regional Australia election and the urban Australia election. And regional Australia, they're just annoyed that especially the Labor Party, they think that if they come up with a Sydney policy and somehow lubriciously, put a bow on it, it can become a regional policy. It doesn't. They want you to protect their jobs. Their jobs. And when they're getting $46, $56 an hour, they don't want to hear how you're going to put them on $26 an hour, tech screwing in solar panels. And when they've got a path to fix up their roads, they don't want to hear the first thing about community development grants being scrubbed and regionalisation being scrubbed, and you're not going to build a dam. And when they see the Labor Party, they're always asking this question: are the Labor Party tied to the Greens? When they see every preference card, and it goes Labor, Greens, they go, mate, we've got it worked out. You're not looking after us.
Do you think the Nats will
and
win?
In the past, the Labor
you alluded
Party
to it, but do you think the Nats will win Joel Fitzgibbon's seat, Hunter, his former seat?
I think it's on. I think it's on. I think she's well and truly in play. And, you got to remember, even us asking that question, the Nats winning Hunter, my gosh, what does that say about how the Labor Party are going in regional areas?
Barnaby, you do realise the polls have closed, don't you? That sounded like a leadership speech to me from you, thinking about what's going to happen after the election. But we heard earlier you were claiming Hunter. We've now learned from you that you're claiming Hunter because the former One Nation candidate Stuart Bonds told you the Nats were going to win. Is that your source?
Hang on, Joel, I didn't. You're a very shrewd, cunning person who I love to death, mate. But I didn't say we're claiming Hunter. I say it's in play. Very different, right?
Okay.
And I'm saying that just the fact that you can say the Hunter is in play shows how far the Labor Party have moved. Like, they're the part, God bless them, but they're the party for the inner suburbs of Sydney, right?
Barnaby, Joyce, Andrew.
They're not party of your mums or your dads anymore.
Barnaby, Andrew Cornell here.
How are you, mate?
I'm well, thank you. I hear what you're saying about the regions. How's Scott Morrison going to go in the cities?
Well, that's the question for the Liberal Party. I look after my turf and I work closely with the Prime Minister, and I hope he remains the Prime Minister. But, it's Section Command. My area is regional Australia, and I'm hoping that we do our job in the Nationals. I want to say thank you to all the booth workers, all those people who work for free. It's incredible to go to all those little booths and all those little villages and see the people handing out, whether it's Rochester or whether it's Kentucky in my area, right up to Alpha or Bill Wheeler. These people, they're the heart and soul of democracy, and they do it for free. And what happens in the suburban areas, they're also good people, regardless of who they support, but they're not the party that the Nats are there to support.
You don't
we look after regional people.
You don't sound too worried about Labor in your seats. What about the independents? What about Nichols or even Hinkler? Are you worried there?
No, I'll tell you what, I spoke to a guy tonight, good fella. He said, I voted 1 Nats, 2 Labor, because if you're going to run the country, I want you to run the country. I don't want this sort of selfish, self-entitled, I can be with anybody at any time of the day. How's that going to work? Imagine we all did 151 independents. What farcical rubbish this nation would descend into. It's total entitlement. I can be in this crowd at some days, I can be in that crowd the other days. What happens when we run into tough times, economically or defence? Where are these people going to sit? Are we going to go back for them to do a poll in their local electorate as how to defend our nation? I mean, fair dinkum. I really mean that. It really frustrates me how they have this view and they espouse all these things. They're going to do this, do that, do something else. Mate, you can't do it unless you're a cabinet minister. Cabinet ministers come from government. You can't do it without the money. Expenditure Review Committee members come from government. You can't do policy development unless you're in government. So what you're actually telling people is a load of rubbish.
Nichols is that old Murray seat around Shepparton. The independent there's put in a lot of money and resources into it, and it sounds like it's pretty close there, Barnaby.
Good luck to him. He's a wealthy guy. Good luck to him. He probably worked hard in his life. He's a wealthy guy, but what's he going to do down there? We're going to write letters to them. Whatever government wins, we're going to write letters to them, is he? Dear Minister, please help me. I need a new road at Shepparton. Love, Rob. That'll work.
Joyce, live from Tamworth. Deputy Prime Minister will chat to you later in the program. Let's get the latest numbers with Tom Cornell, our Chief Election Analyst in Nichols. How's it looking?
Let's take a look. There are a few more numbers and Gilmore's looking quite interesting, so I'll go to that in a moment. But beginning with Nichols then, and this is obviously a hope at the moment for independents as to how this goes. So let's pull it up here. Seat of Nichols, there it is, found it eventually. So you can see nearly 1% of the votes come in so far. So far, how big is the vote of Rob Priestley? So this is crucial in how much of a flow he gets. Remember though, we've got the Liberal Party running as well. So with the sort of preference flows on that very early count you get to the National Party, you would see them on those numbers. That's enough of a help if you like. The issue right here is all these numbers are on matched swings. So we're comparing booth to booth. And on that so far, you are seeing a significant downfall from the Nats. The good thing from them is the Liberal Party sweeping it up. The interesting vote that's gone down here is One Nation. So Rob Priestley sweeping that up. So it's a bit early to say anything. It's fair to say there's a lot of vote churn. At the moment, we still have the Nats very early numbers up in that seat. I want to look at Gilmore, though. This is looking quite interesting. There's a bit more of this count that has come in so far as well. This is where Andrea Constance is trying to win this seat from the Labor Party. What's interesting about this primary vote? First of all, we're at 2%, so we're getting some pretty significant numbers, and these numbers are coming in from the north and the south, so not just the southern booths where he's more popular, but the north as well. What's interesting is if you add last time the Liberal and Nationals, the Nationals are not running this time, they were about 42%. So Andrea Constance, yes, he's up, but he's holding up the LNP vote. The problem at the moment on these numbers is Labor's losing some vote, and they're losing it partly to One Nation as well as the independent there. So the problem on these numbers is Labor would naturally go backwards on two-party preferred. These are early numbers. We're not saying this is where the seat's headed, but that would be the problem if those sorts of numbers continued. That swing has just come back a bit in the past few minutes. So this is volatile at this stage of the night. We're not calling anything. We're just saying on those numbers, is Labor losing some vote to One Nation, and would they lose out on preferences as a result? So that's an early watch on that one. I want to head to Tasmania as well, because we're getting some decent numbers in from Tasmania. First of all, in Bass, we're getting some votes in, 1.34%. Now, so far, Bridget Archer ahead. She has got some booths in which are normally very friendly to her. So you can see the actual percent, even though she's very high there, 0.52 down compared to how she'd normally go in that booth. Again, the interesting story, though, is not so much her vote, but at this very early stage, the Labor vote, down 9%, the Greens similar. So you're seeing the Jackie Lambie network enter and take a lot of vote off the Labor Party. That could be a problem for Labor. Yes, they'll get some of those preference back. They might even get a decent flow, but nowhere near 100%. And then you can see as well the entry of One Nation. So this is the problem for Ross Hart's primary on these very early numbers, that it's heading in that direction. On that stage, look, I don't think that's where the seat of Bass is going to end up. You can see a decent swing away from Ross Hart. And again, we're saying too early to tell. Braddon, the other one. So Bass, remember, was held by less than 1% for the Liberal Party. Braddon held by about 3%. So 1.62% of the vote. Not nothing. Gavin Pearce, a lot of this vote. Again, we've got matched swings here. So how is he doing in these booths compared to normal? Only slightly up. The problem again for Labor is they're losing 8%, and you're seeing that vote sort of spray around a bit. But again, the Jackie Lambie network picking up, and the independent Craig Garland. So the independent would play a bit of a part in that. At the moment, it's a swing to the Liberal Party, a matched swing, if you like. So very early numbers in Braddon. We're not projecting anything there, but a little bit of concern, I guess, just very early on for the Labor Party, if you like, on the primary vote alone, and the indication that maybe some of their vote splinters a little bit. Let's finish on Hunter. I know there was the discussion on the panel. I'm sure it will continue. 1.31% of the vote. You can see Dan Ripicoli's vote on those numbers is holding up okay. Again, this is matched, so he's at about 33.94% of the vote. Interesting to see how much we're seeing as a comparison here, the One Nation vote go down. That's the thing that stands out to me, because last time One Nation's 21% flowed really strongly towards the National Party and helped them take the Hunter seat right down to 3%. So that's the thing to watch there. At the moment, you are seeing that seat get tighter again, very early numbers, so not predicting that one. So look, some interesting early numbers there to watch for. I think the Labor primary is one to just watch for early, but we're not making projections at this stage, Kieran.
Tom Connell, thank you. You said it was going to be messy. I tell you what, that early stuff's messy, numbers everywhere.
All over the place. It is going to be a night of, I don't want to use the word chaos, but it is going to be a night of chaos in terms of trying to work out where these numbers go. Because look at that, that's going to change throughout the night. We are going to be here till midnight. We will not have a result till next week. Because the important thing is who comes last under compulsory preferential. When they get knocked out, where do their votes go and who's going to overtake who? So we've got a really busy night ahead of us.
But what was interesting there, Bass, Braddon, Gilmore, how much of the Labor vote is peeling off to the so-called parties of the centre-right? I mean, the two boys over there keep calling them the centre-right Palmer and the centre-right Hanson. But it's a lot of the Labor people, particularly when you get outside of the capital cities, but it's a lot of Labor vote that's on the walk. Now, again, 2% is nothing, right? Very, very early, but it's just interesting.
It is interesting, Andrew Cornell, some of those numbers.
I just think it's too early. I think, Andrew, if there was one seat the government will win off Labor, it is Gilmore with Constance's profile. I found him very well received when I went out there for a door knock. I said earlier I don't expect Queensland and Tasmania to move. I see the numbers, again, they're extremely early numbers like those ones in Robertson and New South Wales, and they're good for Labor from what I can see so far. So it's another half an hour, we'll get a better sense.
Well, I think you're right, Andrew. We've had 4 seats, Braddon, Gilmore, Hunter and Nichols, all rural, those smaller rural booths getting in early. I've been on the ground in Gilmore as well. Andrew is incredibly well liked. He got them through the bushfires, and so I'll be looking forward to watching Gilmore. But early numbers out of Braddon are that hugely well liked Gavin Pearce in that electorate might see us historically hold Braddon, I think, which would be fantastic.
Yeah, normally they flip, don't they?
They
like
do, those
seats.
Tassie seats, but Gavin's done a power of work in those rural communities.
Murray, any mail you've got?
Yeah, on Gilmore, we're not particularly concerned at some of these early results because, this time you've got one Conservative candidate running in, Andrew Constance, whereas last time you had 3, Warren Mundine, a National and a dissident Liberal. So it's no real surprise to see the primary vote for the Libs going up in Gilmore at this early point. Brisbane, which is the seat I'm watching pretty closely, we've got 2 booths in, about 1,200 votes, so still fairly early, but swings to both the Greens and the ALP of about 4 or 5%, with an 11% swing against the LNP. So that's sort of backing up what we were expecting, which was that it could actually end up coming down to a fight between Labor and the Greens for Brisbane, with the LNP being in a lot of trouble. I'm not sure if James is hearing anything out of Brisbane at this point.
I can't comment on that. I don't have those figures just yet.
And Blair being another one that I know the Libs have got hopes for. Again, early stages. I've got about 1,000 votes in, with the Labor primary staying stable at 31%. The Greens up, interestingly, and the LNP primary vote falling, along with Hanson, but UAP picking it up. And the figures I'm starting to get through, particularly from regional Queensland, do seem to be seeing a drop in the Hanson One Nation primary, which is almost totally being picked up by Palmer and UAP. So there does seem to be a bit of a transfer of votes there.
I've just got a Echuca East in the first, probably larger booth in Nichols. Got the Nationals on 175, Liberals 154, and the Independent on 188. So looking good in Echuca.
Yeah, well, that's quite a significant vote for the Independent, though, isn't it? 188.
Well, it is.
They come in second.
But it'll be interesting to see how the Labor Party vote drops. We've seen on the ground over time, Labor voters in these rural seats tend to collapse the vote. It goes to the Independent. You have a lot of the volunteers on the booths are traditional Labor volunteers in these country towns for Rob Priestley. So I'm looking forward to the Liberals and Nationals. It's too early to call, obviously, but they're not bad numbers out of East Echuca.
I just wanted to say that virtually every early swing is to Labor. And when you see that, what you see is Labor's going to win. And I know that people don't like early calls this early, but every booth is showing the same thing. And I think when you get to that stage, I'm prepared to put my hand up and say we're home. Where's the champagne?
You want to go home early, Richo?
You want to go home early?
I think that's all I'll get.
That's not from the numbers Tom Connell's showing, though. You're saying just across the board.
Oh, I've got a lot of texts here that are where booths are coming in.
Yeah,
I'm just seeing the same picture, Andrew.
Joel?
Yeah,
You'd endorse that?
Yeah, I won't share numbers because they're so subject to change, but I'm getting very good signs in Dobell, Robertson, Macquarie, and even Banks in New South Wales. So there's a pattern is emerging. Parramatta's a little bit more mixed.
Let's bring in Tom Connell. He's got some fresh numbers, Tom.
Interesting ones coming in. So let's start off in the seat of Reid in New South Wales, the one Labor's always thought it was most likely to pick up. On this early booth, Strathfield South, yes, it's an early booth, but it's reasonably indicative, is my information on this. And you can see Sally Situ well ahead overall. And the problem for the Liberal Party here on this one is the 10% swing against Fiona Martin on primary. So on these very early numbers, you do the simple math, you get 6% from the Greens and give that to Sally Situ, and she would be elected if that continues. So that's a big swing towards Labor so far in an early booth, but not a booth you would ignore. So that's interesting, first of all, and read. Then going on to Bennelong. So this is another one the Labor Party wants to win in New South Wales and in Sydney. You've got John Alexander, of course, stepping down from this seat, 0.84% in, and you see an early surge on the Labor vote. So 10% up at the moment, Jerome Laxale in the seat of Bennelong, and basically picking up all of Simon Kennedy's vote and a bit more. So they're not good early numbers in the seat of Bennelong. Yes, early numbers, and I'm stressing that. It's a 6.9% margin, but on those sorts of numbers, that's a good start for the Labor Party. Tasmania, so the seat of Lyons, another interesting one. We saw Bass and Braddon started pretty well for the Liberal Party. Lyons as well. This is one that the Labor Party is trying to hang on to. Remember, the Liberal Party disendorsed a candidate during the election campaign last time. This time, Susie Bauer doesn't have that issue. Now, yes, her vote's up a lot, and she's not running with a Nat as well. So she's picking up that Nationals vote of about 15%, but then adding to it. So Labor's problem on this is it's losing 7%. Very early numbers here, but it is 4.74%. And that's a concern that Brian Mitchell's primary vote is suffering that much. And you're seeing the entry here of the Jackie Lambie network. So the question will be on that. One Nation vote's going down. Where is the Jackie Lambie network picking up the vote, and where's it putting it down as well? At the moment on that two-party preferred, that's a swing towards the Liberal Party. Yes, it's held by 5%, so ignore the actual number if you like. It's a match swing, but that would be problematic for Brian Mitchell. So obviously we're saying that's too early as well. Let's head quickly to the seat of Hughes. So this is one obviously Craig Kelly holds, but he's stepped down. He's the United Australia Party leader, and very early votes. Look, no surprise, Craig Kelly's not in the contest. Nobody thought he would win. But the interesting candidate here is probably Georgia Steele as an independent, tipping a lot of money into this. On those numbers, she's going to struggle to finish even second. Now, very early numbers, 2% done. But the Liberal Party, even though it's losing 10% here, and this goes to sort of one of these seats where it's looking chaotic, numbers all over the place, but Jenny Ware would hope to pick up a decent amount from Craig Kelly, particularly if it's a contest from the Labor Party. We'll just do a two-party preferred. It does suggest a swing to Labor, but it's a hold from Hughes. And let's head up to Queensland finally. Look, these are early numbers, but we know there are some seats where you don't need to know a lot in terms of what's actually going to go ahead. And we've got 15% already counted, so that's a decent amount. David Littleproud's vote way ahead of his opponents there. He's more than 50% when you look at his primary vote, so he doesn't need help from two-party preferred. But on that, we're giving Maranoa to the LNP and saying that's an LNP hold.
I think that's a fair call too. Fair call,
Great news.
Tom Connell.
Great news.
Let's go.
My local MP. My local MP. I'm pretty happy about that.
Congratulations. Just a little proud if you're watching now. Let's go live to Chris Kenny and Nick Rees. Some early numbers in, some promising for Labor, others not so much. Chris, what's your read on the early stuff?
Kieran, far too early for us here to get any read on those numbers. We'll leave that to you guys there where the numbers are coming in. I got to tell you here in this room, it's really filled up now with a lot of Labor Party staffers, Labor Party volunteers, a lot of people in their red T-shirts here. The nervous energy is just palpable. Nobody's celebrating. Nobody's getting ahead of themselves. Of course, they've all been working so hard. Of course, they know they're the front runners. But what happened to them 3 years ago, of course, looms so large over this gathering. You can just feel it in this room. I wanted to talk about it now because it may change dramatically over the next hour or so. Nicholas Rees, you got a lot of... Even I have some mates out there in the Labor camp, but you got to know a lot of people in this room. And jeepers, they're clenching their every muscle in their face, aren't they? Just hanging on to that energy.
I'm surprised how many people you seem to be friends with at this function here tonight, Chris, but I think you're getting the stink eye from one or two as well.
More than the stink eye, I tell you.
But look, there's a couple of hundred people now in this Canterbury RSL, and nervous energy is what is really the overwhelming emotion in the room. Everybody glued to their phones as numbers are starting to come in from scrutineers. Some interesting results coming in that I have seen in the seat of Chisholm. Looks like there's been a 6% swing against Gladys Liu, but 3% going to the Labor candidate. Early results there. Also, I'm hearing some very, very strong results are coming through for Monique Ryan in Kooyong. So those numbers are starting to come through now, and I would say in the next 30 minutes or so, we'll start to get a real sense of what is happening.
One aside, Kieran, is I heard from the seat of Wentworth in Sydney, of course, where Dave Sharma is facing that big challenge from Allegra Spender, one of these teal independents, so-called fake independents. And there's some pictures circulating suggesting that the Allegra Spender volunteers were handing out how to vote cards for the Greens, which just confirms what we thought about those teal independents, I think. And there'll be a lot of people talking about those sorts of tricks in the coming days, I suppose.
Nick Rees, thank you both. Andrew Cornell, we're starting to see some significant numbers coming in various seats, as we heard there in Chisholm. I think it's an interesting one we'll get to in a moment. But the seat of Reid in Sydney, we've been talking that as a Labor prospect. Tom Connell's early numbers suggested that's on track. Chisholm, Reid, both sort of inner suburban, they're not really outer suburban areas, but, you know, aspirational. Both have a large Chinese Australian population as well.
This is the point. There are 4 seats which could flip that have large Chinese Australian populations against the government. They are Bennelong, Reid, Banks and Chisholm. Now, I said Labor needs net 5 to get to government. Well, that's 4 of them potentially. And you're seeing swings. It's very early, as I say. I caution again, although Richo and Joel and even Nicholas Rees there with Chisholm are ahead of the numbers we're getting. But I did have a senior minister say to me last year, look, we think standing up to China is obviously a winner for us, an important thing to do. But conscious of the fact there are more than 1 million Chinese Australians, I'm not suggesting for a minute they support the CCP government, but they feel that they become a target if they see the government over-egging this for what they see as political purposes. And it'd be interesting to see if those seats are moving accordingly. I think what is also very interesting here, though, is what we've seen in Lyons and Gilmore. This thing the government's been talking up, we're losing 6 or 7, they've been saying to me, we can pick up 2 or 3. Well, that's a hung parliament. So be keen to keep an eye on those as the night progresses.
Yeah, Lyons and Gilmore there, the risks for you at the moment. Murray, what? But obviously, as we've had the caveat, these are very early numbers right across the board. We're just looking for early trends here.
Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, overall, I'm pretty encouraged that our vote does seem to be holding up based on the figures that we're receiving. Obviously, I'm keeping a really close eye on Queensland in particular, and most of the figures that we're getting through do see a pretty sizable drop in the LNP primary. So the seat of Brisbane, we've now got about 10,000 votes in, 9% primary swing against the LNP, with it going to both Labor and the Greens. Labor in front, which is, of course, where we want to be. Dixon, 6% swing against the LNP on the primary vote. Even a seat like Bowman, which we haven't really thought was a real chance for us, 14% swing against the LNP at this stage, with UAP picking up most of that. So I think there do seem to be some pretty sizable swings against the government, at least in those Queensland seats. And
I think in Moreton too.
Moreton, yeah, I haven't seen that one, but
a good swing to Labor in Moreton as well.
Okay, well, so that was a seat that had come right in the last election. Let's go live now to the Liberal headquarters, Laura J's Paul Murray. What's your sense of things at this stage, guys?
Well, I can tell you, certainly according to the AEC right now, there are 5 seats where the incumbent is currently trailing. In those, 2 independents are leading. In Fowler, that means Christina Keneally in trouble. In McKellar, which means Jason Falinsky in trouble. However, as has been indicated, the Libs in front of Labor, with the current Labor MP trailing right now in Gilmore and Lyons, and of course Labor in front in Chisholm. On the numbers that we're able to see, when you step back and have a look at statewide, you can start to see One Nation lifting. You can see the Palmer party turning up to the same amount they did last year, but they're not surging. So if you're looking for those Freedom Party votes, they are starting to come through One Nation.
I think we are seeing that what we were hearing anecdotally, that UAP and those Freedom parties were more represented than the polls suggested all throughout the campaign, particularly in New South Wales and absolutely in Queensland. Now, what you say about Fowler is what I'm hearing internally as well from Labor. They're starting to get a little bit more concerned about the seat of Fowler. We've looked at 2 seats in particular. The seat of Hunter, I know Joel has been keeping a very close eye in this one, as are the Nats. Now, Labor's vote not moving all that much on early numbers. One Nation's vote has collapsed there. The reason why is the former One Nation candidate now running as an independent. So One Nation's vote there is largely going to Stewart. The other seat, Wentworth. Now, very early voting. For what it's worth, you know, there's one or two booths in here. But the booth that is in Darlinghurst, and there is a 30% swing to Allegra Spender. The only reason I bring this up now is because that is an area in Darlinghurst where Dave Sharma felt like he was getting stronger. He crossed the floor on religious freedom. He felt like he had that gay vote coming back to him. So, look, again, all the regular caveats apply, but that's not a good early sign for him.
Certainly, the fears of worst case by this time in the night are not being felt by Liberals.
Paul Murray, Laura Jays, thank you. Let's look at the seat of Hunter, Joel Fitzgibbon's former seat, and look at their numbers. Joel, what are you picking up from your former seat at this early stage?
Interestingly, Kieran, I joked earlier that I'd know what was happening there when West Cessnock Booth came in, and I now have West Cessnock Booth, and our primary vote is up just 1% there, but that is a very encouraging sign for me. I mean, we had a 9.5% two-party preferred swing there, or I did last time around, but we still sit on 3. So all we need to do is hold. And we're a little bit better than hold on the West Cessnock booth, so it's very encouraging.
And why was that booth important for you?
Well, historically very close to the Fitzgibbon family, but also a big booth. And always just very representative of what's happening
so if you've got
in that part of the world. If you've got West Cessnock going, the vote going slightly up, not as far as I'd like it to go, but going slightly up. And interestingly, the leakage from One Nation is slightly up, although, as I predicted on Laura's program just yesterday, the One Nation vote has substantially collapsed there. I give Stuart Bonds a little bit of credit. I didn't think Stuart Bonds would poll that well. I thought there was a little bit of mythology around his popularity. Last time around, it was just a big protest vote that went to One Nation, but he's polling okay.
Well, let's go live now to your successor as the Labor candidate in Hunter. Dan Rapopoli is here. Dan, you'd be happy to hear Joel Fitzgibbon quite optimistic about your chances given the early numbers.
I certainly am. I haven't seen the numbers yet, and so I'm very happy to hear that we have had a 1% swing to us in that seat.
What was the mood like on the booths as you handed out your how to vote cards over the last 48 hours in the lead up to the election and today?
Is there a number? Or?
So the mood, I was at Singleton and Muswellbrook the last couple of days before today, and the mood there was good. They're happy with what's going on. They're happy with what Labor's been doing. Still been tight. There's been a lot either way that have been going through, and a lot of people who haven't been taking any flies at all. So, but the mood today was great. Like, it was very positive for Labor. And honestly, ScoMo's on the nose up here. He certainly is. So it's quite good that we're seeing good numbers come in.
ScoMo's on the nose. Have people liked what Anthony Albanese's had to offer, though?
Not too many people have spoken to me about Anthony Albanese over the last couple of days, but they've spoken to me about how hard our team has worked through this campaign, and they've certainly seen how hard we've been out and talking to people every day. We've spoken to well over 20,000 people in this campaign, and people know that.
Dan, it's Joel. They threw the kitchen sink at you in Hunter. Last time the Nats spent about $70,000. I'm told it's this time, $70,000. This time it's more like $700,000. They ran a very big scare campaign on the coal mining industry. Again, they're a bit of a one-trick pony. How did you feel that today? Do you think that people are starting to work out that it's nothing more than a scare campaign?
They certainly did throw everything at this seat, Joel. The dollars show that as well. The biggest thing for us is that we've got a tight-knit team here, a good group of volunteers who I thank so much for all they've done over the last 6 months of this campaign. We've had a great team, and people know that, and people are understanding. I don't think they're giving the Nats as much as what the Nats think they are. So we've worked hard on this seat, we've pushed hard, and that's all we can really do. And at the end of the day now, the voters will vote. Once again, I said the team did an amazing job on this seat, and you were part of that team as well as so many others. There was hundreds of volunteers on this campaign, and I can't thank them enough for all we've done.
And Repicoli, thank you. Joel Fitzgibbon, I'll tell you one thing, the cameraman must have a very big tripod to get him in shot because he's a big unit, isn't he?
He's a big man at 6'8", around 135 kilos.
Five-time Olympian, isn't he?
The great thing about Dan Repicoli is when he gets to Canberra and he starts thumping the table on behalf of the Hunter constituents, people will listen.
Oh, I think they might. Let's go to Tom Connell now, our Chief Election Analyst. Tom, you got some new numbers?
Yeah, some teal seats in particular taking shape. Let's have a look at some of them. I might actually start off before then actually going to Queensland and the battleground we've got there. Southeast Queensland, looking like some movement here, possibly for the Labor Party. So let's have a look at the Greens as well. Let's start in the seat of Brisbane, actually the 4.9% margin here. You can see Trevor Evans' vote there. We've got a decent amount of the vote in there. It's down 9.57%. Where's it going is the question. So 2% going to Labor, about 3.5% to the Greens. You're going to see pretty disciplined flows from the Greens and get Labor close to getting to 50% of the 2PP, but not great flows elsewhere for Labor at the moment. That's a significant swing to Labor, so going beyond that 5% mark. And Madonna Jarrett in the lead right now, so that's a big concern. It's far from calling it, but that's a concern for the coalition. The other one is Ryan, but for different reasons. So have a look at the count, 3.67% done. Julian Simmons, his vote's okay, but look at the Greens surge here. So on the primary, he's losing 10%, Julian Simmons. Greens are picking most of that up, and in fact, Labor Party's down. A little bit of a spill out of other votes there. But on that, you're going to get very disciplined flows from Labor to the Greens and get them well ahead of Julian Simmons. So for now, very early numbers, you have the Greens actually leapfrogging Labor into second spot and then into first spot on preferences. So yes, very early, but that has the Greens ahead in that particular battleground seat. Looking around the rest of the country as well, as I said, the teal seats. So Macalla's the first one we're going to look at. And we do have some numbers that would trouble the local member there, Jason Falinsky. 3.89% of the count done so far. Look how much he's lost on primary. He actually had an increase last time, losing 12.58%. Sophie Scomp's clearly in second position, and that means she gets a really good preference flow from the Greens and the Labor Party, but UAP not so. So this seat on those numbers is pretty tight, as the preference flow is at the moment, well, there you go. So 51.5 to 48.5. Very early on in the count, so you're not giving that away by any means, but certainly that is an indication of how strong that swing is at the moment. There was a mention of Wentworth before. Do we have a bit more of the vote? We do, 3%. So let's have a look at this primary vote. Allegra Spender. Well, I don't think that's going to hold up. If it does, it's a good night, Irene, for Dave Sharma, 43%. So Labor at 14 and the Greens 11 will just be far ahead of Dave Sharma. So again, we're not going to see 66-33. But that's a massive result so far in the seat of Wentworth. So looking at that particular seat of Wentworth, I'd say right now it's very early, but there is some trouble. Let's look at one more potential teal seat as well, the seat of Goldstein in Victoria. This is in the Melbourne suburbs. It's held by Tim Wilson. So 3.5% has been counted so far. You can see Tim Wilson's entering what is the danger zone in this sort of contest when you've got an independent, a Labor and a Green. When you go below 45%, that's when it's problematic because you don't add all of these up together and you don't get every single preference going Labor and the Greens to Zoe Daniel, but it's pretty disciplined. So 43% would be a worry for Tim Wilson. At the moment, he's ahead by 0.08%. So early counting done there, Kieran, but a little bit of a concern where that's going for Tim Wilson as well.
Tom Connell, thank you. Let's go live to the LNP member, the Liberal member for Goldstein, I should say, Tim Wilson. Tim, thanks for your time. What do you make of the early numbers you're seeing?
Well, I don't know that you can make that much of them because we know in different booths from our scrutineers reporting, good booths are going less or softening, bad booths are actually improving. We have a huge number of pre-polls and a huge number of postal votes. And so I just don't think you can take anything from these numbers, whether they favour me or whether they're against me. And in fact, what I spent 2 weeks on early voting, I can tell you the result there was exceptionally strong, particularly at the Brighton Early Voting Centre where there are thousands of vote cast. And of course, we're all waiting to see what happened with postals, which is heavily favoured towards an older demographic who traditionally vote very strongly for me.
It's been certainly a heated campaign between you and the Teal Independent. Do you think it's been a fair contest?
Well, I think it's been a really disappointing one, frankly. When it's between myself, Labor and the Greens in the past, or Liberal Labor Greens in the past, it's been respectful. We've all come together, people campaigned in a civil way, but there's been a really aggressive and frankly nasty tone from the Teal campaign targeted at us and particularly at me. And we've seen that, we've seen Get Up come in, Extinction Rebellion, nearly $3 million when you actually combine all the resources for one objective, which is to take Goldstein out of the Liberal Party's hands. And they've piled in and they vandalised my house. They then vandalised my sign on my house. We then covered it up. They then vandalised the cover-up of the vandalism. That's how nasty and vicious they've become.
And when we spoke to Simon Holmes at court, he's adamant that it's not a party and that these various independents will vote as they see fit. What's your reaction to that?
Well, I don't know. In any ordinary circumstance, when a multi-millionaire comes along with $500,000 of cash and says, run for Parliament on a platform which is going to benefit my commercial interests, people would say that's deeply dubious, if not using the C word to describe it. But apparently, in the case of this campaign, it's legitimate. But, in the end, it's up to the people to decide what they want. And, of course, the direction of the nation.
That your party does continue with its moderate Liberal tradition. Obviously, you're under threat. You're seeing Dave Sharma, various others. This is a real threat to that part of your political party, isn't it?
Well, it's a real threat to the Liberal Party, period. The Liberal Party works best when there are representatives from cities, suburbs and rural and regional Australia. If some of those communities deal themselves out of the conversation, it's not just bad for the Liberal Party, though it is, it's bad for the country, because we want to be able to represent the whole of the nation and give them a voice and make sure that laws are designed for everybody. If we see a fragmentation of the polity where it becomes sectional and people start to say, I'm only going to vote what's in my community interest, you're not weakening the Liberal Party, you're weakening the nation. And that's what we've seen in this campaign, is a deliberate attempt to weaken the nation with their stated aim of a hung parliament to empower themselves at the expense of Australia.
Joining us live from Blackrock in Melbourne in Goldstein, Tim Wilson, thank you. Let's go live to Zali Steggall now, the independent member for Warringah. Zali Steggall, thanks for your time. What's your early sense of things? You're confident of holding on?
Look, it's been a fantastic day. It's been such a privilege to go around the electorate. I think I visited about 18 polling booths. The support from the community and my team has been amazing. I have to say thank you to everyone. Their energy and enthusiasm really is humbling.
And do you believe you can get more Teal colleagues tonight? We're seeing some early numbers out of Mackellar which suggest that Jason Falinski could be in trouble.
Look, I think the community is frustrated. The major parties and the two-party system is broken. It's failing to address the really big issues that communities want to see movement on, from integrity to respect for women to climate change policies. And communities are speaking. They're looking for alternatives. We can have a change of climate in Canberra with new MPs that are looking for solutions. So I hope to see many more independents on the crossbench.
When you hear the critique from Tim Wilson and others in the government that the Teals haven't been up front, that you talk about your demand for transparency, but your counterparts haven't really said which way they'd go. I know you've said you'd prefer a Liberal Party without Scott Morrison as its leader, but others have been less forthcoming. Should they be more forthcoming before people have their say at the ballot box?
Look, I have to call Tim Wilson out on that because it's really a load of rubbish. Sorry. There's something here. But clearly, the National Party and the Liberals are never frank with the Australian people. They never come clean with what the deal is to form their coalition. Their agreement is secret. So for Tim Wilson to be talking about being out front and transparency, I would say is highly hypocritical. If anything, the independent candidates have really gone out there. They have represented their communities. They have listened. They have put forward solutions. Tim Wilson is just coming from a point of view of being very defensive because he has failed to represent his community for so many years.
Had an opponent who has got a lot of attention this campaign in Catherine Deves. Have those issues been raised with you at all, and have those concerns been raised much with you that were central to Catherine Deves' arguments?
Look, I've received over 30,000 emails in the last 3 years, and no one other than Catherine Deves has raised this issue of participation in women's sport. On the other side, we have seen issues of no equal pay for women in sport, women not being safe in sport because of sexual harassment and assault allegations from coaches or administrators. We see it in our society in general. So no, these issues are simply have not been raised in Australia. But could I say, it has been incredibly misleading to suggest that this is an issue that isn't already legislated, and that is what Ms Deves has suggested. In fact, the Sex Discrimination Act already provides a framework by which women's sport is protected, is fair for all participants and inclusive. So, no, this issue simply hasn't been there, but it has done great damage. I have had reports of families very concerned about loved ones on suicide watch or having, in fact, attempted to commit suicide as a result of the pressure of this debate. So we need to be incredibly mindful of the sensitivity of how vulnerable some people are in our community. And I put the blame of this on Scott Morrison. He chose a captain's pick. He chose a divisive debate.
Zali Steggall, thank you for joining us tonight, this election night. We appreciate it. And Andrew Cornell, we're starting to see some trends emerge, but as James McGrath said earlier, I think presciently earlier, it is a bit messy. It's different trends in different places.
It's a bit messy and it's a bit early to be talking about these sort of things, but I'm going to have a go at it. From what I can see, there's some good news for the government, but there's quite a bit of good news for the Teal Independents, and there's a bit of good news for Labor. So the government good news is Lyons and Gilmore. Gilmore's looking very strong for the government at the moment.
And
but on the Labor side, Brisbane and Chisholm appear to be looking pretty good for Labor. And then you've got a swag of seats which are up for grabs. And I'm talking about Deakin, Reid, Bennelong, Bass and Higgins, all tight at the moment. So, I mean, if you're on the Labor side, you'd be certainly hoping a couple of them at least would fall. And then in the Teals, we know there's 4 really in play: North Sydney, Wentworth, Goldstein and McKellar. So it's just, even at this early stage, it's looking difficult for the government. I'm not saying it's looking like a Labor majority, because it's looking pretty hard to get to a Labor majority as well, although, you know, that could well happen. But and the government will be buoyed by perhaps winning a couple of back.
North Sydney.
But I mean, I did have people in the government during the campaign say the Teals are as much of a problem as Labor in terms of our polling. They're going to cost us government as much as Labor. And I think at this very early stage, that's what we're beginning to see.
Well, they are early numbers, but North Sydney, Trent Zimmerman wouldn't like to see those early numbers in North Sydney.
No, and I think that the AEC site's a little bit ahead of that, and it's in a worse situation for him. Interestingly, if you have a look at Parramatta, that's looking quite good for the government. Now, that's a Labor-held seat. Down in Victoria, I'm told Labor's looking more comfortable in Corangamite. They currently hold it. It's not one they need to put into their column. But they're 2 examples where the coalition was hoping, I grew up in and around Geelong, they were hoping that they'd pick up Corangamite. It doesn't look like necessarily they will. I'm not going to call it now, but it's 2% of the vote counted. But that was one the coalition was hopeful of. But Parramatta's interesting. Parramatta and Fowler, I think, for the parachute pick reason.
Yeah, indeed. Andrew Charlton, the candidate in Parramatta, former economics advisor to Kevin Rudd from Bellevue Hill, contesting
He's
Parramatta.
impressive, though. You know, I used to have him on my show quite a bit. I dealt with him when I worked in government. He's smart, wrong postcode, sure, but unlike the one in Fowler who fails up, I mean, I know which one I prefer to be in the parliament.
James McGrath, your read on the early numbers?
There's some seats where it looks like it doesn't look good for us. Other seats,
like
I think,
Ryan, for example?
Brisbane and Ryan, I'm worried about. Longman, I've got some figures in here at the Sandstone Point Primary School. Our primary is down, but so's Labor's. So we're from 44 down to 40.3. Labor's is down from 35 to 29.5. One Nation are down from 10 to 7.7. UAP are up, but the legalised cannabis party have gone up. So maybe the voters are sending us a message there. Herbert and Dawson, you know, are looking good. I want to talk actually about the difference between, like I say, Herbert and Brisbane and Ryan, you've got three young, very good local MPs who represent their communities. Phil's got his own media market. So he's got the Townsville Bulletin, he's got his own sort of, TV channels there, so he can sort of dominate it. Whereas when you've got some of these urban seats, it's hard for people like Trevor Evans and Julian Simmons, who are equally as impressive, to get their message across. And I think that's one of the issues we're finding here in those urban seats.
I think that's certainly a factor, but I think, as I said earlier, the main mood against Morrison is in the inner city as well, and that's whether that's Sydney, Melbourne, Brisbane, Adelaide, any of the big capital cities, and less so in the regions. And that's why we've always thought it was going to be harder for us to pick up some of those outer suburban seats in Brisbane and any of the regional seats, because my experience having been on pre-poll, you mentioned Morrison's name in Brisbane or Ryan and people just arc up, but you say the same thing in a Herbert or a Dawson or a Flynn, and people sort of just shrug their shoulders.
Brisbane's the only capital city seat that the coalition holds.
That's right. That's right.
Every other capital seats, well, Melbourne's Green, but every other one of them's Labor.
No, that's right. And that's what I think I was saying before, that there's a real opportunity for us in Queensland around Brisbane and Ryan because we don't have teal independents running. Whereas, the like seats in Sydney and Melbourne, you've got a teal independent running, and they're the ones who are scooping up all of that anti-Morrison vote. So, that's why we think we've got a chance.
And so it looks like that, say, Trevor and Julian could be collateral damage in a way, because my experience on pre-poll was they are popular locally. They're very popular locally. They represent their communities, but that, Labor have been able to define the Prime Minister over the last couple of years in a negative fashion, whereas perhaps we have not been able so successfully to define Albanese in terms of his negative equities.
It's very hard to find or define anything around if you don't have policies. So, but I've just got 19% counted in Gilmore with 52-48, 2 constants. The numbers are quite low in Cowper, but I would like to have a look at Cowper. And Blair, we're hearing the UAP has really high turnout in these early booths.
Let's bring in Tom Connell now with some numbers. Can you shed some light on where we're heading, Tom?
Well, there are a few seats right now that are really shaping up. So let's have a look at a couple of our key battlegrounds here. First of all, we haven't looked at North Sydney before, a margin supposedly of 9%, but we know it's a very different contest this time around. Look at the combination of Kylie Tink here and Catherine Renshaw, 14% drop to Trent Zimmerman. Now it's 7% counted, so we're getting to pretty significant numbers there. They're really bad numbers for him, because with Kylie Tink, she'll get a preference flow easily from Labor and the Greens on those early numbers to get her over the top. That's actually showing her behind there. That would surprise me a lot. So I might dig into what's happening there, because you've got Labor 24, Greens on 9, and that primary there would be disastrous, I think, for Trent Zimmerman. So it shows him ahead. I'd be surprised at that. Let's return to Wentworth, though, and what's happening there. So Allegra Spender, look at the primary vote at 8.5%. She's ahead of Dave Sharma at the moment on those numbers. 41%, Dave Sharma at 32%. So his primary 60 to 39 is what this would be at the moment on those particular numbers. So a two-party preferred, I think, is showing a little bit of an early count there. So we might just get some clarification on that. But obviously the story so far there is that we're getting a really good result for Teals. They're going well. Reid, we're not calling this seat yet, but we're inching towards it. 7%, you're seeing the drop. That's the crucial element. That's what you need to know here. 8% down for Fiona Martin on primary vote. Labor up 2%, so picking up some of it. And yes, it is sort of spraying around a bit, but Labor will get a lot of help from the Greens and not need much more help to get over Fiona Martin. Remember, it's a 3% swing they need at the moment on 5, so still a bit of a close margin to be calling that. But Labor is so far showing a fair bit of promise on that. Tasmania is really interesting as well. So let's take a look at Tasmania. This is looking quite good for the government overall. Bass we've had a look at, 0.4%. Bridget Archer's vote is down slightly, but Ross Hart way down at 7%. So that's what we were showing you earlier. That's continuing to be the case because we've got the Jackie Lambie network picking up vote, but also One Nation. And so that's not going to help Ross Hart. So when we're looking at that two-party preferred, we're seeing a swing so far towards Bridget Archer in that seat. Still too close to call at this stage, but that's tracking really well for Bridget Archer. Braddon as well. Look at Gavin Pearce's primary vote, surging on those numbers, so 3% up. The problem for Labor at the moment, way down on their primary vote in that particular seat. So looking at two-party preferred there, you're looking at a very strong swing towards the Liberal Party. And at this stage, we're saying a Braddon is going to be a hold for the Liberal Party. So a hold in Braddon. Lyons we'll get to a little bit later, because I did just want to have a look at one more seat in Victoria, Higgins. So this is one that the Labor Party was hoping to target here. They've said that a few times. It's 2.6%. Katie Allen's vote there holding up okay, down 8% actually on the overall swing. So Labor picking up 3% of it. The Greens, crucially for Labor, not getting to second position, but going to help Labor get over Katie Allen if that holds, if that 5.5% of the vote does hold. Remembering you're going to have a postal story as well. But look at that early swing, 5% plus to Labor, and that has them in a very good position. I want to end with some primary votes, because we're starting to get a bit of a tail here in some of the states. Tasmania, first of all, the primary vote at the moment, 16%'s been counted. Liberal 31, but Labor way down on 25. And you're seeing this is a state where you're getting lots of different primaries spreading around. And the problem with the Labor Party right now, they're losing 6.9%. While the LNP is losing primary vote, Jackie Lambie's picking a lot up. Labor's not going to get enough of that back in some of those seats, it seems. So you're talking about a 5% swing to the coalition in Tasmania on that primary vote. Queensland is a different story altogether. So we know that Labor was dismal last time on 26% of that. When we're looking at the primary vote in the swing now, Labor down slightly, but the LNP is the one suffering. So this is where we're seeing what James McGarr is talking about. Greens picking up 2%. UAP picking up 2%. What's going to happen in some of these seats with the preferences? That will be the big question. It is Labor coming back at least on that swing in that primary, in that two-party preferred. So a few different stories already sort of emerging across the country as to where different votes are going, and certainly primaries are the two majors in some cases down across the board.
The Deputy Labor Leader, Richard Marles, joins me now. Tom, thank you for that. Richard Marles, thank you for joining us. Early in the piece, we're still getting a sense of where it's going, but what's your early read?
Well, there seems to be a lot of complicated stories going on in all the numbers that are coming through so far. But I think the thing I suppose two things come from that. One is it is early days, and I don't think we can see a definable trend across the country just yet. And I think the other thing is it is going to be a long night. This was always going to be a close election. We felt like we have been competitive. We're really proud of the alternative that we've been able to put to the Australian people, which we think they've been crying out for. But that said, we've been up against the fact that we're contesting a government that has governed through a national crisis in the pandemic, and what we've seen around Australia and indeed around the world is that governments have tended to be returned in those moments of crisis. So it's a big mountain for us to climb, but the fact that we are competitive, and there are some optimistic signs out there, I think says everything about Anthony Albanese's leadership and the fact that he has put us in a position to be as competitive as we are tonight.
You lose a couple like Gilmore or Lyons, or both Lyons in Tasmania. Do you feel there is enough of a shift happening elsewhere to make up the ground necessary with which to form government?
Look, well, I think we felt that national elections have national themes, but they always have very strong regional variations, and it ends up being a combination of both. We did feel that we were both hunting some seats and defending some seats. So it doesn't surprise me that we're seeing a situation where that there are swings going in different directions in different places, and I think that is the nature of a federal election. But I think this election probably more so than ones we've seen in the past, and it's why I actually think it's going to be a long night, because it's pretty hard to unpick a national story in the midst of all of those variations that are coming through right now.
When you look at the campaign, do you have any regrets when you look at that, in the way that there were some gaffes, there were some slip-ups from the leader? Was there a bit of a blind spot when it came to some of that and the preparations leading into this?
No, look, I think a lot of that has been really overblown. I don't think anyone went into the polling booth today and were casting their votes with any of those issues in mind. I think we've run a really fantastic campaign, and more than that, I really think the decisions that Albo has made and led us to make over the course of the last 3 years have really put us in a position of being competitive in circumstances where that's a tall order when you're talking about coming up against the government that has led us through a national crisis in the form of the pandemic. And that we are so competitive says everything about the decisions that Albo has led us to make and the way in which Anthony's gone about his leadership, and that's been reflected in the campaign. And I think we have been telling a story during the election of a plan for a better future for our country. We've actually got plans to get wages growing. And I think what we've actually seen from the government has really been an attempt to run on its record, and I understand that in the context of the pandemic, but really they have not put forward a forward agenda. Now, we'll find out how the voters react to all of those things, but I feel really proud of the campaign that we've run.
Richard Miles, we'll talk to you a bit later in the program. Some news that might be a bit of a worry for another senior figure in the parliament, though, on the Liberal side, is this Dickson early number. This is the seat of Peter Dutton. Let's bring that up on the screen. Andrew Cornell. Again, we have the caveat that these are early numbers, but the trend there for Ali France suggests that she's in the mix.
Long way to go, but at the moment Peter Dutton appears to be slightly behind, and that information is coming from the Labor Party, but he's also clearly behind in the Electoral Commission figures at the moment. Ironically, his opponent, I guess, in the party, Josh Frydenberg, is in front. So I don't think we were expecting this. We were expecting Josh Frydenberg could be behind in Kooyong. That is a very healthy primary. He looks like he's going to win that if that keeps going. It's only 5% counted. But Peter Dutton's the one with a battle on his hands. Now, I have to say, you'd expect Postals to favour Peter Dutton. But still, it's yet another interesting result, and he definitely has a fight on his hands. And look, I say again, the government to me looks like they're winning two back, as I wasn't being spun as they predicted to me. But I think they're in trouble in 3 or 4 independent seats and in up to 9 contests with Labor at the moment.
James, come in there. Peter runs a very impressive ground campaign in Dickson, so I'd expect that to come back, especially the Postals. He always has an advantage there, so that will come back. I'm not sweating over that one, just yet. But Peter also knows it's a marginal seat. It's one of those 13 or 14 seats in Queensland that is not a safe big C Conservative seat. It is a marginal seat, and he's known that since he won it back in, was it 98 or 2001? Yeah, against Cheryl Curnow.
Yeah.
And 60% of Dickson is pre-poll and postal too, so there's a way to go there.
There sure is. Let's bring up the seat of Griffith, if we can, in Brisbane. I want to get Murray Watt's thoughts on this, because the Greens are doing incredibly well, and look at that. Early, well, I was going to say early, but we're talking upwards of 20% there now, Murray Watt.
Yeah, look, there's no doubt the Greens are doing well in Griffith, and as I mentioned earlier, they've thrown a huge amount of resources at winning this seat. One of the things I think we need to bear in mind with all of the inner city Brisbane seats where the Greens are doing well is that they have tended to do well on polling day and slip behind when we get to pre-polls and postals. That's what we saw in the state election last year. Yep. There were a number of inner city Brisbane seats that Labor felt very scared about on election night, which we ended up winning on the back of pre-polls and postals. So, of course, we'd like to see our vote get higher than that in Griffith, and we'd certainly like to push the Liberals into third place, because that would be their...
Well, who are the Liberals' preferences?
No, I think Murray would like us to go into third place because it will guarantee you guys win the seat then. So, of course, there's self-interest going on there. So it would be ironic if you retain Griffith because of the Liberal National Party's preferences. But...
let's bring up this.
We'll accept the irony.
Yes.
Happy to take it.
But Dickson is looking promising for Labor.
Okay, that's Peter Dutton.
I've had figures just come through. About a third counted now, 29% Liberal primary vote, down 6%, mostly going to the Greens, interestingly. But our systems do have us leaning ahead in Dickson in terms of the overall result. But I accept what James is saying, that once you throw in postal votes, that's probably going to pick up for Peter Dutton.
Let's look at Robertson. I want to have a look at this seat. This is a seat Andrew Cornell spent some time in door knocking with Dr. Gordon Reid. They say when you've got a core flute and a stethoscope around the neck, it helps, and it looks like it's helped there, Andrew.
Yeah, I said to watch this one, and I said Reid would win it. Well, I'm not going to call it yet, but he's in a very promising position here, and obviously the Greens, he gets a large part of those preferences. If we can see the two-party preferred there, well, it's a significant swing to Labor, and I'm glad to see that these door knocks have some level of accuracy, because that's what I certainly heard on the ground.
It's hard for us to lose on those.
People were more positive about Scott Morrison in Blair. They were positive about Andrew Constance in Gilmore. In Swan, they didn't want either leader.
Tom Connell.
Kieran, let's get to some seats we're saying now are staying, I should say. I nearly said changing hands. Not that exciting yet. Let's take a look at New South Wales, though. We saw earlier Hughes. Look, no surprise where this will go. We know Craig Kelly was the sitting member, and was is the accurate word. Jenny Ware also down 9%, and that's obviously compared to the previous Liberal vote. So where's this headed right now? Well, Jenny Ware has enough of the vote anyway, 57 to 47. So, yeah, we're calling that vote to the Liberal Party, no surprise, but we're already factoring that in. So we had them on 76 with that seat. So important just to note that. The next seat, Lindsay, held by 5% by the Liberal Party. It used to be a bit of a bellwether. How's it looking this time around? Well, we are seeing 1% come off the vote of Melissa McIntosh. But look, Trevor Ross losing 5%. Yes, the Greens picking up vote there, but One Nation and UAP both increasing and entering the contest there, helps the Liberal Party. Two-party preferred at the moment. You're seeing a swing towards the Liberal Party. And on those numbers, we're saying the Liberal Party holds the seat of Lindsay. So there's another one. Also the seat of Macquarie. Now, this one more interesting because we know it was, at one point in time seen as quite a target. Last few weeks I've been picking up Labor were more confident. We know it's held by 0.2%. This was the one that was counted for days and days. The crucial thing, again, is the loss of primary vote from Sarah Richards. So, yes, Labor only picks up 2%, but 9% off there. And the simple arithmetic, you give about 9% of the Greens votes over to Susan Templeman, and she gets over the line two-party preferred. So a strong swing towards her. We've got enough of the count to think that that's going to hold, and we're going to say that's a Labor hold as well on the seat of Macquarie. Some more interesting seats that we're looking at as well that have been mentioned. Let's have a look at the seat of Fowler. I know that's been a big conversation point. So Christina Keneally coming in from outside the electorate. The primary vote here is fascinating. 16% she's lost. Chris Hayes used to hold this seat. He didn't need preferences. She certainly will. So Di Lee on 27%. We know she'll get a lot of help from the Liberal Party there in terms of preferences, and as well from UAP. So this is the problem. The Greens at 5%, UAP at 7%. And that's Christina Keneally's problem at the moment. No one from the Labor Party is giving away Fowler at the moment, but it's a concern. It's certainly a concern for them, and more than it was certainly only a few weeks ago. Let's talk about Dixon finally, and this seat getting a lot of attention. I mean, last election, remember, Labor put a lot of effort into this. Perhaps it went off the radar a little bit. The problem for Peter Dutton, he's losing the primary. Where is it going? Well, a little bit to the Labor Party, more of that to the Greens, and then spraying around a little bit. But on 38%, clearly danger signs for Peter Dutton. The Greens will give about 12% to Labor, so they end up on 43 to Peter Dutton's 41. So from that point, after you exclude the Greens, you can still see a path back for Peter Dutton in terms of preferences. And note as well, he's likely to benefit once you add postal ballots as well as absentee ballots. So for that reason, whilst he's behind at the moment, it's very slender. We are not calling this seat of Dixon. We don't think there's anything definitive at all in Dixon at the moment, just that it's right in play, Kieran.
Tom Connell, thank you. Murray Watt.
Just one thing to note in Dixon as well is that it's one of the few seats in Queensland where Clive Palmer's preferences are actually going to Labor. So I know that Palmer's primary vote seems to be quite low there, but if people do follow the how to vote cards, then that would actually benefit Labor's Ailey France there as well.
Let's go live to the Gold Coast now. Clive Palmer is joining us. He's speaking to my colleague Peter Gleeson.
G'day, Kieran. Well, Clive Palmer, thanks for joining us on Sky News. Now, you're polling a lot better than what you did in 2019. Your preferences will play a crucial role. What are you hearing on the ground?
Well, we're hearing it's pretty much of a mess in the eastern states. It's Liberal will probably lose some and Labor will lose some and they'll all gain some. We really think the election will be decided in Western Australia, where there's been a big change. So we have to wait to then.
Bit of controversy today. You had problems in Petrie, and of course Craig Kelly, your leader, also copped some stuff from the AEC. Tell us about it.
It was very disappointing. Some of the AEC officials took home the votes with them when they went home to their house, and were playing around with them. We've got it all on video, and our candidate followed them home. So it's a bit of a worry when you think the AEC is tampering with votes.
You're known to take legal action. Are you likely to take that to the court?
Well, I think it's important that we point that out to people, that the AEC does interfere with votes, and that maybe it can help in future elections that they don't do that. Of course, you'll remember in 2013 they lost the ballots again when our Senator Wang, had to be elected in Western Australia. So it's in everyone's interest we ensure the AEC is fair.
You're polling well in Longman, but you're also polling okay in Dixon. Now, you've preferenced against Peter Dutton. Why did you do that?
Well, we thought that basically he's been a very heavy critic of our party and critical of some of our policies. We're also very concerned about in Western Australia, the Liberals have put the Labor Party second in their vote, which we thought was the wrong thing to do, and he's part of the cabinet, was part of that decision, I believe. What are the Senate implications for your vote right now? I haven't considered that because we're only looking at a very tiny bit of the vote at the moment, and we know the Senate's a statewide vote, so I haven't been looking at that at all, but we'll see how it pans out. Why do you think so many people pre-poll, Clive? What's that all about? It's a changing political landscape, isn't it? I think it is, because I think a lot of COVID may have come into it. A lot of people were worried about polling day being so many people in the poll in one day. They'd rather spread it out. And if you look at the preference votes and the postal votes, the absentee votes are all very large this year. I think COVID's played a role in it. Yeah. You've spent, well, the estimate is around $100 million on this campaign. Clive Palmer, why do you spend so much money on trying to influence the political narrative in this country? Well, you see, governments come and go, but ideas go on forever. And the idea of an integrity commission was D.O. Wang, and it was raised in 2013. So that was our idea, and that idea has now been adopted by the Greens and the Teal independents, and by the government and the opposition. So that's something good for Australia. Do you get a sense who might win tonight? Is there something on the ground that you're hearing from your people that sort of you favour the Labor Party or the Liberal Party? Because it's very early days, and it's very much a melting pot. Well, it's very difficult. We think it's about break even in eastern states, and we think Western Australia will certainly decide it. Clive Palmer, thank you for your time. Thanks, tonight. Peter. Back to you, Kieran.
Peter, thank you. Clive, appreciate it. Let's look at a couple of key seats that are looking in doubt. There was a lot of talk about the seat of Dunkley. This is the seat in Melbourne, in the Frankston area. Peter Murphy there. Murray, what are your thoughts on this? Are you feeling more comfortable?
Yeah, I think I've frankly always been pretty confident that Peter would hold Dunkley. She's been a terrific local member, and we haven't seen really a big move against Labor in those sorts of seats. So, I mean, obviously there's a bit of a Palmer vote there, and to pick up Bridget's point about some of those outer urban Melbourne seats, but it looks like she'll be pretty comfortable. And
Corangamite now, which is on the other side of Melbourne, and an area that you know well, Peter Credlin, but it looks like at this stage a swing to Libby Coker, the Labor member.
Yeah, that surprises me that you get a swing to her. Stephanie Asher is the local mayor down there, the mayor of Geelong, quite a popular mayor, good, strong name recognition, strong Green vote there. And the other minors, or centre-right minors, if you can call them that, not much of a showing. That really surprises me as well. The seat in the eastern suburbs of Melbourne, held by Michael Sukkar, the seat of Deakin. Let's bring that one up. And 17.24% of the vote counted, and that's not promising, Peter. No, there's some movement there. Now, this is middle-class, aspirational part of Melbourne. He's been there for some time. That does surprise me because I don't think anyone had Deakin in much of the chatter in the last few weeks.
I heard about Deakin today from the Labor side. They thought it was one we should watch, and I noticed Scott Morrison was there just a few days ago. So that could become critical tonight. Yeah,
I'd be interested to see again with pre-polls and post-polls what sort of volumes you've got out there. There is more broadly, and these Labor-held seats are not going to change hands tonight. The new seat of Hawke in Melbourne's outer suburbs, Isaacs. These are seats where Daniel Andrews hit people hard in lockdowns. These are houses where mum and dad were educating the kids at home. They didn't have a study or a holiday house, and probably wasn't a device or a laptop for everyone. And I think the lockdown pain there is pretty strong. So there's swings across the board in those outer, what did you call them before, Bridget? Peri-urban seats. Again, they won't move in the column, but they are then ripe, I think, for the state government and the opposition to run on next time.
There are a swag of New South Wales seats, Andrew, that you'd like to have a look at. Let's look
New
at
South Wales,
let's bring
my
them
stomping ground. I'll tell you what,
Yep.
this is fascinating,
Start
the
with
results
Bennelong.
in this state. Bennelong, John Howard's old seat, that looks, Labor is looking pretty good there. And again, we should take stock of what Peter's saying about postals, etc. They often go Conservative, they often go incumbent. Look at that, it's a 50-50 contest. Well, it was billed as one. And yeah, I mean, early days, but you reckon we might not know for a while. Robertson, I'm saying probably Labor at this point. Predicted this one. And that, I said, was the seat Labor needed if it wanted to win. And gee whiz, I think we can rule out a landslide Labor win, that's for sure. If Labor is to win, it's going to be narrow or it's going to be a hung parliament, that's for sure. But particularly with the Liberal gains off Labor. Look at Reid. It's down to the wire again. I mean, the problem for the government here is they have to defend all of these and win a couple. Well, they're going to win a couple, but, they have to defend every single one of these. Look at that. So you got Reid. Gilmore, well, that's one they're going to win. That's a fantastic effort, I think, at least at what we're seeing so far. Andrew Constance, well, then again.
I wouldn't be...
Don't write it off yet, you're saying?
Yeah.
Don't write it off yet. And again, postals can help the incumbent. Let me just run through these and then you can contest what I'm saying. Fowler, I just wonder if you get a situation where the difference between a Labor majority, government minority is Christina Keneally losing the seat. But anyway, it's very tight again. Very tight again. And Parramatta, Peter mentioned, my mail has been that Charlton will fall over the line here and that Maria Kovacic, who was pre-selected late, which we know was controversial, was coming back, but perhaps not enough. And I would say Charlton will probably hang on to that, but gee, it's tight again. And then let's have a look at the Teals in New South Wales. We can see McKellar, if we can get up, and North Sydney. And these, I mean, what you've got here, you've got Bennelong, 50-50. Robertson, probably Labor. Reid, probably Labor. Gilmore, 50-50. Fowler, maybe 50-50. Parramatta, they probably hang on to. And then these two Teals. So the point I want to make here, Karen, is really everything has to work for the government from here to hold on to power. It's starting to look pretty difficult for the government to hold on to power. I'm not saying that Labor can get to 76. We're a long, long way away from that, but gee, it's a tough night for the government apart from those couple of wins off Labor.
Yeah, Karen, I predicted at the beginning of the night would be a Labor win or a hung parliament, and I think that's proving pretty true. I'd go one step further than Andrew. I think very hard for the government at this stage, but Labor's not there with a majority yet either. Just on the postal votes, you are correct. They've traditionally favoured the Conservatives, but we're going to get a big dump of pre-polls in the not too distant future tonight. And if the polls were correct and the contest was narrowing towards election day, there are going to be a hell of a lot of people in there voted well before that narrowing.
And the Labor Secretary also said this to me shortly before we came off air. They expect pre-poll to be better for them than the government. They said, watch for this. We might have better results towards sort of 11 o'clock than 9 o'clock tonight.
Well, in Lingiari, they've got 13% counted and it's a 7% swing away from Labor. So
there's
still got the West to come and obviously NT in South Australia.
WA might matter for once. I mean, I used to live in WA and we got pretty annoyed the federal election was decided before they even got to us every time.
So stay tuned, WA.
Yes, please watch WA. They could really decide this thing.
Keep watching. But, when you look at the seats maybe lost by the Labor Party, I'm seeing Chisholm, you've got a swing of 5% to you. Lily, I mean, it was one of yours, but a 4% swing. Do you think you've got enough to get to that 76?
I think in the end we probably will, but I wouldn't be calling it at this point in time. But I suppose what I'm noticing is that with a couple of exceptions, there do seem to be pretty sizable swings against the government in most seats, and on that basis, you'd have to say that Labor is better placed to form government. I think there are going to be a lot of seats that we won't know until the postal votes are counted, and that won't be till tomorrow at the earliest. But certainly in Queensland, I don't know about other states, while postals have traditionally favoured the Conservative parties because it's tended to be older voters using them, I think in a COVID or post-COVID world, there's a lot more people of all sorts of ages and demographics voting by postal. So it probably won't be as bad for Labor as what it traditionally has been. But yes, looking promising.
We can expect these numbers to climb pretty dramatically with the huge pre-poll.
I think after about 9 o'clock, we'll start getting some big pre-poll moves in, and that'll be more indicative.
Big blocks.
Well, it's coming up to 8 o'clock, everyone. It's great to have everyone, this all-star panel with us, and the polls are just closing as we speak right now on the West Coast. So polls are closed around the nation. The count is on. Thanks for your company on Sky News for election night 2022. Let's get the latest on the numbers. Chief Election Analyst Tom Connell is with us at the touchscreen. Tom, have you got a sense? Can you map where things are going? Obviously, it is messy, as we said, but Labor tracking to 76 potentially.
This election is taking shape. We're getting that picture in seats, which I'll take you to a moment, but we're also getting that sense in terms of an overall swing. Let's take a look at the national primary, for example. 35 to 30. The story there is a drop from both major parties at the moment on their primary vote. But look how big the drop is for the LNP. That's the problem for them at the moment. Labor's at least goes some of that to the Greens. Then you're seeing a little swing towards UAP. So not shooting the lights out, but higher again. So the story on the two-party preferred then, as we see at the moment, pretty small swing to Labor, but we're going to see that pick up given the way the outside booths are counted first and then to some of the bigger city ones. So only a small boost there to Labor so far on the two-party preferred. That will grow. When we're looking at some of the states as well, just so far in an early primary on New South Wales, again, the story here is low primaries from both parties so far and how they're tracking in terms of the difference between last time. Similar story. The LNP is losing a lot. Labor at the moment losing a little bit, but that Labor primary has the ability to pick up more than the LNP one. So on the two-party preferred at the moment, a small swing to Labor. Again, expect to pick that up. Where we're talking about seats at the moment, let's get another couple of seats and see if we can call some here. The seat, first of all, we begin in Robertson. So this is a crucial one. We know Labor had this on their target list, but this was one I was told might be more of a 50-50 proposition a few days ago. On this primary so far, we're seeing Lucy Wicks only just ahead of her Labor rival, but look at the primary change here. 6% down, a 3% swing so far to Gordon Reid, and the Greens are going to help a lot there. What's interesting around this preference flow as well is so far we're getting the UAP and One Nation help Labor enough. So on those numbers, we're saying Robertson's looking like it's going to be in the Labor column. When we look as well at Braddon, so this is an interesting seat down in Tasmania. This is one the Libs had to hang on to. 3% was the margin. This was seen as right in play. Well, so far the story is different. Look at Gavin Pearce's primary vote, not only holding up but going up 4% on those numbers, and Chris Lynch losing 8.88%. Well, simply put, Gavin Pearce hangs on to that. So a swing towards him so far. It might not end up being that big, but we're saying that's a Liberal hold in the seat there of Braddon. The other one, Wentworth. So this is another one of the teal seats. Dave Sharma, his camp felt better and better over the past few weeks. They wouldn't have as the votes started coming in tonight. When we're looking at Wentworth so far, we're seeing Allegra Spender outpoll Dave Sharma on a primary vote. We normally talk about these teal seats as being the danger zone for 45% for Dave Sharma. He's gone well under that. Allegra Spender at 39% there. You can see the two-party preferred at the moment, 62-37. And on that, we're saying Dave Sharma goes and Allegra Spender actually wins that seat in Wentworth. The story so far, generally speaking, is the coalition increasingly, it looks really difficult for them to form that 76 seats. So that's going to be the first thing I think you can tick off. The problem for them at the moment is they are losing seats. They're holding up okay in Tasmania. They might be losing seats to the Greens in southeast Queensland. We'll delve into that again soon. And so that does imperil Labor's 76. But at the sort of numbers we're getting in so far, given they're losing to Teal and to Labor, that makes 76 already look very difficult for the coalition.
Tom Connell, thanks. Let's go to the Labor Party headquarters. I'm joined by Nicholas Rees and Chris Kenny, who are with us right throughout the night from Albo HQ. What's the mood there like, gentlemen?
Well, I tell you what, Kieran, there are a lot of cheers going up here as they're watching the Sky News telecast, and we put up some of the figures for the likely Labor wins. So they're starting to get very, very confident here, I would say, Nicholas. Some of that nervous energy being released, but the wiser heads keeping a lid on it.
Look, I think that's a fair assessment. The mood is definitely lifting here at the Labor Party event. And, you know, across the board, Labor's primary is probably not where the party would have wanted it, but it seems to be coming good in those seats where it was needed, in those crucial target seats. I mean, remarkable to see Wentworth falling to a Teal independent. We've now got two Teal independents out of Sydney. In Melbourne, it looks like Independent will win in Goldstein, certainly looking ahead there on the latest numbers coming through. It also looks like Labor is going to win in Higgins. So, you know, these seats were once the bedrock of the Liberal Party, leafy suburbs of big metropolitan cities, the foundation of the Liberal Party, and these seats are now going in very large number to independents or to Labor. Quite extraordinary.
I got to say, I think there's two important points here. One is we're seeing, as you've just looked at the national vote for the parties, this diminishing of the primary vote for both major parties is really the story of this election. Of course, the coalition vote falling more than Labor's, but both major parties on the nose and the independent votes on the rise around the country. That is a big story in this country because that will affect our politics for a long while to come, certainly for the next 3 years. And just reacting to Wentworth there, that's terrible news from my point of view, coming from Tom Connell there. Only 7% counted in Wentworth, and there's not a lot of difference across that seat, but if those votes are coming from the Darlinghurst, Paddington end of the electorate, they might favour Allegra Spender more than the more suburban areas of the electorate. We'll see. That might be me just hoping against hope, because Dave Sharma is one of the most wonderful human beings I've known. I've worked with Dave. I've known with him a long time. He's astonishingly intelligent. He's a public school educated bloke who went straight from a Sydney State High School to Cambridge. He'll be a terrible loss, not just to the Liberal Party, but to the nation. This is a bloke who was headed for a cabinet position and perhaps to be a foreign minister someday. And instead, the people of Wentworth get a teal independent, a fake independent who will contribute as much to the country as Zali Steggall has, which is nothing. What a tragedy. What do you reckon about that, Nicholas?
Well, look, I do agree with you about this is a watershed moment, I think, in Australian politics. You look at that split of the vote, it is going 1/3 Liberal National Party, 1/3 Labor, 1/3 independent and minor parties. And that is a fundamental shift in Australian politics, and we're seeing it delivering some very significant changes in the parliament. Up until now, because we've got single-seat members, single-seat electorates, notwithstanding the fact there's been a rising minor party vote, haven't seen them really break through in any significant way in terms of seats in Parliament, but that does seem to be changing tonight.
And Kieran, not too many senior Labor figures here. A lot of staffers, a lot of supporters, a lot of the volunteers from the booths. I understand Penny Wong will be here a little later on, but we haven't seen too many serving politicians, ex-politicians here yet. So we'll see. They'll probably start to flood in if the numbers improve.
I suspect if seats keep falling to Labor, we'll see quite a few turning up, Chris Kenny.
We'll let Murray Watt leave the desk. He's with us throughout the night, and Joel Fitzgibbon as well. Let's go back to Laura Jays now. And Paul Murray, it's looking increasingly difficult, Laura, for the coalition to get to that 76 majority.
Yeah, the story of the night, though, is the pox on both the major parties. But it's not just the vote going to minor parties on the left. It's happening in the right as well. So you're seeing the independents chew up that vote. You're seeing the Freedom Party, but also the Greens. I mean, the Greens in seats like Dixon, that is held by Peter Dutton in Queensland. Now, the inside word there is that they're certainly not panicking. There is a 20% postal vote there. The booths were quite quiet today, so they're very confident that vote will come back. As it stands right now at this point in the night, Labor ahead in 9 seats at the moment. But I want to draw your attention to one part of the world like East Melbourne. What is going on there? Look at the seat of Isaac in particular. Mark Dreyfus is down 7%. I'm not saying that Labor's going to lose this seat, but the Freedom Party's once again hacking away at the vote there. So it's about relevance and what the major parties have been saying and who they're speaking to. So there might be some early lessons for the Liberal Party here. There's certainly some lessons for Labor. One final thing I want to say about Wentworth and Dave Sharma, he is a star candidate here. The reason that he loses this seat tonight is not because of him. I mean, he was door knocking, he was out there. He's up against Allegra Spender, who's highly intelligent and obviously a woman, and that is not a mistake. These teal independents are smart women. This is why they are hard to come up against. And the reason Dave Sharma lose that seat, it is coming from the top down. I think Scott Morrison was a huge drag on his vote.
Couple of quick things from me, though, which is right now, according to the AEC, 17 current members of Parliament are losing their vote right now. Of those, it looks like the Labor Party is leading in 9 of those. The Liberal Party leading in 2 of them, and as we've been talking about, of course, the Independents in 6. Now, that said, it might seem that way right now, but the sources inside the Liberal Party are very obvious to say this is a knife fight. It's seat by seat. It's a long night.
They're certainly not giving up. They're conceding nothing at this point.
Correct. So that suggestion of, oh well, Labor's ahead here, so it's going to be slam dunks. That is not the feeling.
Vibe.
That's not the vibe. I'm not going to pretend to know whatever is in everyone else's head, but I can tell you right now, the early indications. Remember here, the extraordinary situation where if Labor was somehow going to be able to get to a minority or majority government with its vote going backwards, is an explanation of a far bigger issue going in and around Australian politics that we'll all bore everyone with for the next 3 years. But I can tell you this, if you're at home, do not move. The next hour is critical.
And just by the way, Chris Bowen elsewhere has claimed the seat of Robertson for Labor. So that's where the confidence is right now.
Laura Jays, Paul Murray, thank you. Let's bring in Michael Kroger and Stephen Conroy. Gentlemen, great to see you both. Michael, what is your sense of things as we sit here at 10 past 8, and it's messy, but an indication, some trends as to Labor picking up a number but losing a couple?
Yes, unfortunately for the government, we're losing too many to the Teals, it looks like, at this stage. So they've got Robertson and looks as if they've got Chisholm. Looks as if we're holding in Tasmania, may win one there, but we've still got Boothby in the 2 Western Australian seats to come, and obviously a couple of losses in Queensland and possibly New South Wales as well. So if you add all that up, Albo may get to 6 or 7, he may not. But the other problem for us is that we're behind in too many of these Teal seats. We've talked about North Sydney and Wentworth, but we're behind at the minute in Higgins, Kooyong and Goldstein. Now, I hasten to add that I think the pre-polls are very strong for the 3 sitting members in those 3 Victorian seats, and I think the postals will be strong for them. So with 15% of the vote counted, there's a long way to go in those seats. We've never seen pre-poll numbers and postal vote numbers like we're seeing in this election, and I suspect they're going to heavily weigh in favour of the coalition. So it's going to be a long night. In fact, it's going to be a long week. But it's obviously much better news for Labor than us because they can win more seats from us than they need. They only need to get to 74, in fact, and probably 1 or 2 Teals. They may only need to get to 73. So it looks as if they may get to that, but there's still a long way to go. These are still 15% counted in some of these seats, and for the reasons just explained, I think there's a long way to go. Labor's performance, well, we're on 35, 36. Labor's primary vote is 30. I mean, that's unbelievable. That's 5 to 6% below what Newspoll predicted. And what we've seen is all the minors get 2 and 2 and 2 and 2. But I suppose my final point is this. If anything is shown by this election, and this is not a criticism of Scott or the federal members, but a comment generally about the Liberal Party, it's not good enough to sort of oppose all these changes, social changes and political changes, and then agree with them later on. It's not enough to sit on the status quo. The coalition has to have an aggressive agenda of its own, right? When Morrison came out with his housing policy, you could see the base, light up that here was a liberal, strong liberal value. And there need to be things that we're fighting for, that we're inspiring young people to support, because no one's particularly inspired by the status quo. So the big challenge for the Liberal Party, not just federally, but in the states is, what are we standing for in terms of changes to our society that we want to make the standard of living higher? And that's where we haven't convinced the electorate, either federally or in the states in recent years, Kieran.
Stephen Conroy, your sense of things, you feeling optimistic?
Yeah. No, look, I think what we're seeing here is that the government are in deep trouble in Kooyong, Reid, Higgins, Goldstein, Wentworth, North Sydney, Ryan, Chisholm, Warringah, Robertson. Now, 4 of those are to us and the others are to Greens or Teal. And we've still got Western Australia and South Australia, Boothby, to come into play yet. Clearly, we can't afford to lose seats. So Gilmore, too close to call. Lyons, too close to call. And we're absolutely not conceding Griffiths to the Greens. If we were to lose to the Greens, then that'd be a terrible loss. Terry Butler's a great candidate and a great MP and one of the hopes of the future for Labor. But that will just be a transfer from us to the Greens. It doesn't help the governments. So at this stage, it's very hard to see the government forming even a minority government. They're already heading down below 70 seats on these numbers. I accept Michael's point. We've still got postals, we've still got the dumps of pre-polls to come in. But if you look at the primary vote so far of Josh Frydenberg, of all of the 5 Teal seats that are in play, they're all below 40. That is a disastrous. We've talked about this before over the last couple of weeks. Liberal votes in these seats against the Teals, if they're below 44, 45, they were in real trouble. So if I was the government, they can keep saying that they're not giving anything away, but they are in deep trouble in 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 seats.
Murray Watt, when you look at that primary vote for Labor down where it is on the national basis, do you have any sense of why that's the case, or maybe there might be some improvement with the pre-poll dump, which we're expecting over the next hour or so?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we'd like to see the primary much higher than 30%. And as I was saying earlier, one thing I think just to be a little wary of is, particularly with the Greens, they do have a tendency to do well on polling day, and Labor and no doubt the Liberal Party as well tend to do a bit better with pre-polls and postals. So I would expect to see Labor's primary go up and the Greens to fall. But clearly we've got work to do to appeal to people who are parking their vote with one of the minor parties. And that's something we're going to have to really tackle in the future. I mean, one of the things I hope for is that if we do form government, we can start delivering on some of these policies that we talked about. I think one of the problems that Labor has had at a federal level is because we haven't been in government for a long time, and let's face it, the way the last Labor federal government ended wasn't very pretty. There are a range of people who are yet to trust us. So maybe it takes a term in government for Labor, delivering on the policies that we're taking forward to earn back some of that trust.
I mean, you've got to at least get to the 33 you managed in 19 and 16.
I think we will.
I mean, it's pretty amazing if you win an election with just that.
Well, what it shows is that 7 out of 10 Australians don't want Anthony Albanese to be the next Prime Minister.
Not much better.
About 6.5 don't want Scott Morrison.
So
that's 6.5 don't want Scott Morrison.
That's what it shows. I think we probably both sides need to be better. But for someone to become Prime Minister of this country with 7 out of 10 people not voting, giving them their first preference, he is the second preference or third preference or fifth last preference Prime Minister.
But unfortunately, his preference just above Mr.
As long as he's elected in accordance with the Constitution, I'm trying to work out what's wrong.
Yeah, but this looks like
this
a negotiation.
is the system we have. And all that's what we're witnessing here is that Labor will be the beneficiary of the system that we have all supported. I haven't heard any of you oppose, except tonight. Oh, gee, I don't like this anymore.
Do you think?
Well, too bad.
Will they get to a majority? Do you think, Richard? What's your reading?
I believe we'll just get there.
Yeah.
So it'll be tight, and I'm not putting the second mortgage on it.
So 76, 77. Something.
Yeah. I think that's a likely result.
I think it is bad government, though, having lived it before, when you get a government come in from opposition, not hang on to government by way of minority negotiations with the crossbench. Because there's what's told to the public that's in the horse trade, and then we all know what's in the horse trade behind closed doors. And I think that's, given the security challenges ahead, given the budget challenges ahead, given the high inflation and the concern people have for their mortgages and all the bread and butter issues that are causing people to go to these fringe parties, that is the worst outcome. I mean, I said to people, if you can't vote Liberal or National Party, for God's sake, vote Labor.
Peter,
don't park your vote.
Do you acknowledge, though, that there is a chance here Labor will hit majority? Or do you think it's likely a hung party?
They could, because I do think, I agree with Murray, that the pre-polls and postals will not fall out the traditional way. I think there will be a Labor vote in those. But nonetheless, I mean, Victoria is pretty problematic. There's talk of 3 seats down there going to Labor, and plus the likelihood. I mean, I think Goldstein, I have to say, it's been talked of, gone. I think Kooyong, if anyone's going to hang on against a Teal, it'll be Josh. But we'll get the worst possible outcome for our country tonight if we end up with minority government again and this torturous negotiation with a motley crew of crossbenchers.
All right, and what if Labor gets 76, 77? Well, I mean...
Someone like me who has sat through a hung parliament would applaud the fact that we have a majority government.
But so difficult to manage as well if someone dies or if someone spits the dummy.
Historically, most by-elections, most terms have had one or more by-elections. We didn't have that in that 2010 period. That was a rare historical occurrence. But it is still better for the country that there is majority government. I absolutely stand by
Labor could put Bob Catter as Speaker, potentially. That'd be interesting.
That would be magnificent, Kieran, for everyone.
I was going to say the ratings would go up in question time.
Can I just make the point that Labor's primary vote will lift for a whole range of reasons, including the dump we'll see from the pre-poll. But I haven't heard. Look, it's clear there is a pathway to 76 for Labor, but it's just too early to call. I'm not quite as confident as Richo, but it's always nice to see him confident because he's pretty good at this stuff. But look, let's not start challenging the preferential system. I haven't heard anyone on this panel previously suggest or advocate we go to a first-past-the-post system. We all know that would be a worse outcome. But I think and for the viewers, just to simplify this, we needed about 3.5% uniform swing to secure government. We've had about 2 from a big picture perspective. But I spoke earlier about the lack of trust, faith people have in our system and us. Well, formerly, in my case, formerly us. And there's a message in this for all of us. I mean, the people decided to go and vote for a lot of people who aren't part of the major parties. And if we don't learn something from that tonight, then we'll continue to decline.
As you said, the preferential system does mean that their votes aren't dead because you get to the next preference and then eventually your vote counts.
Yeah, and in a first-past-the-post system, someone can win with less than half the vote. That's not a good outcome either.
Compulsory preferential is the Australian system, which is about the least worst option, which sums up Australians' attitudes to politics. If Anthony Albanese wins this, he's seen as the least worst option. It seems to me from these figures, not the best option. And if he'd had a stronger campaign where he didn't make gaffes, you'd probably be looking at 80
Bridget
seats.
McKenzie, how much of this is put down to the Prime Minister's personal unpopularity?
Well, I just want to say this is hardly a ringing endorsement of Labor, these primary vote figures, on any reading. And if you look internationally, the fracturing of political systems has been occurring over, the recent past. You look at the UK, you look at what's happened in the US, you're seeing a similar trend here. I just wanted to make the point that, similar to Joel, it is too early to call. On the figures from the last election, the postal votes fell to us 57-42, the pre-poll 54-45. We're talking about, as we said, ground games that are very, very close at the moment. So I don't think we're going to be calling too much of those really tight contests.
Do you think you can still get to majority?
I think there's a goat's track and we're on it. And I'm not ready.
What is goat's track?
What does that mean?
I'm a gnat.
That's very optimistic, aren't they? Good people. You need them in your coalition.
There's a goat's track.
So in Brisbane, the Greens have pulled ahead of Labor on primary. So this is what I'm talking about in terms of the chaos theory of that rather large angry butterfly in the Amazonian rainforest flapping its wings. There are seats like Brisbane and Ryan and whatever, where you're going to have this bouncing around between different parties, and depending where the Greens and Labor end up and who's third and who's second, may help us actually in seats like Brisbane and Ryan. So this is some of these seats which Labor are probably more confident about at the moment. I'm not as pessimistic. Like it's going to be tough.
Not giving up Brisbane and Ryan.
I'm not giving up Brisbane and Ryan. No, not at all.
I just think it's getting to the point, particularly in Brisbane, and you may have more recent figures, James, but the LNP primary vote seems to be below 40%, and
we've taken a smack.
Yeah,
so
whether it be Labor or the Greens who run third, it's likely that the combined Labor-Green vote will be able to get over the top of the LNP in Brisbane. Ryan is a little bit harder. But yeah, I mean, on the Teal stuff, I can't help sitting here thinking that the Liberals in particular are experiencing some of the pain that the Greens have inflicted on Labor in recent years. We've had to deal with the Greens attacking us from our left flank for 20 years and making it harder and harder for us to win certain seats. And that seems to be what's happening to the Liberals tonight. And I know there's a range of people sort of cranky and angry about it, but it seems to be a reality, and I think that might.
I disagree. I think the biggest problem for the Liberals is the leakage of the other vote. If you look wholesale around the country, we are leaking far more to Palmer and One Nation than we're leaking out into Teals. The issue for us is that so many of our base are pissed off and angry and not entirely sure what we stand for. And that's why there's the move. Now, whether they're moving to the Teals, and I think that's just a very small fraction, I would be more concerned as a strategist right across the board where we're losing out to Palmer and to Hanson because it's not discipline coming back like your Green vote is.
Yeah, I mean, it just seems to me that it's playing out differently in different parts of the country. So obviously in regional areas and outer suburban areas, you are losing votes on your right flank to Palmer and Hanson, but in some of your inner city city seats, it's actually going to the left.
Yeah, but they're not the seats that make or break government. The seats that make or break government for us are those regionals and those peri-urbans.
Okay, let's bring in Tom Connell, our Chief Election Analyst. Tom, what have you got for us?
Kieran, haven't been on a dinner break. We've been talking to the Brains Trust out here because we've been moving up towards a big call here. Let's first of all talk about why I'm making this call. So let's start off in New South Wales. The seat of Reid here, this was always a target seat for Labor, the biggest one in New South Wales, and it's going the way they hoped. 27% of the vote, that's a good chunk there. You can see Sally Situ picking up that 3%, but Fiona Martin losing 10% at the moment and an increase in the Greens vote there. The Greens vote getting about 7 towards Sally Situ. She gets to 48. From there, it's a pretty simple path for her towards a two-party preferred. So on these numbers, we're calling Reid for the Labor Party at the moment. Then we look in Chisholm as well. So let's look down to Victoria, the seat of Chisholm. This previously been a knife-edge seat here. I've hit Tasmania there. Let's head to Victoria instead. So the seat of Chisholm, again, held by Gladys Liu. So again, 20% of the votes come through here. You're seeing a small swing towards Karina Garland. This seat is held by 0.5%. Look how much Gladys Liu's losing there, 8.5%. And you're seeing an uptick in the Greens vote there. That's only going to help Karina Garland. On those numbers, Karina Garland doesn't need any preferences after the Greens vote. So as we go through this vote, you're seeing a big swing towards Karina Garland, and we're saying that's a Labor victory in that seat. So Labor wins Chisholm as well. Then we head to New South Wales. So the seat of Mackellar. We've already called Wentworth. This is another one that's under fire. The panel was talking about it. Another one that the Teals are targeting. So look at the primary vote. We're 33% down. Jason Polinsky's lost 40%. Look at Sophie Skomps, though. She's nearly level with him just on primary vote. The danger always for these seats for the Liberal Party when they're facing these sorts of contests with strong independents, and then you've got a Labor and Greens candidate as well, is they get below 45%. They're well below those Greens and Labor primaries help Sophie Skomps get over the line. With this sort of margin at this point, we're saying that she wins that seat as well. So when we look at how we're tracking and we're calling these seats as we go, this is the issue for the coalition. They start on 76, remember, they start on 76. Hughes, we'd already factored in. So yes, these are holds for the Liberal Party at the moment, but they're losing the others. So they're down 5 seats in a net sense at that stage. They get down to 71. They're 5 seats off a majority at that point. And that's a long way off when you look at some of the other seats and how they're tracking. We're not calling these contests yet. The problem emerging for the Liberal Party is they're not going to, you'd think, save all of the seats that are getting in this sort of trouble. Nearly 30% counted in Deakin, in the outer suburbs of Melbourne. You're seeing 6% come off the vote of Michael Sukkar, and the Greens picking quite a bit up there. UAP, so this is going to go down to two-party preferred at this point, but at this stage, look how far ahead Labor Party is, 55 to 44. So you're not far off calling the seat of Deakin as well, and that's the problem for the Liberal Party. The other seats they might fall behind. Let's take a quick look at Higgins, which I know the panel's been talking about, an inner city seat in Melbourne. So again, 21% has been counted, pretty significant, 7% down for Katie Allen. She only holds this on 2.7%, and that's the problem. Yes, Labor's only picking up 2% so far, but they'll get about 80%, maybe more from Sonia Simmons from the Greens. That alone is 20% onto their primary and means they're in a great position. So at this stage, 53.96 up, a significant amount ahead at this point in the count. This is the problem emerging again. So let's go to Queensland and the seat of Brisbane, which you've been talking about. I know Brisbane is in trouble as well as Ryan, but just to take Brisbane at this point and the primary vote again, 36% through, 10% down for Trevor Evans, well below that 45% danger mark. You can see Labor and the Greens close together. And so whichever side finishes second, obviously, is going to be in a better position. And we're not calling Brisbane at this stage, but this is the problem. It's another clear issue at the moment for the Liberal Party, well behind Labor. Would it spin out the same way in the Greens? Well, possibly not. We're not sure. That's why we're not calling the seat. And we'll see if we just look at that primary again. Who finishes second might matter, and what happens with One Nation and UAP, and they'd probably tip Labor over the edge. So it's advantage Labor at the moment. The problem there, as you see, Kieran, when you look at the situation, not just the seats they're in trouble, but the seats that so far we're saying they've lost. Yes, there's more of the count to go. We're not calling the way the overall government goes, but we're saying as it stands, the coalition cannot return to a majority government and get those 76 seats.
So no majority government for the coalition. Tom Connell, thank you. There you have it. We have called that as the result tonight, at least at this stage. No majority. They could still get to minority, but no majority government for the coalition. Tom Connell, thank you. Stephen Conroy, Michael Kroger with us as part of our panel. Stephen, that's where it was headed. You were of that view earlier. Are you increasingly confident that Labor might get to the 76 itself?
Look, it'll come down to whether we lose a couple of seats. I mean, clearly the government have lost the election. I don't think there's any question about that. They can't possibly, with the number of seats in danger, form even a minority government in their own right. So the key is, can Labor keep its losses to a minimum? We're under pressure, as I think I said earlier, in Gilmore, in Lyons, and that's there to be watched. We could lose Terry Butler tragically to a Green, so that won't affect the opposition, the government at the moment. But it means that it's a bit harder for Labor to form majority government. So we've got Fowler, I understand, is turning around for us because the counting clearly looks like it's come from the end of the electorate where Di Lane is very well known, very high profile, but the rest of the booth's starting to come in. Fowler's starting to square up for us. And as I said, Gilmore and Lyons too close to call. So we don't want to lose a seat to the Greens. So at the moment, I haven't got us there to majority government yet, but we've still got Western Australia to come in yet. We haven't seen Boothby have enough votes to be counted yet. And so there's 3 seats that Labor would be hopeful to win: Swan, Pearce, Boothby, to be added to our pile at the moment. So Labor are still very much in the hunt for majority government.
Michael Kroger, what's your read on all of this? You heard Tom Connell's assessment, no majority for the coalition.
Well, that's very clear that we haven't got a majority, and we're probably not going to get to 70, which means minority government's not going to happen. The most likely result at the minute is that Labor will get a majority in its own right, tragically, on 30% of the vote. But I take Richo's point that that's the Constitution, although, as McGrath said, it's not a great endorsement, but it is what it is. Democracy is imperfect, but it looks to me like they'll get to 76 because, as Steve said, they've still got Swan, Pearce and Boothby, which are 3 likely gains for Labor to offset any potential losses. So you can see them in front in about 10, if you include those 3, you can see them in front in about 13 seats at the minute. Of course, he only has to win 5 to get to minority government, 7 to get to a government in his own right. So, Graham's call earlier on the night looks to be correct. It looks as if Labor will get a majority in their own right as we sit here now. But still, in a lot of these seats, there's only 20%, 25% of the vote counted. And even though that's usually indicative, we have got, as I said before, record numbers of pre-polls and record numbers of postals, which tend to favour the coalition, and they have for many, many years. So it looks as if Labor are going to win the election tonight, and a lot of soul searching ahead for us.
And Stephen Conroy, one of the key moments we have to wait for tonight is that dump of votes from the huge pre-poll that we've seen. Nearly a third of voters or thereabouts getting in early to have their say. That trend continues, Stephen.
Yeah, look, I mean, pre-polls have been hotly contested. In the past, in safe seats, the opposition or small party candidates have tended not to cover the pre-poll booths. So there's always been pre-poll favouring incumbency. This time round, in these key seats that we're talking about, the pre-polls have been hotly contested. There's been scuffles, there's been arguments. There's nothing necessarily to suggest that the pre-poll votes wouldn't match the on-the-day vote. I mean, for Josh Frydenberg, to give the most important example, sitting on less than, so let's say 40% of the vote, suddenly he's going to have to poll like a massive amount of pre-poll to get his primary up to a winnable position. So it's people could say there's still votes to be counted. They begin to sound like Donald Trump. Let's just don't count them. But there isn't any reason to, at this point, suggest that your pre-polls are going to be massively, and in some cases it's going to be a massive difference.
And
all
Kieran,
these
there'll need to be a
pictures coming
significant
in,
difference.
Michael. I'll get you to make some comments in a moment, but got these pictures coming in to us from Bondi, Allegra Spender's party, and well, as you could imagine, Michael, they're jubilant. But for the Liberal Party, it's not just the Josh Frydenbergs of the world; it's the next generation. Dave Sharma gone tonight.
Yeah, and my rule of thumb is you need 44.5% primary vote in these Teal seats to win. Now, Josh is on 42 at the minute, which is a national tragedy if a guy like Josh Frydenberg, if there's no place for Josh Frydenberg in the Australian Parliament, well, I'm on another planet. But he's only on 42. Katie Allen, Tim Wilson, who are the next generation, two outstanding members, and I've had the honour of campaigning with Katie Allen, who's been utterly superb. They're on 38. So they have to get a very, very significant number of the pre-polls and postals to get to 44.5 to have any hope of winning. So there's clearly difficulties in those seats. Doesn't look like we've picked up McEwen, Dunkley and Karangamite, despite tremendous candidates and great campaigns locally by our Liberal Party members there. Doesn't look like we've done well there. And, can Labor get a net 7? It looks to me like they will get a net 7, which, to take Peter Credlin's point, and I agree with Richo, better have a majority government, whether them or us, than the utter fiasco and chaos of having a Senate, which is a fiasco, and in the reps as well. You can imagine what, foreign governments and foreign ratings agencies are going to think about Australia if they look and see that they're both run by, grandmother's pudding in the Senate and the reps. That would be a disaster. So if Albo wins in his own right, well, he can be held to account, and it's a much better system we have if you have a majority government than one run by a ragtag of independents, Kieran.
Michael and Stephen, thank you. As always, we'll be back to you in just a moment. I want to go live to Brisbane. Jim Chalmers, the Shadow Treasurer, joins me now. Jim Chalmers, do you think you'll get to that magic number of 76?
I think we've still got a shot at it, Kieran, that's for sure. I think there's a handful of seats that are still could go either way and would make the difference between a Labor majority or otherwise. I think clearly now it's very, very difficult to see the LNP getting a majority. I think that's been the big story so far, has been the abandonment of Scott Morrison. But how it shakes out from here, I think, depends heavily on probably about half a dozen 50-50 prospects.
Your primary vote is down near 30%. We're waiting the pre-poll booths to come in, so those big numbers to drop. But is that a worry to you that the primary is as low as it is?
Oh, it is, Kieran. To be frank about it, there are some substantial third-party challenges right around Australia, and depending on where you are in Australia determines what kind of threat it is, whether it's teal, whether it's green, whether it's orange or yellow, depending on where you are in Australia. I think both major parties have got a lot to be concerned about when it comes to the primary vote, but you'd definitely much rather be Labor than the LNP right now. We still are a shot at a majority. I think it's far too early to say whether or not where those half a dozen seats will fall. We've got some very, very encouraging results in places like Robertson, like Reid, in other parts of Australia as well. And so we are still a big chance here, but we need another couple of hours to predict with any certainty at least.
Jim Chalmers, Andrew Cornell here. How are you? When you look at this result and the poor primary vote of Labor, and particularly you must feel this as Shadow Treasurer, if your leader had have performed better in the campaign, do you concede you'd be getting a higher primary vote and more seats? You don't make the sort of mistakes he did during the campaign.
Oh, I don't accept any of that, Andrew. I think Anthony campaigned really strongly, particularly in the latter stages. I think anyone who saw his performance in the debates, for example, where he cleaned up the incumbent Prime Minister 3 times in a row, 3 from 3, I think the reception he got in all corners of Australia was terrific. And so I don't accept that analysis. I think what's happened here is there's a lot of economic insecurity in our society. You know, wages have been stagnant for a decade. We've got real wages going backwards, and at times like these, people look for alternatives. And we've
couldn't
done
name the
our best to make
unemployment
sure that
rate.
the primary alternative to Morrison is Labor.
Jim
We've
Chalmers,
gone
he
through
couldn't
that
name
a
the
heap of
unemployment
times, Andrew,
rate.
from the beginning.
He couldn't name the unemployment rate. He
from the
couldn't
very
name the
start of the-
NDIS 6 points. I mean, that doesn't help, does it? When you try, people don't even know the guy, and they think, "Gee, is this guy up to it?" Surely that's the reason for your low primary vote tonight.
No, I think he put his hand up for that, took responsibility for it. I don't think people have substantially marked him down for that. I think he's had a really quite a strong campaign. I think one of the things that the commentary tonight has underestimated is that incumbency, particularly coming out of a pandemic, is still a very powerful force. And Anthony took on that incumbency over a long period of time, and he has put us in a position where we are more likely than the coalition to get to a majority. And so I think that that is a credit to him.
Now, Jim Chalmers, when we look at the numbers, as you say, still a fair way to go as to whether you get to the majority or not. Can you reiterate to our viewers, though, there won't be any formal deal done if with the Greens or whoever else as part of a minority?
That's right, Kieran. I mean, our intention is to be a majority Labor government, and we're still in with a shot to do that. You know, there are seats like Deakin and Longman and Dixon and others that are still in play. I think we need probably another 90 minutes or so, or 2 hours or so, to see how some of those are playing out. We need to see those pre-poll votes. I think there's going to be some enormous pre-poll booths. I know that from my own community here in Logan City, and so we need to have a look at that. But we are still a show here to get to a majority. It's too early to say whether that will be the case or not. I think we can scratch off the list a Morrison majority at this stage, but all of the other possibilities are still in play.
Jim Chalmers joining us live from Logan in Brisbane. Thank you. Appreciate that on a busy night for Jim. Murray Watt, what's your latest? We heard there from Jim Chalmers a number of those seats that we've got to wait on. Have you got any further steer that you might be able to give our viewers?
Yeah, in Queensland terms, one seat we haven't talked about is Leichhardt, and I'm hearing that there's been some encouraging swings in some of the Cairns beachside booths, which would normally favour the LNP. It's going to be difficult to get enough of a swing there overall, but that's certainly encouraging. And Brisbane, we've had more recent figures through, including some of the big pre-poll booths that basically have the Greens and Labor neck and neck for second and third. I would expect the next pre-poll booths to come through to favour Labor, which would probably nudge us into second place, and then we would expect to do better than the Greens on postals as well. So I'm still feeling pretty hopeful about Brisbane. It looks like Longman we're a little bit behind at this stage. Maybe that will change as time goes on, and I'm chasing anything new in Dixon because I think we're all pretty interested in what's going on in Dixon.
We certainly are.
Yeah.
Dixon, for those viewers who aren't aware, is the seat of Peter Dutton. James McGrath, that has been a marginal seat for, well, certainly the whole time that Peter Dutton's been the member. He's got to grapple with that every election, doesn't he?
Every election, and he never stops campaigning, so he knows that, and he's got a massive machine behind him. And it's the same with Luke Howarth next door in Petrie and Terry Young in Longman. I'm a bit more confident about Longman now than I was at the beginning of the show. Leichhardt, I'm just waiting to get some fresh figures through, but I'm a bit more confident about Leichhardt also. As indicated, we don't need to talk about Herbert anymore. You can say that Phil Thompson, I think, is going to win that. Andrew Wilcox, I think, will comfortably retain Dawson for the LNP, replacing George Christensen. In Capricornia, I think Michelle Landry, she's lost a little bit, but I think that's looking good for us. It's almost like a bit of a town and country vote. That in the country, in regional Queensland, we are the most decentralised state. The LNP, we've lost some skin, but we probably will hold most of our seats. But it's in that southeast corner, especially within the boundaries of Brisbane City Council, where that Green vote has just exploded. Yep. You've got these three-corner contests.
I do think Flynn is proving to be interesting. I've had some figures come in from Emerald, which is in the western part of the electorate, National Party heartland, where we've managed to get a 10% swing in the Emerald North booth, which is about 900 people. It's not a massive booth, but reasonable size. And the Gladstone pre-poll booth has come back with our primary vote going up and the LNPs going down. So I think that's going to be a bit of a dark horse over the course of the night. And it doesn't look like the LNP will pick up Blair from what I'm hearing.
Yeah, I'd probably agree with that, yeah.
And we've got some other fresh
Yeah,
numbers,
I've just
Peter.
got some messages in that Dixon's, the best booths for Peter Dutton have not yet come in. Albany or Albany, which is it?
Albany.
Albany. Albany Creek North, Albany Creek South, not in.
Okay, Tom Connell, what have you got?
Yeah, some more seats we're going to call as and one of them actually having changed hands. Let's begin this situation in Victoria, the seat of Higgins. We've looked at it before tonight. We wanted to wait to see some more of the count. We're seeing some more, 27%. The problem here again is Katie Allen's primary vote down 7.5%. She holds this seat, remember, on 2.7%. Now again, Labor's picking up 3, and yes, it's spraying around a little bit, and the Lib Dems might help the Liberal Party a little bit, but it's pretty simple math. You give 20% of the Greens vote to Labor, and they're right on the cusp of getting it before they get much more help. So on these figures right now, look at the swing overall, 6%, 58%. That's a win for the Labor Party. Michelle Ananda-Rajah. Labor does what it failed to do last time, and it wins the seat of Higgins. Let's take a look at Goldstein as well, also in Victoria. Also under challenge, of course, from Teals this time. And this is a seat that was in trouble early on. And again, that magic number of 45%. That's when a Liberal Party candidate starts to get in trouble against the Teal. And 30% is where you want to be if you're a Teal. So way off those two figures. For Tim Wilson, he's lost 12%, 36% primary. For Zoe Daniel, she'll get strong discipline from Labor and Greens preferences there. And on the two-party preferred, you can see the size of the lead. Yes, we might not be through a lot of the count, but given the size of that lead, we're also giving that seat at the moment to Zoe Daniel. So the other seat I'm going to look at right now is the seat of Lyons. Now, we're not calling this one just yet, but it's getting increasingly important for Labor on what seats they hold on to. Yes, they're gains, but what they hold on to if they're going to get to 76. So the seat of Lyons in Tasmania, you can see it's a regional seat, and some of these booths can vary a bit. That's why we're being a little bit wary of calling it. You can see a 13% swing for the Liberal Party. The Nationals ran last time, they got 15. So just be wary of that. They're picking up most of the national vote, not all of it. Brian Mitchell losing 7%. So what's happening with the Jackie Lambie network and how those preferences play out, that's what will decide this seat. At the moment on two-party preferred, that margin. Yes, a swing towards the Liberal Party, but it's 49.75. You're not giving away a seat on those numbers, and that one is certainly too close to call. The other one we will call, though, is also in Victoria. This was seen as the best target for the Liberal Party in Victoria. Corangamite, a Labor-held seat on a wafer-thin majority there for Libby Coker. She's picked up 3%. Stephanie Asher, former Geelong Mayor, she's lost 7%, and the Greens picking that up as well. That spells a lot of trouble for the Liberal Party when you're seeing how that's playing out two-party preferred. Big swing towards Labor, and that's a clear win, we're saying, for the Labor Party. So that's another win for them. The other seat I want to look at in Victoria is going to get a lot of interest, I'm sure, through the night. Peter Dutton's in a bit of trouble. He's still well and truly in that contest. What about the other potential leader of the party as well in the seat of Kooyong? And that, of course, is Josh Frydenberg. We knew he was in for the fight of his life. That's playing out so far, but he's in the fight. 5.8% down there. Monique Ryan, a very solid 40%. This looks different to those other Teal seats because you really do have Labor and the Greens not in the contest. At those numbers, you're going to get a pretty good flow to Monique Ryan, though, and Josh Frydenberg in some trouble, but certainly in the contest. And as you see here, at the moment, he's behind. Not willing to call it on that. You've got still some very traditional Liberal voters there. A huge postal vote, remember, coming in as well. So on those numbers, we're not going to call the seat of Kooyong. The problem, again, that we spoke about before is where the seats are going. Look at the tallies building here. Remember, we're starting on 76 for the Liberal Party, for the LNP, and 69 for Labor. So you're seeing if we're giving these 5 seats to Labor, they're getting up to 74, Liberal Party at 73. So, and that's before, sorry, I should say Liberal Party's lost these 3 seats and losing these 5. So they're right down into the 60s, and Labor not at a majority, not talking a majority at this point in terms of those seats gained, but well ahead of the coalition. So the next question you have to ask yourself is there any way right now for the coalition to form any government?
Tom Connell, thanks. These are live shots coming to us from Goldstein, the seat that will be represented by the former journalist Zoe Daniel, as we just called it then, Goldstein to Daniel. And the Teal incursion continues, Andrew Cornell.
Well, I've got to say, I know there's no love for the Teals on this panel, and maybe justifiably so, but you look at a sort of a third force in Australian politics like the Australian Democrats were in the 1970s here, off the Liberal vote. Don Chipp, a former Liberal. You're looking at 6 House of Representative seats, if you count Indi, potentially for this. They say they're not a political party. They sure as hell act like one. And that is an extraordinary result. When did the Australian Democrats or the Greens get 6 seats in the House of Representatives?
Well, they probably didn't have the money of a certain Mr.
$12 million.
Daddy's money behind him, behind the campaign.
Political parties raise money.
Haven't you got to have a hard look at yourselves rather than complain about this? This is reality, and as I say, this is what we've had to deal with the Greens chipping away at us for years, and all the.
I mean, it is a look at the scoreboard moment here, Jay.
Yeah, no, we will be having a hard look at ourselves, and obviously, the result is not a great result for the government and for the Liberal National Party, and we've got to look at. I think both major parties have to look at the fact that the combined major party vote is going to be less than probably 65%. So Australia is split into a centre-right group, centre-left Labor, and then a third who are everything from fake independents, these Teals, to One Nation, to the Greens. There is this rainbow coalition out there.
I mean, I'll tell you what, the coalition could certainly use with those 6 seats. You'd almost be in minority government.
Kieran, I've got a birthday in Pearce in Western Australia, 6.3% swing to the Labor Party, which will be big and starts to warm me towards Richo's confidence in a majority Labor government.
We've got out of Perth,
Wow.
so 6.3% to Labor in Pearce.
And on Tom Connell's list there, he hasn't got Robertson, which I think is just about a Labor win.
Robertson, our people are very confident about Robertson. But can I just say, what was Scott Morrison thinking? I mean, he saw us get bashed to death over climate change for 2 decades. You guys are just, so I'm looking at James now, bleeding Liberal votes to the Greens around Melbourne, and there's a bit of that going on in Brisbane as well. I mean, Scott had this 26 to 28% target, but on his own projections, he said they were on track to get to 32 or 33 or something, but he wouldn't make that commitment. You got Barnaby Joyce and Matt Canavan and the candidate in Flynn all doubling down on this sort of pro-coal message and bashing us up because, we're going to close the coal mines, which of course was rubbish. So what did he expect? I mean, the Teals are basically
net zero.
Net zero. Teals are basically a 2-issue party. Integrity Commission, and for whatever reason, Scott Morrison just wasn't prepared to go the extra distance on that. And climate change, and they were speaking out of both sides of their mouths.
They're a displaced Labor vote. Go back to the point I made before about Kooyong. 4 state seats sit under Kooyong. 3 of those are held by the Labor Party. Only 1 is held by the Liberal Party, currently in the state parliament. So the question is, why didn't Labor do better in the seat of Kooyong? Why has it gone green? And I'll take your point on climate change and raise you one, because every single time there has actually been an election about climate change. 2010, 2013. One side said carbon tax, the other side said no, it's going to go. Landslide territory, 16 climate change, 19 climate change. The only election where the 2 major parties are agreeing with each other on net zero, surprise, surprise, the coalition is backing out of town. The problem for the coalition isn't in these leafy seats, which I would argue and have argued for a long time, are under transition. The issue for the coalition is right across the country where people are walking away to Palmer and to Hanson and to that independent in Nichols, who's a fair income independent in country Victoria, because they're not sure what the party of John Howard and the party of Tony Abbott stands for anymore.
I want to go live to Rebecca Sharkey. She's the member for Mayo. Thank you for your time, Rebecca Sharkey. It looks like you're going to have a bit more company there on the crossbench.
Good evening. Well, hopefully so. It's all a bit early in the night still here in South Australia, but yes, I'm very excited to be hearing some of our results that are coming in. So yeah, it's pretty exciting. You can hear all my volunteers behind me.
We can indeed, and we know that a number of Teal independents are going to be in the next parliament. Do you think that they should have been more upfront as to who they'll back?
Well, Well, look, I mean, I'm not a teal independent. This is my 4th election. I was elected before teal was even, a colour that an independent chose. So I was very upfront and with my community, as I have been every election. But if the results to be believed, it looks like potentially we won't have a hung parliament. Looking at the numbers there, it looks like we might have a change of government.
Yeah, it certainly does. And Rebecca Sharkey, what was the key issue for you, or the key issues in terms of this election? Why are we seeing the shift away from the coalition?
Well, I can only really talk about my community. Sorry, I'm just losing my earpiece here. I've been campaigning really hard on what matters to Mayo. We care about health, we care about the environment, we care about climate, and we care about each other. And I've been working really hard with my community. We've suffered devastating loss through the bushfires, and then, like every other electorate in Australia, managing COVID. So we've just been working really hard together, and I'm very grateful. Looking at the early results that we've had in from the scrutineers, it's looking really, really positive in my community, and I'm just very, very happy. I'm a little bit overwhelmed. I've been on my feet since 7:30 this morning at 2 degrees, so it was pretty cold in the hills this morning, and stayed until the doors close at 6 o'clock. So big day, big night.
No, it is indeed, and we congratulate you on another likely victory. Rebecca Sharkey, thank you very much. Let's go to Michael Kroger, Stephen Conroy with us. Stephen, Andrew Cornell described the teal incursion in this particular election as something like the Democrats. A number of lower house seats going in the way of those teal independents.
Well, absolutely. I mean, at this stage, they look like they could win the 5 that they've really targeted, which would be an extraordinary outcome. I accept Michael's point. Josh has got an incredible profile. He spent an enormous amount of money, probably an Australian record, $3.5 million plus, as people talk about.
Oh,
and
nothing like it.
It's extraordinary to see that happening. But at this stage, Labor could possibly win 4 to 6. We've got Boothby, we're narrowly, I think, ahead in. We've had a good report out of Swan. If we've got a good report in Swan, we've hopefully got in Pearce, we've probably got a good report to come in Swan yet, but there's no figures. So you can potentially add 3 to Labor's 4 at the moment. And I'm taking into account, as I said before, Terry Butler was to lose, terrible for the Labor Party. So the 5 we have is 4. Then there's still Lyons and a couple of others like Gilmore that are too close to call, Fowler. They're all possible Labor losses, which could reduce our advance to a very small number. But I'm still saying it's too close to call and too early to make those predictions for us. But clearly the government will not be forming, the Liberal National Party will not be forming government after today.
Factor in as well on top of that the couple of Perth seats as well, don't you?
Absolutely. As I said, we've got to minimise our losses. Those 3 that are too close to call, and then we've got to win Boothby, Pearce, and Swan, and then you're in the territory where we could sneak across 76 to 77.
I just wonder if you're being a bit pessimistic here in the numbers that I'm seeing. I mean, I sort of see, and I think Joel might be on the same page here, I'm sort of seeing Boothby, Reid, Robertson, Chisholm, Brisbane, maybe Deakin,
maybe Sturt,
and then Pearce and Swan. And so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yeah, but we're in danger of potentially losing 3. We possibly won't pick up Brisbane because the Greens might pick up Brisbane. So that's why, if I'm not being pessimistic, I'm just being cautious. I think there's a pathway for us to get to 76 there, but I think it's just a bit too early. We've still got a big dump of votes that could see 100 to the Greens, in Brisbane or 500 to us in pre-poll. So that's the reason I'm being cautious, not pessimistic.
You believe in the Albanese camp that pre-polls will go their way and improve their position?
Joel, is that your view?
Yeah, that's my view. I made the point earlier that the polls tightened as we moved towards election day, and a lot of people voted well before election day in record numbers. So all those, if the polls are correct on the tightening, all those who voted earlier were more likely to be voting for the Labor Party.
Let's go to let's bring in Michael Kroger now for his thoughts on where this is all at. Because Michael, if the coalition, well, it looks like there's no majority, but the likely potential loss now of the Treasurer, it takes a terrible night into disaster territory.
Well, that is a disaster. Let's not sugarcoat it. If Josh Frydenberg leads, that is a disaster. But I must say his primary vote is increasing as we speak, and so is Katie Allen's in Higgins. She's gone from 36.5 to 38 in the last half hour, and Josh has gone up 0.5% too. So they're still behind, but their primary vote is increasing. Look, if Frydenberg loses, that is a disaster for the Liberal Party. Let's be frank about it. He's a future Prime Minister. He's one of the Boy, I have him in rarefied air of the great Liberals I've ever known, not only as a politician but as a human being. The type Frydenberg people see, that's him. He is a genuine, decent, honest, highly gifted, highly intelligent, outstanding human being. And if there's no place for Josh Frydenberg, as I said, the country is poorer for that. But Kieran, as I've said to you for 6 months now, fourth terms are hard to win. You have to prove to the electorate there are 3 urgent reasons why you need to get another 3 to do what you haven't done in the last 9. And the problem, the Liberal Party's got 2 big problems in Victoria. First of all, we haven't had the federal leader here since 1990. Now, I remember that election well. I was president of the party at the time. Andrew Peacock was the leader. We won 9 seats in one state on one day. It was our best ever performance. People said to me, oh, what a great job I did. I said, no, nothing to do with me, mate. Ring Andrew Peacock and thank John Cain, because it was all the politicians that did it, and they did a great job. But Victorians feel they're a bit of a branch office of New South Wales. We've had this long rivalry with New South Wales, which still exists. Victorians think they're run, the whole country's run out of New South Wales, and they don't particularly like it. And the second problem we've got, as I said earlier on, is, with great respect, and everyone thinks they're an expert, we all do, that's why we're on this panel, good management is not terribly inspirational to your base. You know, to say, you know, we've got better economic management than the other mob, it's not terribly inspirational. It doesn't get people into the streets. It doesn't excite your base. It allows the fringes on the right to grow when we're not standing up for things that we should be standing up for. Just imagine if the Prime Minister had said this: we will change the law in this country so that no Australian will ever be denied the right to practice their religion again, pandemic or no pandemic. In this country, freedom of religion is one of our great cornerstones of our democratic society. If you'd said that, if Scott had said that, or the team had said that no one will ever be prohibited from practicing their religion. We had Jewish worshippers here in Victoria. You might remember the photographs, the film of them, climbing over roofs to escape being arrested by the Victoria Police for trying to practice their religion. If the team had said that federally, that will never, ever happen again in this country. We'll override the states. We'll pass whatever laws we need to protect that right. That would have energised the whole country towards Scott Morrison. If we'd had a royal commission into deregulation, because people say, what do you stand for? Well, we've talked about deregulation for decades. Every Liberal Party meeting I've been to, and I'm sure everyone Peter Credlin's been to, they always get up and say, we've got to deregulate. Small businesses are being strangled. Nothing much is done about it. Josh was the last person to do something, etc.
Michael Kroger, Stephen Conroy, we will be back to you in just a moment. Let's go live to the ALP headquarters, Albo HQ. Chris Kenny and Nick Rees are there. Surely they're looking a bit brighter there now, Chris.
Yeah, certainly are. They're cheering results as they come in. I mean, it's pretty clear now, listening to your coverage here and looking at the detail we're picking up on our phones and from contacts here. Of course, the most likely outcome now of the election is a Labor government. The question is whether it's going to be a minority government or a majority government. Is a majority still in play? It's pretty difficult there's got to be a lot of caution on these counts, of course. There's a lot of pre-poll votes to come in. They may swing one way or the other. We're going to be waiting in some of these marginal seats for postal votes as well. That'll take a few more days. So I think what we're seeing unfold tonight is exactly what we talked about at the start of the night. That is a long night, a messy night, seats going in different directions, in surprising directions in some cases, with possible Green pickups from Labor, and perhaps a period of negotiation and counting to work out exactly what sort of a government we're going to end up with. What's your read of it, Nicholas?
Look, I agree. I don't think we've ever seen an election like it in terms of the voter churn and the number of seats that are changing hands and just the different directions which seats are going, many of which we didn't predict. I mean, what is clear now is not only can the Liberal Party not form government, but I can't see how they can even form minority government. They're just, struggling to get to that 70 mark. So I think Labor will be positioned to be able to form minority government or do better. I mean, just the results as well are extraordinary. Higgins, Kooyong, Goldstein, Wentworth, North Sydney. I mean, these were the seats which were the bedrock of the Liberal Party that Robert Menzies built. And tonight, Scott Morrison has destroyed that. We have lost the bedrock of the Liberal Party. In terms of where things go, I mean, suddenly the Teal Independents are going to be potentially in a very powerful position to hold negotiations with Labor. We've seen some changes around the seats for the Greens, with Ryan, a Liberal seat, falling to the Greens, Griffiths going to the Greens. Net result there, though, will be they will end up as votes for Labor. So that's a significant help for Labor there.
Nicholas, this is going to end up with the worst possible government, though, quite likely. A Labor government reliant on those Teals and the Greens, people who are telling the electorate that they can change the climate.
Well, look, it may not be good for Australia, but I suspect it'll be good for Sky News. There'll be plenty to tune into every day as we follow the developments in that form of government.
Well, what about the Labor Party? A Labor Party that is looking at only picking up a primary vote of about 30%. You could have a new Prime Minister of this country in a few days. It could be Anthony Albanese, even though 7 out of 10 Australians haven't voted for him.
Look, the conventional wisdom I always thought was you couldn't get close to governing from a primary at 30%, but again, rules are being rewritten this evening. I think what is fascinating is that with the votes coming back to Labor through preference to the Greens, that they do seem to be able to make that possible.
Yeah, and Kieran, I think one interesting discussion is always going to be the polling. We talked about that earlier in the evening. I thought maybe the polling had underestimated the coalition vote. On the numbers we have so far, and there's a lot of pre-poll and postal to come in, we know, but it looks like most of the polls have roughly got the coalition vote about right. But where they've got it wrong is they've overestimated the Labor vote. And of course, as we all know, picking where the preferences of all those minor parties are going remains incredibly difficult.
So the advice I'm getting on that front is that Labor's vote has gone backwards in those very safe Labor seats, but they've held or picked up the vote in those key marginals. So overall, the Labor vote is down, but the vote is holding in those key target seats that decide the outcome of elections.
The long, messy night continues, Kieran.
Chris Kenny, Nicholas Rees, thank you. Let's go to Laura Jays and Paul Murray at the Liberal Party HQ, and things not looking great there, Paul.
The hope for the Liberal Party is in the pre-poll and the postal. Now, obviously, once you start getting down to that conversation, it's obvious what everyone is watching on television tonight, all right? Now, it's really important to know that in the 17-odd or 14-odd seats that might be ending up with new MPs if counting stopped right now, that there is about 5 of them that are under 1%, and none of which have started to see what the pre-poll vote happens to be. Now, the assumption would be that if the government was coming home in the last week, that wasn't there in the first week of the pre-poll voting, so we'll wait and see whether it's a tightening or a hammer-down moment. That's clear in the next hour or so. Really important to note here too that in Western Australia you've got a bizarre scenario where statewide the vote, when just before we came on air, was up, but Andrew Hastie down by 10 points right now in his seat. A seat he's most likely to win, but that's the point, which is that the difference between being anywhere near being able to form a minority, let alone a credible opposition, that again is decided in the next hour. And again, the highest possible people in the Liberal Party are very clear. Pre-poll has not dropped. Until pre-poll drops, it's very difficult to say what the future of anything is going to be in the next little while. But I tell you what, Laura, in the polls, there is one thing that was absolutely right, which was Resolve got the Greens right.
That's
right.
The
Greens surged tonight.
Yep, and the Greens, we've got to examine what they've done throughout this campaign, because they were really nowhere in mainstream media. So the major parties, even the minor parties, will want to study what the Greens actually did. They go back to being that traditional protest party, speaking to their people on that one climate issue. But it's not that simple, is it? Because the independents also ran strongly on climate change. So look, there'll be a lot of academic moralising over the result and whether the Liberals
if it
need
goes
to...
the way it says.
Sure, let's still talk in terms of ifs, but where it goes and where you win an election, because we're talking about a new Prime Minister on a primary of 30% at the moment. Earlier in the night, we were looking at Dixon. Again, the Greens up. This is Peter Dutton's seat in Queensland. Again, it's not.
But they're very confident that he's fine.
Exactly, and it comes down to pre-polls and postals as well. But at the moment, I think the Liberals are still looking at a semi-nightmare scenario here, right, where they don't only lose government, so therefore, Scott Morrison, you'd have to assume, Paul, doesn't stay on as the opposition leader, if that's what we're talking about tonight. Josh Frydenberg's seat of Kooyong, it is messy, to say the very least. He's down 6%. He needs to win on primaries. Monique Ryan is on 40% at the moment. I mean, it's not looking good for him, to be honest. But again, it comes down to those pre-polls and postals. But we were looking at just an hour ago, perhaps not having Josh Frydenberg, not having Peter Dutton, and Scott Morrison, who couldn't stay on as opposition leader. But it looks like, again, early days, all those caveats. But Peter Dutton might come through all of this looking pretty good.
Well, exactly, which of course, and look, I'm not going to get ahead of myself in the philosophical discussion of the future of the Liberal Party. Let's deal with an election where the pre-poll hasn't been open.
Do it, just to give us a taste.
I've got shows tomorrow night.
Come on.
I've got an 8 o'clock show that I'll gladly go through all the intros.
What about the seat of Hunter? I mean, Nationals were telling us earlier in the night that they were confident they got a shoe-in, and One Nation would help get them there. That has not transpired.
Well, also,
and what about this net zero is dead? The people of Newcastle, those coal miners, that message didn't work.
Well, look, again, I'm not going to get into all of that, not because I don't want to, but because I want to actually get to the moment where things are clear. And again, the story right now, out of the Liberal Party, out of the people trying to squeeze a result right now, is wait for the early vote, see how it happens. But the assumption from many is that that is going to probably supercharge what's been happening for Labor. But again, we wait, we watch, we see. It's a knife fight in every single seat, but amazing to see that essentially you've got a scenario where Labor, if it gets government, gets there because they have one alternative to its further extreme being the left. For the Liberal Party, there are 4 options that can go when it comes to the right. That's got to be cleaned up in the next 3 years.
Paul, Laura, thank you. Let's go live to Trent Zimmerman. He's giving his address at the North Sydney seat.
Robert Menzies when he created our great organisation shortly after the end of World War II. Can I just conclude by saying that this campaign has been a phenomenal one. I've never seen Liberal T-shirts that look so good as these that you're wearing. That's because they say Trent, but it's also because they are so good. And I just want to thank everyone that's been involved since the get-go of this campaign. I particularly want to thank our FEC President and former Mayor of Willoughby, Gail Giles-Kidney, for her leadership. Thank you, Gail.
We'll leave Trent Zimmerman, bring in Tom Connell, our Chief Election Analyst. What have you got on North Sydney for us, Tom?
Yeah, well, I did say when I saw the vote earlier, it looked wrong to me when it projected Trent Zimmerman ahead 54-46. Maybe I was getting ahead of myself. No, I was right. 13.5%. He wasn't going to survive on that sort of primary against him. Kylie Tink's vote, a little bit lower than it was before, but Labor's has dropped off. So she finishes second easily. She gets a flood of preferences from Labor and the Greens. They've got 30% of the vote, so they get her over the line. So you're talking about a win there for the independent. When we're looking at the overall scene here as well, let's remember where we started at. 76 for the Coalition and 69 for Labor. So at the moment, the problem for the Coalition is all these seats on screen are seats they have lost, the seats we are saying they have lost. So that's 7 seats they've lost, and that gets them back to 69 that Labor started on. Labor's picking up 3 so far. So, yes, they're still a way short of a majority, but they're way ahead of the coalition. So, yes, a hung parliament's still possible, but it's getting very difficult to see the coalition forming a government at this stage. There are pre-polls to come, there are postals to come, so we'll just wait for some of those other races because Labor could lose some seats to the coalition. So that would be the hope from the coalition from there. But looking at some of the battlegrounds and where we're going to see things decided, we're turning our attention further over to the west. First of all, to Adelaide battlegrounds. So Boothby was the one we always thought was a strong chance of going. The vote of Rachel Swift, it's dropping 7%, but Labor's is dropping. So Greens is picking that up. Joe Dye will help Labor out and so will the Greens. And that's the problem for Rachel Swift. Once she gets down that low, she relies on preferences and she's not going to get a very good flow there from those two. So you can see at the moment we're saying a swing towards Labor and it looks like they're going to be ahead on that seat, but it's too close to call for now. We're not calling that seat just yet. The other one that's popped up, a bit more of a surprise, is Sturt. James Stephens holds that seat again. Look at the drop in his primary, 7%. The issue here for Labor is it doesn't have the help from independents. So after we factor in those Greens votes, we're going to get about an 80% flow to Labor. They do get about level peggings or slightly ahead of the Liberal Party. But then you kick into UAP and One Nation. So for that reason, at the moment, Labor's got a slight lead, but you wouldn't be banking on that. They are 2 seats that are a possibility. So this is when we come back to this scoreboard here. What's Labor on? 69 plus 3. Maybe there's a couple they can pick up there in South Australia. The other option for them, of course, was Queensland. And the problem for them at the moment is, as the panel's been talking about, seats such as Brisbane, well, they might go Green instead. We're seeing that the drop-off from Trevor Evans, but the Greens ahead of Labor here, ahead of Madonna Jarrett. And for now, this two-party preferred has Madonna Jarrett ahead. The problem with that projection right now is if the Greens finish second, she can't win. You've got to finish second to be in the race. So how will those preferences go? Perhaps they get Madonna Jarrett ahead. The point of that one is it seems too close to call right now. So that's the problem for Labor. They need to pick up enough to get to 76. But maybe WA will arrive and rescue them. We saw Anthony Albanese launch his campaign in WA. Is it going to pay off? Let's start with a seat you might not have expected me to press. Canning. Very early votes here. But Andrew Hastie losing 7%. Labor picking up 3. At the moment, the Greens just a slight uptick. That is not a good result for Andrew Hastie, but how's it going to play out at the moment, two-party preferred? He keeps his margin for there. So a bit more of a scare it's looming at very early on in the count there. The point is you can see the swing on in the west. Let's look at the seat of Swan, for example, and how that's looking. So at the moment, 5% count, 3% up for Labor. This is only a 3% margin. The problem, you can see it right there, 13% loss for Christy McSweeney. That primary vote is not going to get her that seat. Labor gets help from the Greens very early on in the count. On those numbers, you'd see Labor ahead. We're going to wait for a bit more of that vote, but that's obviously looking very good for Labor for another gain and to get 1 extra seat. What about the seat of Pearce held by Christian Porter? Again, early votes. We're just starting to get these booths in the west, but so far we're seeing a surge from Labor, 6.74%. This seat's held on about 5%. Again, the concern is the Liberal Party primary down 13% and the Greens ticking up as well. On those numbers, if they hold, you'll get about 9% of that vote from the Greens to Labor, and you would get them ahead on two-party preferred, easily ahead on those early numbers. Again, only 0.58 of the two-party preferred, so we're going to be cautious on that. But the point over here in the west is, could it actually bring Labor home? And will it look like a bit of a genius act in the end, launching their campaign there? Let's end on the seat of Curtin. This is not one Labor's in contention for, but Kate Chaney. Is this yet another teal seat? So far, Celia Hammond has lost 14%. I've mentioned all night, 45% is the danger zone for the Liberal Party candidates there, and she's lost way more than that. Kate Chaney at 29, so she would get enough help at least on those very early numbers from Labor and the Greens. If those numbers hold, she's clearly ahead. So the story is both the coalition losing seats, Labor picking up some, but that crossbench could be massive by the end of the night, Kieran.
It could be. Tom Connell, thanks. Let's go live to Curtin, and Celia Hammond joins me. Those early numbers not promising, Celia?
Yes, I'm actually not looking at the numbers at the moment. I'm catching up with all my volunteers who have given so much and so tirelessly over the last 6 weeks. And I can very proudly say that the team and I have put in a humongous effort over the last 6 weeks, and I'm proud of what I've done over the last 3 years. So we'll just see as those numbers come out as to what the electorate has decided here in Curtin.
Why do you think that so many of your constituents have been attracted to what the Teal Independent was selling?
Look, I think there are a number of reasons as to why people vote how they vote each election. You know, I'm proud of what our government has delivered over the last 3 years, particularly that I've served in there. We've been through an incredible time period with COVID and with changing international tensions in the world. I am really proud of what we have delivered, and I'm humbled to have been part of a government that has delivered what we've delivered to the Australian people. It is now up to the Australian people, as it is every 3 years, to decide who they want to deliver or who to be the next government of the country or who to represent them. So we'll see as the night unfolds. I think it's very early in the counting yet, but we'll just wait and see.
Live from Cottesloe in Perth, Celia Hammond, thank you very much. Andrew Cornell, it looks like another difficult one for the Liberals to hold in the face of losses for Wilson, moderates like Felinski, Sharma. Incredible evening.
Incredible. When I predicted 8 to 10 Labor gains at the start of the night. I can really see that happening as well. But I just wanted to make this point about Jason Felinski and Tim Wilson, and maybe Michael Sukkar if he loses Deakin. These were the guys who devised the one big policy of the campaign, which showed a bit of bravery. And it's kind of ironic that they are the ones who end up losing their seats. Felinski and Wilson pushed for 2 years for this super housing proposal. The argument from a lot of people on the right of the Liberal Party was Scott Morrison needed a fight, something like nuclear power or something like that he delivered at the end. He didn't go for the fight. Instead, he high-fived a bunch of kids on a basketball court for about 6 weeks and kept saying that I've got this grand economic plan. Well, I'm the political editor of Sky News, and I don't know what the hell the grand economic plan was, apart from having $1 trillion worth of debt, interest rates going up and inflation going up. So I just thought it was a pretty poor message from Scott Morrison, saying reward me for what I've done instead of being brave. Now, these guys have been braved, and unfortunately for them, they've lost their seats.
Just on that housing policy, though, I completely agree with you, and I think it was one of the only things we saw in the campaign that drew a sharp contrast between the left and the right. And Labor can't go after super, they were never going to touch it, so it really drew a line between the two major parties, which I think has been missing in this campaign. I mean, you don't win a campaign by being a pale imitation of your opponent. This came out, though, a week from polling day, all good and well on the launch, and I know the reasons why it was so late in the piece, because they were worried about a hit job from the industry super funds. Fair enough. But where was the Liberal Party ad campaign starting that Sunday night? Where was the saturation advertising? Where was the hope, reward and opportunity? You know, because Morrison was copying it for being so negative. He could have walked with Jenny through a new housing estate saying, your new home with your super if you vote for me. It could have been just a very simple ad. Nothing happened. So it relied on the TVs to get the story out with views. And you know how now difficult it is to get a message out in a campaign, particularly to young people, the target market.
Yeah, indeed. And in that last week as well, to rely on it just in the final days. Let's go live to Fowler, southwest Sydney. Christina Keneally's saying a few words.
What I got and I've always had from two of my close friends in the Labor movement, Nick Lalich and Guy Zangari. And it's always a little risky to call out particular volunteers because so many gave so much and worked so hard. But I particularly would like to acknowledge Ang and Mickey, Mai and Anna, who were formidable on pre-poll. To my staff who have given countless hours volunteering in this campaign, thank you. Tamara, Sarah, Kate, Zan, Naomi, Josh, Zach, Liz, Jesse, and Chris. You're the best team a woman could ever have.
They're right now.
Christina Keneally there in Fowler. Let's go live to Zoe Daniel in the seat of Goldstein, arriving triumphant after her win over Tim Wilson, the Liberal MP we were just talking about, and a successful campaign from the Teals, extraordinary. when you look at a lot of resources into this, but they've put a lot more, have had a lot more impact and effect from the resources put into the Teal campaigns than, say, Clive Palmer and his tens of millions of dollars in the United Australia Party. They've got a number of lower house seats here, including the former journalist.
It's candidate, though. It's candidate. Picking the right candidate.
Getting the right candidate. Yep. Well, they've done that, haven't they? Zoe Daniel?
They have across the board.
Let's have a listen in.
Boys of Goldstein, please welcome the woman Anthony Green says is the next member for Goldstein. Woo! Team Zoe. Thank you so much. What we have achieved here is extraordinary. Safe Liberal seat, two-term incumbent, independent. 100 or so years ago, there was a woman called Vida Goldstein. She was an internationally renowned suffragist. She was the first Australian in the Oval Office. She ran as an independent several times because she was so independent that she couldn't bring herself to run for either of the major parties. Vida was not elected. This seat is in her name, and today I take her rightful place. Thank you, Vida. I want to take a moment to thank a few other strong women. I would like to take a moment just to thank my friend Caroline Jones. Caroline was a great mentor to me. She was a special woman from the ABC, a journalist who lifted other women up, including me.
So we leave Zoe Daniel and that speech out of Melbourne and Goldstein. Victorious tonight over Tim Wilson. Let's bring in Michael Kroger and Stephen Conroy for their final thoughts tonight. Stephen, as we wrap up our discussion with you for the evening, any final thoughts to wrap up?
Yeah. Well, look, Western Australia is turning into a bloodbath for the Liberal Party. There's swings of 11% in Moore. We're actually line ball in a seat of Moore with an 11% swing. We're close even in Canning. We're ahead in Hasluck, Pearce and Swan. So they could be the three seats that get Labor into a majority government. And Boothby, we've edged ahead. Lyons, we've edged ahead. Obviously, Fowler is still a difficult one, and Gilmore will come down to postal. So there's still a possibility we can lose a couple. And obviously, if Griffiths flips to the Greens. But we still have a pathway, thanks to South Australia and Western Australia, to forming majority government.
Kroger, where to for the Liberal Party? How do you see the future of the Liberal Party given the events and the result tonight?
Well, as I was saying, you know, what do we stand for? We've been a party that's been far too cautious over many years, and it explains a lot of defeats. People are not inspired by more roads and more bridges. They're inspired by cultural issues. They're inspired by the things we believe in. They're inspired by leaders who take risks. They're inspired by people like Howard, who take risks. You've got to be prepared to make enemies in politics. I mean, Kerry O'Brien said to Keating once, you made a lot of enemies, and Keating said, yeah, well, I must have done something, and he was right. You know, caution is not if you're cautious, you know, you're in the wrong business. And so we have to be prepared to work out what we believe in, and I've mentioned a couple of things tonight. There are many others, and prosecute them hard. The fact that these Teals are winning is because they've got two issues. They prosecuted them hard. And, you know, I don't agree with what Andrew Cornell said because I do think I understand what the economic policy is, but if Andrew Cornell is saying he can't explain what the economic plan is that the Morrison government had from the future, that's very illustrative of our total failure to convince people that we needed a fourth term. If the Sky News political editor doesn't know, well, people in the working middle classes don't know. The future of the Liberal Party finally is in the working middle classes. It's not in the Prince Harry seats. The wealthy, the rich, the privileged. This is a worldwide phenomenon. Boris Johnson faced the same thing in Britain, where he did badly in London and brilliantly in the working class suburbs. The same in America. The rich Democrats, the rich Labor figures and the rich independents here, they've disconnected from the working class Australians, and that's where the future of the Liberal Party is, in the hard-working, decent middle class. And it's exactly what Robert Menzies said 70 years ago, and it's as true today as it was in the 1940s. Kieran.
Stephen Conroy, thank you both for your contributions. We will see you tomorrow and spend a fair bit of tomorrow with you as we look at the wash-up of this election. But Richo, you called it at the start.
Yeah, well...
Is it going to be Labor majority?
Yes, it's going to be a Labor majority, which I thought all along. And I've got to say, I'm happy, obviously, because Labor are winning. But I'm happiest because Anthony's got the job. And if ever there was a noble warrior who deserved it, it is he. And that's why I'm really happy tonight, because what I'm watching is a great Labor man get a Guernsey, and good on him.
One of the things that resonated, according to the Labor campaign, every time it was spoken about, was the story out of the public housing.
It's a great story. And the fact that it's true helps a bit too. This bloke is the real deal. And everything about him speaks of coming up and the great Australian dream and making a success of your life. And I just congratulate him. I'm delighted for him. He's a terrific bloke and he's going to be a fantastic Prime Minister. And it's great to be in the Labor Party tonight.
Well, let's go to the Deputy Labor Leader. Richard Marles joins us live from his seat in the Geelong area. Richard Marles, you heard what Richo had to say there. Majority on the way, according to Richo.
Well, look, there's a little way to go, and so I'm not going to be quite out there in the way that Graham is. But I tell you one thing I absolutely echo that Graham has just said is how absolutely Anthony Albanese is the real deal. I mean, his is a remarkable story to get to the position that he's in now. If he does ultimately become the Prime Minister, he will be a wonderful Prime Minister for this country. But, you know, I mean, I've known Anthony a long time, but obviously over the last 3 years serving as his deputy, which for me has been an enormous honour, you know, we've become very good friends, but he is just a wonderful human being with great values. And given the opportunity, he is going to do a great job. We've still got a way to go, so we're hopeful about the way this is tracking, but you know, we're not there yet, and I still think we're in for a long night.
Do you feel it's vindication for a small target, or as Mr Albanese called it in recent days, the smart target?
Look, I think that what Anthony has done, particularly in the aftermath of the 2019 result, which was as difficult a moment as I have experienced, I think all of us have experienced in our time in the Labor movement, to steer us from there to being competitive in this election through the series of decisions that he has made, I frankly think has been heroic. I felt coming into this election we would be competitive, I think, to do that in the context of the last result, but also against the backdrop of a pandemic where, you know, around the world we've seen incumbents return. Anthony has done an incredible job, and I think it speaks to his experience, it speaks to his judgment. And it's not, we actually have put forward a pretty significant policy agenda in this election, and I think that we are about putting forward plans for the future, for a better future for the country, and there's been a lot of focus on the extent of our policy agenda. When you look at what the Liberals put forward at this election, it's been basically nothing. I mean, they've essentially tried to run on their record, and they really had no answers to what the future would look like.
Richard Marles, thank you. We will talk to you soon, but we've got some big news to break with our chief election analyst, Tom Cornell.
Kieran, let's look at where the election's at right now, and just from the starting point of what's happening right now in WA, and that's going to be crucial to this election result. The West, where the Labor leader launched his campaign. Let's just look at 2 seats. Swan, first of all. It's 12% of the count, but look at the difference here. 4%, nearly 5% swing to Labor, 13% down, and Greens picking up vote there. On 2-party preferred, Labor gets well over 50% just with the help of those Greens preferences. You can see it's 57-42. It's not going to turn around from there. We're saying that's a Labor Party win. That's another seat in their column. We're also looking at the seat of Pearce. This has got a higher margin. Swan was 3%, Pearce was 5%. But again, 16% counted, 8% up for Labor, a 14% drop in the primary of Linda Aitken. That's disastrous. 2% up as well for Greens. So you can see when we hit the 2-party preferred here, an even bigger margin, nearly 59-41. So yes, early on in the count, we're saying Labor's going to win that seat as well. Where does that leave us in the election overall? Well, let's take a look over at the seats that are changing hands at the moment. And the problem for the coalition, first of all, we called this early in the night, that they're losing 9 seats at the moment. So they go from 76 and they go down to 67. So it's not possible for them to get a majority. How do they form any form of government at all? Let's just look quickly at Labor then, because they're winning 5 seats on that and they get to 74. Caution on that and exactly how they would form government, because there are seats out there they could lose. You saw, for example, Fowler. We saw that with Christina Keneally saying we won't know tonight. And what that means is it's a very close result. This primary is a mess. I'm not going to try to wade through and pretend to know exactly what happens there, except we know as it all spills out at the moment, it's close. And it's a favourite. At the moment, we've got Dai Lee leading 51.86 to 48.14. The point about this is it's a possible Labor loss and it brings them back down. Then we go to southeast Queensland. Let's in fact take a look at the Brisbane battleground there, and that shows the story really well, because these are seats Labor were hoping to pick up. At the moment, just on Brisbane and whether they pick up that seat, well, you've got the Greens polling well and just edging ahead of them. Trevor Evans' vote going right down by 10%, but the Greens going up by 5%. Labor not being able to match that. At the moment, it says Madonna Jarrett. Well, the Greens could still finish ahead of Labor. The point is, there's no guarantee to get that seat. And the other problem for Labor, though, is the seat of Griffith. That wasn't actually on the battlegrounds. People were relatively confident that Labor Party would hold that. Well, it doesn't look like the case right now. Looking at Griffith and the primary result here, and this is one that's echoing through the nation in terms of the Greens, 11% up to 35%. Obviously, Liberal Party still finishing second, but on that, wherever you go there, you're going to get preferences flowing from Labor to the Greens. And on 2-party preferred there, you've got, at the moment, the Greens well ahead of the Liberal Party. So on that, the problem there for the Labor Party is Griffith would go to the Greens. The issue there for Labor is when we look at this overall tally and the projections, yes, we were saying Labor gets to 74. If they get to 74, they can govern easily. They can have Andrew Wilkie and Adam Bandt help them get to power. And so when we look at the crossbench kingmakers here, Labor at the moment, we're saying they get to 74. And on that number, you could get them with help here from Andrew Wilkie and from Adam Bandt, and you'd be saying Labor gets to 76. We don't know if it'll be that simple for Labor. They could still lose seats. We know for the coalition, though, Kieran, their problem is they're stuck down on 67. For them to try to cobble together a crossbench of 9 seats to get to 76 is not viable. So we're saying we don't know exactly how it will look at this stage, but the Labor Party will form some form of government after this election.
So Labor's won, Tom Connell. Thank you for that. The declaration, Sky News has called it. Labor has won. Murray Watt, whether it be minority, majority, how does it feel?
Well, maybe I'm too cautious, but I'm not quite there yet. But I think clearly the government can't win, so I suppose that means Labor wins. That feels pretty good.
Look behind you.
I'm all for that. I suppose I'm just conscious there are still a few seats to come forward, but look, I mean, I think, as I said earlier, I think Labor's campaign really addressed the key issues that were on people's minds. And I mean, frankly, as a Labor person, I'm pretty happy to hear Michael Kroger say that what the Liberal Party and National Party need to do is fight more culture wars. Like, go for your life. That's not what the average person in suburban Brisbane, Sydney, Melbourne, regional Queensland thinking about. They're thinking about how they can pay their bills.
But this is Labor emerging from the political wilderness, Joel Fitzgibbon.
Yeah, it is, Kieran, and as each minute goes by, I'm more confident that Richo's early call was the correct one. I do believe we'll get to 76 seats, and this is a great credit to Anthony Albanese. You know, I mean, don't worry about small targets, smart targets. He had the right size target. In a nailing 10-year-old government, they're in trouble on all sorts of fronts. His opponents wanted him to make himself a bigger target. He resisted that temptation. And, you know, in public policy, too often people just want to create policy to demonstrate how clever they are, when there's no real point to it in electoral terms. He embraced the right strategy and he stuck to it, no doubt under enormous pressure from time to time, from a whole range of people, including some of his own colleagues. But he knew what he wanted to do. No, not at all. No, I thought I was always on board with this strategy, and that was to make yourself no bigger a target than you needed to with a tired old dysfunctional government, and stick to your core issues, the things that you know matter to our base. That's what he did, and he's going to be rewarded for it.
One of the political victims tonight is Dave Sharma. He's lost the seat of Wentworth. Let's have a listen to his concession.
And we have more small businesses now operating in Wentworth. We've got more people in jobs in Wentworth. We've got more women in work in Wentworth. We've got more support for mental health here in Wentworth. We've got more support for domestic violence assistance networks here in Wentworth. We've got more support for surf clubs, and we're on track. We're on track to save Indian Home Diner.
Dave Sharma, up-and-coming star of the Liberal Party, gone tonight. Let's go live to another high-profile person who could might fall over too is Christina Keneally in the seat of Fowler in Sydney Southwest. It's not looking good, Christina Keneally, at the moment. The numbers for you.
Hi, Kieran. It's good to see you and good to be with you tonight. Yeah, look, I think it's going to be too close to call tonight here in Fowler, but we're seeing some really unpredictable results right around the country. I think the most important thing, no matter what happens here tonight, is that for Southwest Sydney, they get a Labor government, and I'm sure that we're all looking forward with optimism to a better future under an Anthony Albanese Labor government.
Where did it go wrong for you in this campaign, Christina?
You know, Kieran, I think in the days ahead, whether we win or lose here in Fowler, we'll need to have a look at that because, while I'm the candidate and I do take responsibility, we're a party, we're a collective, and I have to say, I don't think the party saw this result either, and I think in the days ahead that will have to be something we do look at. But Fowler is not unusual in this election night, Kieran. We're seeing some pretty unpredictable results right around the country. We are waiting to see what happens here in Southwest Sydney. But I do want to congratulate both Di Lee and Courtney Nguyen for running really good campaigns.
Christina Keneally, Andrew Cornell here. I remember Cheryl Curnow complaining once that she wasn't gifted a safe seat. You were gifted a safe seat to run for. Does this show you're unpopular in New South Wales? Do they just not like an outsider there? You must be bitterly disappointed tonight.
Well, in fact, Andrew, I'm really quite buoyed. I've got heaps of support here in the room tonight. And, I think what we're seeing here is a real rise of independence that I think both sides of politics are now having to consider. What we've seen in this campaign is that people are interested in
putting their votes somewhere other than the two major parties. And as I said, I think in the days and weeks ahead, we'll have to look at what's gone on here in Fowler as well as in other seats around the country, because I do think this is a question that both major parties are going to have to consider.
Senator Keneally, do you regret leaving the Senate? Could you have had the fight against Deborah O'Neill? Would you have got the leadership support to stay in the Senate had you wanted to stay in the Senate?
Yes, in fact, I would have. And I need to be clear about this. You know, I made a conscious decision to go to the lower house and to try my hand in the lower house because I felt, one, that is where I could make the best difference. You know, I've spent my life, I went into politics to fight for people, for better social justice, a fairer go. And, you know, it was an opportunity with Chris Hayes' retirement to give Fowler something they never had before, which is a senior minister at the heart of government. Now, whether that comes to pass or not, we'll wait and see when the votes are all counted. But I don't regret anything. You know, Andrew, whatever happens here tonight, I'll be fine. What we really need to concentrate on is that we have an Albanese Labor government.
Christina Keneally, thank you for joining us live from Fowler. And Joel Fitzgibbon, what's your sense? Will Christina Keneally hold on there, or is that independent going to win that seat and make the crossbench even bigger?
Well, I'm advised by our people that it's just simply too close to call. I understand we are marginally behind, which is obviously a matter of concern for us, but we certainly won't know tonight. We probably won't know for many days.
Did that surprise you, that result?
Yeah, the strength of the swing obviously surprised me, of course, and as Christina pointed out, this rise of independence is caught up on her as well. Labor will reflect, of course. I would have thought about parachuting people into seats from the outside. You know, I had a controversial situation in Hunter where I brought a bloke from outside the party into the party and then leapfrogged his bid to the pre-selection. That was controversial, but he was very much a local, and I think increasingly being a local really matters.
Murray Watt, this is a massive own goal by Labor if she loses this seat, isn't it? To try and perish, it's a 13% seat. Anyone who's covered New South Wales politics or knows anything about it knows that Christina Keneally is unpopular in New South Wales, that she's seen as someone who was backed into the top job by Eddie Obeid and Joe Tripodi. You must be regretting this at this point.
She is the only one who could have lost that seat. Nobody else with a Labor badge.
I agree.
On them
So why
could
does
have
she
lost
fail up and keep getting rewarded?
It's a very good question. And
all the way along her
I have
career.
never known an answer. I pleaded with the powers that be not to do this because I feared this would happen. You can't keep dumping candidates on people, especially when she's like an alien when it comes to walking around the Fairfield shops. You know, she's the only one in the $2,000 dress. You can't take someone like her and make her a member for a far western suburbs seat. She is not a western suburbs person. All of the western suburbs.
Well, she wasn't a Bennelong person either. She wasn't a Premier of New South Wales either.
Oh, no, I agree with
couldn't win
all
the
of
top
that.
ticket on the New
I
South
wouldn't have
Wales.
given her any of
It's
it.
deeper than that because you can get Charlton into Parramatta, it seems. I haven't heard much about them losing that. It's about her. It's about a public dislike of Christina Keneally. So, sorry, I just don't want to duck this, Murray. This is an error, isn't it?
Well, I mean, I probably have a different view of Christina than Richo. I've sort of worked with her pretty closely in the Senate over the last couple of years and have a lot of respect for her ability. I mean, I don't really know how much we can attribute her being in trouble to her personal characteristics. And I don't know Fowler, it's not a seat I'm familiar with, but I can imagine that a community like that in southwestern Sydney isn't going to take kindly to someone being parachuted in from another area, and it wouldn't matter if it's Christina Keneally or anyone else. I think you're going to have a backlash. It's probably bigger than what we expected. And Diley is obviously a well-known, high-profile local figure, so a formidable opponent as well. But, you know, we haven't given up on it yet.
No, yeah, well, so it's still the count continues. What about the Liberal Party? Who should be the next Liberal leader, James?
I think it's too early tonight to be talking about that. Look, I think the party needs to have a period of consideration. It's not been a great night for us. You know, I'm not going to get a cow pat out of my paddock and put some kiwi fruit on and give it to you as a pavlova. Like it's been a tough night. I think the LNP in Queensland is probably going to do better than what some people were saying. There's still very tough fights in Brisbane and Ryan, but in terms of the other seats throughout Queensland, the 4 or 5 seats that people are talking about, I think we're going to hold on to most of them. So that's we're worried about obviously Brisbane and Ryan, but we'll spend a lot of time over the coming days scrutineering, I suspect, and I suspect Senator Watt and we might see each other at respective scrutineering centres.
We'll do Brisbane one day, Ryan the next.
Yes.
How about that? Maybe Dixon as well.
I think Dixon is going to be okay. I think Peter Dutton will be there.
Kieran, it's all, the coalition came into this election as the underdog. There were bold predictions about Labor was going to get in excess of 80 seats, and as we stand
Not
tonight,
from anyone serious in
well,
Labor. No one was
there was commentary around that, and I think it has been a tough night for the coalition. For the regions, though, have held firm for the Liberal and the National Party, and I think it goes to a lot of the commentary we've had tonight around that seismic shift that we've seen in other nations occurring here at home. A lot of great MPs look to have left the parliament, but congratulations to Labor for some of the seats they've picked up, and we look forward to watching it unfold over coming days.
Bridget McKenzie, thank you. Let's go to Peter Gleeson now. He's speaking to Clive Palmer once again. No, not just yet. We'll get there in a moment. We've had a bit of a hiccup with Clive. No, he's there. Okay, let's go. Peter Gleeson and Clive. Okay, third time lucky. We don't have him, so let's do a Clive Palmer impersonation.
No, but can I just pick up on a point?
Yeah, please do.
She was very generous to the Labor Party just now and congratulating us. I think it will take a little bit more analysis to determine whether the Nats have held the regions. There were some very big buffers there.
Yet again.
Held it in terms of seats, but I'll be very interested to see how big some of the swings were, particularly in Queensland. Obviously, when you've got Capricornia on 12%, we're never going to take it, but I'll be very interested to see how close we did go. Flynn is another example, Dawson. So I think it'll take us a little while longer yet, Bridget, to determine whether you have held your own, certainly in terms of seats, but I suspect there were some pretty big swings there.
But Labor talked a big game, particularly in Flynn. You had a very popular local mayor in Matt. You're bagged Cole Boyce out at any opportunity, but it looks like we're going to hang on to Flynn. And as I said, Michelle's a fantastic local member. Dawson is, got a great local candidate, and we've been able to transition away from George. So, all the intel I've got, we're holding Nichols as well tonight, which is fantastic news. So the Nats have actually held our own.
One of the big stories of the night, appears to be Josh Frydenberg. Looks very close to losing, right? He could lose. He looks like he's going to lose. Does the Liberal Party try to find him another seat? Do you try and get him in an
I wouldn't call Kooyong until I see drops of those pre-polls. I think it is hard. That is hard. 1. 2, credit to the National Party who get local candidates and very engaged local branches and avoid the factional warfare that's kept the Liberal Party in opposition almost exclusively around the states. At a federal level, it's only ever one led by a Conservative with a Conservative agenda, moderated by some moderates, but not dominated by the moderates. They're in trouble now because no one knew what they stood for.
Peter, we're going to go now to Clive Palmer. We have got him. Third time lucky. Peter Gleeson, how are you?
Thank you very much, Kieran. Yes, Clive Palmer, tonight 7 out of 10 Australians did not vote for Anthony Albanese, but he looks like being our next Prime Minister. Your thoughts?
Well, I don't think you can overlook the support he had from the Greens, the Teals and for people that weren't happy. I think it's critical now that the opposition leader, Peter Dutton, who will be the opposition leader, offers Albanese supply to support him if he needs to stop him going to the Greens and have to bargain away Australia's future.
You mentioned the Teals. Obviously, a big emphasis will now be on climate change. What does that mean for business?
Well, it really means the devastation of most of Australia's business and production and our exports. And it certainly is a grave concern for the coal industry, for energy, and also for our farming industry. So,
you've got some very direct links with China. We know that the Chinese, in a tacit sort of way, suggested that they'd prefer to deal with Anthony Albanese than Scott Morrison. What does that relationship, that closer relationship with China, provide to us?
Well, we've got to be sure we don't become a province of China, that we do have our own political independence as a country, and we do have the respect of people in dealing with this internationally. That's what's on the line, control of our our nation and control of our infrastructure.
Anastasia Palaszczuk's political business model has basically been to bash Canberra at every opportunity. She can't really bash Anthony Albanese. Is this good news for David Crisafulli with the election coming up in a couple of years? Or is this good news for Anastasia Palaszczuk, who can now form a greater bond with the federal government?
Well, I think with the $1 trillion of debt, all governments, state and federal, have to wake up with what they're doing. We're going to head into a very, very difficult time, regardless of who's in government, and people won't be happy. But Albo looks like a pretty good punching bag to me. So there may be a split in the Labor Party. They may continue that strategy because it's one that's worked for McGowan in Western Australia, where he's bashed Morrison. It's one that's worked when Joe Bjelke-Petersen was Premier. So that may be the simple strategy they use. But overall, Australian living standards will continue to decline. People will continue to get less and less to support themselves and their family. And then there'll be probably a great backlash with what's happened tonight.
Clive Palmer, thanks for joining us. Back to you, Kieran.
Peter, thank you. Let's go live now to the Labor candidate for Brisbane, Madonna Jarrett. Madonna, thank you for joining us on our coverage. It looks like Labor or the Greens will win Brisbane. Are you confident you will get it over the Greens?
There's a lot of noise here today.
Are you confident you will win Brisbane over the Greens, Madonna?
Yeah, look, this is the best outcome we've had at the seat of Brisbane for 12 years. Yes, we're very confident that with all the booths that are still to come in, the pre-polls to be counted, postal ballots to be counted, that Labor will get over the line and we'll win the seat of Brisbane for Labor. Best result ever in 12 years for us.
Jarrett, what do you put it down to? What was the key for the win if you do get there?
Sorry, say that again?
What was the key to your win if you do get there in the end?
I'm not sure what you said, but all I can say is that this is the best outcome for us here in Brisbane. And what's been really clear is that the people of Brisbane have kicked out Scott Morrison and the LNP. And that's really, really important because we ran our campaign on a better future for the people of Brisbane and the people and our campaigners and everybody else. And clearly that's where we've got to with this outcome. That people
Jarrett,
are looking for a better future, and it's certainly not with Scott Morrison and the LNP.
Appreciate that, thank you. And very noisy in there, Murray Watt, a jubilant Labor Party, including a couple of senior figures there from the state government.
Very happy looking people. I mean, Brisbane is a seat that Labor held for decades, up until I think it was 2010 we lost it. So it's a big thing for us to win that seat back. And having spent time in the booths with Madonna, definitely there was a move from women towards Labor. And as I said earlier in the night, it's a bit like the Teal seats in Sydney and Melbourne. It was the same sorts of issues: climate change, integrity commission, how women have been treated in politics, and we picked up a lot of that vote. So it's great.
Just wanted to talk about the independents here. And the seat of Cowper's said to be up for grabs. I've got a lot of nationals texting me about it. The fact the independent may be ahead there. We're looking at a crossbench of 11 here. Has that ever happened before? I mean, I only know about post-war, you know.
No.
It's an extraordinary situation. And no wonder that is another signal of the low primary votes of the major parties. When you have 10 independents and a Green by the look, have a look at that. Well, that's an early figure, I think.
Have we ever elected a Prime Minister from a party that's had a swing against it at a general election?
I can't imagine that's ever happened.
Well, that's where we are tonight.
And possibly more independents in the Senate as well.
David Pocock against it.
We're going to check on this, but David Pocock looked good in the Senate as well. Independent senator, candidate in the ACT to knock off Seth's Elger, Joel.
Yeah, well, he's polling very, very well. And I spoke to a couple of people on Canberra booths today, and the young people, they were just turning up to vote for Pocock. They weren't even thinking about the House of Representatives ballot paper. And they had to be encouraged to think about the Green paper as well. But the general fear from the Labor Party's perspective in the lead up to the election was that these progressives going to Pocock would do so at the expense of Katie Gallagher, the Labor Party. But it seems the vote's been taken from Elger, so he's in a bit of trouble.
We'll get an update with Tom Connell shortly, but good for the parliamentary rugby team anyway.
It will be.
Pocock,
better than me, that's for sure.
Former Wallabies captain. Let's go live now to Liberal MP and member for Braddon, Gavin Pearce. Looks like you've retained the seat, Gavin. Congratulations.
Thanks so much for that, and thanks to the electorate.
And how do you feel? Is it a little bittersweet given the government's gone down, but you've held on?
Obviously, I've been focused on the electorate, for the last, even 3 or 4 months. So, predominantly here we're a regional, rural electorate. We're heavily dependent on our small business, mineral resources exports out of Burnie Port, seafood, forestry, and ag. And my focus has been with those industries and ensuring that they've got some over-the-horizon surety. So, to be honest with you, I haven't taken too much of a periphery of what's going on mainland-wise. I've been concentrating on the electorate of Braddon.
Okay, and so Gavin, now that we do reflect on that, you're going to retain the seat, but the Prime Minister is gone. Where did he go wrong in your mind?
As I said, I've been focused on, my role as representing this electorate, and to be honest with you, I've been head down, bum up, doing just that. So when it comes to this electorate, if I wasn't as focused on the electorate of Braddon and the Northwest and the West Coast and King Island, then I don't think we would have seen the result that we did. I really wouldn't. They don't want your head in the clouds as their rep. They want you fighting for them, and that's as I said, has been my focus. It's been on them.
Okay, member for Braddon, congrats once again. We'll talk to you soon, Gavin Pearce, Bridget McKenzie. So that's
it's a great
bright spot for the Liberal Party.
Well, it really is, and I've spent some time during the campaign down in Braddon, looking at mining, the future of mining in that electorate, looking at agriculture, looking at forestry and fisheries. And Gavin epitomises what it is to be a local MP. He is totally, wholly and solely focused on that electorate. They know when they send him to the mainland to stand up for them, that's exactly what he does. So he is really an exemplar, I think, of the type of MP that does get re-elected from regional communities.
And Bridget Archer, on the other side of Tassie, looks like she's holding on as well. Again, for a different reason, but, saying she was independent of the government in some respects by crossing the floor a number of times.
Well, I think Tasmania overall, even the result out of Lyons, is really positive for the government. And I think it goes to, again, the broader topic we've been talking about tonight about the goat's cheese curtain and what's outside of that and what does that mean for our nation and our wealth-producing industries going forward.
Kieran, I lament the fact that we weren't able to pick up Braddon, but there is some good to come from it. I've been urging the end of the climate wars for such a long time. It's binding us both now, so maybe we might get a settlement finally. But it's true of the forestry wars too. Once upon a time, it was a huge issue in Tasmania. It's a critical sector there, and I was very pleased to see throughout the campaign that both the Labor Party and the Coalition committed to sustainable native forest projects. It's just so critical to our economy. It's so critical to jobs. And these projects are internationally certified by more than one certifying organisation, and it's good to see that we're all supporting it. And I want to see more of that in Tasmania.
We just need to get our Victorian and WA state colleagues to get on board, Joel.
You could say that, Bridget.
No, you possibly couldn't.
And Murray, what's the latest mail you've got in terms of the pathway to 76?
Well, I think that it is still touch and go. There's clearly, we've definitely picked up Reid, Chisholm, Pearce and Swan. Looks like we're a good shot in Boothby, Higgins, Hasluck and Robertson. I'm pretty confident we'll hang on in Lingiari and Richmond. That would get us to 72 if we get all of those. And then there's some seats like Bennelong and Gilmore that we don't think will have a result tonight. They're that close. So then we just need 4 of Fowler, Lyons, McNamara, Gilmore and Griffith, and we're there. So we're getting very close.
You haven't mentioned Brisbane.
No, I noticed my good friend Madonna seemed very ebullient there before. We're not claiming Brisbane at this point in time.
Do you think the Greens could win it? Or?
I still think in the end we'll get there. I think they're marginally in front of us at the moment. I think they're about 500 votes in front of us at the moment, and that's without the postals to be counted. There's about 30 to 40%.
It's the one of the chaos seats in terms of where all the preferences flow. The other seat can I just talk about before we throw along is Hinkler in terms of independence. There was a big push by Jack Dempsey, who's a former LNP police minister and elected mayor of Bundaberg, to run. And he certainly shifted from being a former LNP police minister to running a very left-wing agenda that...
Here's Josh Frydenberg now arriving at a local tennis club there in Hawthorn, and he must be, well, obviously a bit concerned about where the numbers are at the moment, still behind. He'll be relying on the postals and those early votes to go his way if he's to claw back the lead that Monique Ryan has. But let's listen in to Josh Frydenberg in Kooyong.
Wow. Okay, friends. Bit of a different atmosphere to 3 years ago, but still a lot of shouting. Firstly, as you know, there's still thousands of postal votes to count. And so while it's mathematically possible that we win in Kooyong, it's definitely difficult. But while votes are still being counted, I wanted to take this opportunity to be here with Amy to say a few thank yous. Thank you to the people of Kooyong. Thank you to the people of Australia. Thank you to my party and to my colleagues, but most importantly, thank you to my family. Well, I hope I'm not a bad bloke, I do. They say in politics that politicians are the volunteers and our families are the conscripts. And a truer word couldn't have been said. Because the fact is, I have been supported every single day of this job by the most remarkable partner in life in my wife, Amy Frydenberg. Not only is Amy the most important thing to me, but our two children, Gemma and Blake, are. Earlier today, as we were heading to the voting booth, Blake said to me, he said, "Dad, a girl at school," and don't forget he's in prep, "a girl at school says her mum is more important than you." To which Amy replied, "Blake, all mums are more important than Dad." And Amy has been the most extraordinary mum. And maybe after tonight, I get a bit more time to try and be the most extraordinary dad. Yeah. So I just want to say, in front of you all, I am nothing without my family. They are the most important thing in the world to me, and I will try every single day to be the most important thing in the world to them. So thank you, darling. Thank you. To the people of Kooyong, they say politics, or all politics, is local. And for me, that's always been the first and fundamental task I have, to be a good local member. And I'm so proud that over the last 12 years, I've had the opportunity to work closely with our charities, our sporting organisations, our small businesses, our schools, and to ensure that families are supported on everything from an issue with the NDIS to immigration to Centrelink. My office, led by Colin and Maria, are just unbelievable. And like being able to establish a women's shelter for women escaping domestic violence, working with Servants Community House and the Kooyong Christmas Giving Tree, and the work that we have done with so many other charities like BCNA and the amazing guide dogs, and a shout out to one of the best CEOs in Australia, Karen Hayes. And I'm just so proud of those relationships and the good work that we have done, work that will last and stand the test of time. To the people of Australia, I say thank you. Thank you for giving me the privilege to be your treasurer. What we did in balancing the budget for the first time in 11 years before the pandemic, the work that we've done with historic reforms to foreign investment, to insolvency, to superannuation, to taking on the digital giants in Google and Facebook, to abolishing a whole tax bracket and dragging the Labor Party to agree to that legislated tax reform. But most importantly, the work that I have been able to do with my colleagues to steady our economic ship, to be able to save more than 800,000 jobs, to see Australia have a stronger and faster economic recovery than any other advanced economy in the world, is something that I'll be proud of from now to the end of time. In what looks to have been my last press conference as treasurer. You're a bloody good captain, John! In my last press conference as treasurer, an unemployment rate at 3.9%, the lowest in nearly 50 years. Under Labor, it was 5.7%. Today, after the biggest economic shock since the Great Depression, it's 3.9%. And for me, and for Scott and our entire government, it's never been about the numbers on the page. It's about the people behind the numbers. And every single job that has been saved is a mum or a dad, a brother or a sister, a son or a daughter, who now have the dignity of work. And on the booths at pre-poll, a grown man came up to me and just burst into tears. And he said just thank you. He said, thank you for saving my small business. Thank you for saving my staff. We couldn't have done it without JobKeeper and all the other economic support you provided. So for me, to know that our economy is stronger today than when we came to government, that more people are in work today than when we came to government, that taxes are lower than when we came to government, that we're spending more on health, education, disability support, women's safety than when we came to government, that defence and national security are seeing the investments that we need in a more unstable world, more so than when we came to government, is something that I am internally proud of that our government has achieved.
We leave Josh Frydenberg, the outgoing member for Kooyong, or likely. He hasn't conceded formally, but it certainly sounded a lot like a concession speech, Andrew.
Well, if anything, just totally confirms what a bloodbath this night has been for the Liberal Party. It's that particular loss. I mean, look, Josh Frydenberg was persistent, annoying at times with his ambition, but he had ambition. He had compassion, I thought, and I thought he was great, to be perfectly honest with you. I mean, you know, in terms of the parliament, he was up there, right up there, and he was a guy you looked at, and there aren't many people you look at in there and say they are prime ministerial material. I couldn't blame him for stepping aside now. I do wonder whether the Liberal Party should try and find him a seat, but would he want to even do it? Knowing him, he probably would, but
by the time
it'd have to
do
be
it,
a big call.
But by the time they find it, they've probably chosen the next leader.
He's
and
young.
He misses the boat.
I take that. I've thought about this scenario, but he's young, you know.
Bridget McKenzie.
It's more likely it's the end.
Yeah. But for the government, for the coalition and the Liberal Party, it takes it from being a bad night to really a disaster. You lose next generation of leader
pipeline.
as well.
It's a pipeline.
Well, we are going to be waiting for those pre-polls and postals to come in, but watching that speech just there, I think, as someone that has served both on ERC and the Cabinet with that man, we both came in at the same time into the 2010 election. Josh is an amazing MP. He's also, as Andrew said, an amazing person. He has all those qualities of intellect, drive, ambition, patriotism and compassion. And congrats to everyone tonight. But Josh, as Treasurer, saw our country with incredible figures post-COVID. So say what you will about the government tonight, getting us through as a nation, economically, socially, through that pandemic, is in no short kudos to Josh Frydenberg as our Treasurer with that iconic job.
I've got to say I'm surprised by I mean, I know with the teal momentum and all that sort of thing, Peter, but as a local member as well, I've spoken, you know that area well, a lot of his local constituents where he'd done things over and above where you thought he's fine, but tonight he's not.
I think in part this is a lot about the electorate. You know, that we're quick to condemn people in public life. I mean, it used to be, when I started in politics in '98, people would aspire to go into politics. Now you almost have to twist their arm and bludgeon them to run. I mean, it's getting hard. I think both major parties would say this. I mean, it's easy for the Teals. You've got someone writing a $12 million cheque. They're not out there getting their money. They can be all things to all people, you know, sunlit uplands, promise the world. But the two major parties eventually get there in government and you have to deliver. And I think that the saddest thing for the Liberal Party tonight is not that they've lost government. If you're in the major party, you get elected, you anticipate, you never want to see, but you know that one time you're going to be out and they're going to be in. It's the pipeline. It's when you lose your pipeline, that's tough.
No, extraordinarily tough. Let's go to Chris Kenny. Nick Rees at the Labor Party headquarters. Gentlemen, can you hear me? I'm not sure you'll be able to. The celebrations are probably firing up a bit there, aren't they?
Yeah, it started to get pretty lively here, Kieran. At some moments ago, they're chanting elbow, 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 playing up for the cameras, cheering all the results as they go up on the screen. And there was a wonderful moment about 10 minutes ago, or it might be a bit longer than that now, but there are two large TV screens here, and for most of the night, one of them has been on the ABC and one on Sky News. And most of them had the volume up and watching the ABC, of course, being good, solid lefties in this room. But when Sky News, when we put up all those graphics saying Labor had won, the whole room erupted. They turned up the Sky News broadcast and they were cheering Sky News. I've never seen so many lefties, Nicholas, cheering Sky News.
I thought the roof was going to come off, and then they put Sky up on both of the big screens here, and there was the big red wrapper, Labor wins, and the joint was going crazy. I mean, it's scenes of elation and jubilation emerging here. We're also seeing some more security detail coming into the room, which would suggest, I think, that Anthony Albanese may not be too far away. And let's not forget the historical significance of what we are witnessing here. I mean, Labor has only been elected to government 3 times since World War II. And Anthony Albanese, a great student of Australian political history and Labor history, will know that he'll only be the 4th Labor leader in 80 years to take his party to government. That is something that is quite extraordinary. And when he comes in, this place is going to go absolutely crazy.
It's an amazing story. Albo grew up in this neck of the woods, of course. We all know the story about a single mother on a disability pension. He is a great story of Australian success, of the way this nation operates. He says that, and we all know that. So this is a night that it is a celebration of democracy and all that is good about our country, but it's also one of the most extraordinary election results we'll ever see. The Labor Party has gone backwards in its primary vote from the last election, the last disappointing election, yet it looks likely to be forming government, even if not in majority, Nicholas.
Yes, but let's wait and see what happens in Western Australia. They could have majority government yet. On my count, we've got 5 seats changing hands over there, so Labor could form majority yet.
Okay, we'll come back, talk to you later when Albo turns up.
Thank you, Chris. Appreciate it, Nick. Now let's go to Paul and Laura at Liberal HQ. And what's the post-mortem? Obviously begun already, Paul, Laura?
Well, Kieran, it was Howard that said that the electorate always gets it right. Looking at Josh Frydenberg potentially lose his seat now and come close to a concession speech makes you question that orthodoxy in many ways, doesn't it? I mean, we've just been through COVID. He was the treasurer, the guy that designed JobKeeper, that literally saved thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, if not millions of jobs. And he has just been voted out of Parliament, potentially, as we say, got close to a concession speech there. But looking at the enormity of what's happened tonight, you're now talking about seats held by John Howard, Peter Costello, Tony Abbott, Malcolm Turnbull. They are no longer Liberal seats. They are no longer Liberal blue ribbon seats. This is an election that has turned all of that on its head, Paul. So there'll be a lot of soul searching, I think. But there's not just lessons here for the Liberal Party. I mean, you're talking about a combined primary vote, the 2 major parties somewhere in the low 60s. I mean, this has changed. We've become a little Germany.
Yeah, look, I mean, the truth is that for all the talk of the freedom parties, did they turn up? Sure, but the Greens turned up too.
Yeah.
That meant they saved Labor. It doesn't matter how you get there, a win is a win, it's binary, it is clear. Clearly Western Australia on the current numbers should be able to get them to a majority. So there's an interesting question. It's a conversation that, again, I've tried to avoid tonight. I'll get into it in greater detail tomorrow night because I want to think about it. I don't want to be overly emotional. But some in their process is about the broad church.
Yeah.
Now, there will be those that will try to blame the other side of the church for why the church didn't make it through this one. But something that is actually very clear, and it's very disappointing from somebody who thought that the campaign did matter, and what we saw were some fallovers that mattered. Right now, John Howard has just entered the room, which is why you can see a collection of photos there.
And hasn't he been incredible throughout this campaign? A guy that with so much energy. And Paul, just before we go, and we will hear from John Howard, we can see him on the screen right now, and he has got so much energy. He showed this throughout the campaign. There's a few things that will happen in the post-mortem. I mean, just a quick list tonight. The Liberal Party has lost women in the seat of Boothby, Chisholm, Curtin, Robertson, Higgins, Reid and Swan. The most ardent supporters of the Liberal Party say that the Liberals do not have a women problem. I think tonight the wives won in these teal seats, and it's not just about climate change, and that needs to be talked about.
We will discuss it further a little later in the night.
We shall.
Looking
work
forward to it.
husband.
Work wife. Yeah, she won.
Well, thank you very much. Let's go live to the independent candidate and soon-to-be member for Mackellar, Sophie Scombe. Sophie, thanks so much for your time, and first of all, congratulations on your win tonight.
Thank you so much. It's such an exciting time, and it's a historical moment for all of us here in Mackellar. It's been amazing, and as you can see, everyone is so excited here. It's wonderful.